Welcome to OBS World, a revolution in car culture and technology. It's a 3D metaverse that merges real-life petrolheads with Web3 enthusiasts. Come inside and let me show you around. It all started with Dimitri, a die-hard car enthusiast who gathered a community around his love for cars. His vision went far beyond collecting cars. He dreamt of a space where anyone, anywhere in the world could tap into their passion and love for cars. This is where the OBS World takes shape, a fully immersive experience created by petrolheads for petrolheads. It's a place where the lines between the physical and the digital world blur. Meet our mascot, embodying the adrenaline, excitement, and precision that is the OBS World, a constant symbol of the fusion between human spirit and technological innovation. The OBS World is all about the community, about bringing car enthusiasts together, sharing experiences, and creating a digital automotive ecosystem like no other. The heart of the OBS World app is built to connect and inspire petrolheads. It's a place where you can keep up with the latest car news, join virtual and real events, and share your passion with others just like you from around the globe. The app lets you customize your garage, showcasing your personal NFT car collection. And then there's our NFT marketplace, a treasure trove of unique digital collectibles and experiences. Cars, garage spaces, and even tickets to exclusive events. All of these become pieces of the automotive world you can own and interact with in exciting new ways. We're not just bringing the thrill of driving to your fingertips, we're building bridges between the virtual and the real. With OBS World, we're giving every car enthusiast a chance to be a part of the global car culture. It's not just about driving or owning cars, it's about the passion, the community, the thrill of being part of something bigger than yourself. Every feature, every detail of the OBS World is designed with one goal in mind: to fuel your passion for cars, to bring car enthusiasts together, to create a global, immersive, and dynamic car culture. And this is just the beginning. We're constantly innovating and pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the real and the virtual world. We believe that everyone should experience the automotive world, regardless of where they are. So join us. Be a part of this revolution and help shape the future of car culture. Because at OBS World, we're not just an app. We're building a community, a lifestyle, a movement. Welcome to OBS World.
Cars for me is mentor, style of your discipline, of your life of goals. I believe and I know car can charge your batteries when you need it, because you have some special connection with your car, because car has story, and this story is not just it's part of your story. This is we are petrolheads. OBS World is not just about cars, it's more about community, dreams, passion, networking in petrolhead life. Nürburgring event is example for our future users who will join us and create his history on new page of culture. This is possibility they can find in OBS World.
Right before last year's OBS World Endurance Cup, sponsored by OpTibet, we announced that the winners will receive a ticket to go to a real track day and experience something which not many people do. The most difficult thing going from sim to real is obviously the feeling of the car. You start to feel the weight, and also there's no reset button. They've all adapted incredibly throughout the day and started setting really good lap times with the cars. I think they really maximized it and have impressed many people around the paddock.
Young people now starts with sim racing, and if they like it, of course I'm sure they will say, one time I have to drive at Nürburgring Nordschleife. They want to feel it in nature.
Very, very lovely, very expensive car, so I was a little bit cautious, just starting to get up to speed, get confidence in the car, especially on the braking. The braking was quite a big difference. You get a lot of G-force in the real car, so just being able to just get up to speed with that was important at first, but I think by the end of the first session I was starting to feel confident, and then when I went into the second session, you know, it was flat out, and the instructor was fantastic. It was really good. I enjoyed it a lot, and I still think there's more time in it. The racer inside me wants to go faster, but yeah, massively enjoyed the experience, and I'm very grateful to OBS.
Welcome to the OBS Endurance Cup powered by HundredForce, and welcome to the 1,000 kilometres of Spa. An iconic circuit in the world of motorsport.
Well, the series has taken us traipsing around the world, but among the famous racetracks that we have visited, there might be none more famous than Spa-Francorchamps. This is a place that has seen legends made. It is a sports car haven. And of course, it is going to today host the Baltic Solutions Transport 1,000 kilometers of Spa. I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Lewis McGlade. And Lewis, Spa, like I said, I mean, this might be one of the most famous road circuits in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is absolutely incredible. I've had the joy of visiting this place myself. It is an incredible place to be in the world of motorsport. Obviously, has been for more than 100 years now. Opened back in the early 20s. Obviously, incredible overtaking opportunities. The likes of Les Combes after that 2-kilometre run from La Source all the way up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion. This backstretch down the final portion of the circuit down towards the bus stop. I mean, look, we all know this circuit so well, and it's why winning around here is so much more important than any other circuit.
Absolutely, and here you can see some of the information as the drivers are going to be up against this track. But let's take a lap around here and see what it's like from on board.
We are heading up to La Source, first corner of the track, which is the slowest one too. We are going to take it in first. We need to have the best exit possible for the next section. Next section is the Eau Rouge Radion section, which is going to be flat out. We need to carry as much speed as possible so we can overtake on top of Radion at the end of the Kimmel Straight. End of Kimmel Street, we have the Les Combes section, a chicane that's right-left. We need to sacrifice the left part so we can prepare the last part of the chicane, the last right, which is giving us all the speed for the next corner. And we are coming up to Brazos, a longer open, never-ending, where we need to do a double apex. Late second apex give us a nice way to come back to the right side for the next corner, speaker corner, where we need to use all of the curb on exit so we can carry as much speed as possible. Now we are coming up to the double left.
Kurzer Lift, 5. Gang runter, Vollgas durch Pouhon durch. Nochmal kurz Zeit, um einen kleinen Kopf zu kriegen, bevor dann die nächste Anbremszone kommt. Flüssig rechts auf den Curb, links auf den Curb, Schwung mitnehmen. Und dann nochmal einmal runter, bevor wir uns dann Richtung Blanchiment eben strecken. Viel Downforce, wie schon gesagt, also wir haben viel Möglichkeit mit dem Gas raus zu beschleunigen. Und jetzt strecken wir uns extra Gang. 7. Gang Richtung Blanchiment, Vollgas ohne Probleme. Gute Überholmöglichkeit im Rennen. Und jetzt nochmal eine schwere Bremszone für die Schikane. Am Rausbeschleunigen ein bisschen aufpassen, Heck wird ansonsten leicht. Und das war eine Runde in Spa-Francorchamps.
Definitely on my bucket list of tracks that I would love to visit in the real world, but a little bit hard for me to hop across the pond. Thankfully, we have the virtual world here to be able to bring us around the globe to visit some of these iconic places. And of course, after this, we only have just a couple more rounds to go in this season. So the drivers have been hard on it to try and vie for the points. And we're in the midst of qualifying right now. We've already had the GT3s and the LMP3s put their laps down, so we're just waiting for the last few of the OBSP drivers to set times. I would imagine this one not as important to have the track position like as we saw last time at Zandvoort, Lewis. This is a place known where overtaking is a lot more possible.
Yeah, especially even going throughout the lap traffic, it shouldn't cause as many problems as what we saw a few weeks back at, of course, at Zandvoort. This is the car that had the pole position. It's had pole position twice this season. Is the Team Ford Zilla. They really did battle their way up the order though after some issues in traffic. I don't think we'll have quite the same issues in traffic around here. Of course, you'll see it's the 1,000 kilometers. It's not a time race; it's a distance race. If we ran green all the way through this race, the expectation is that it will be just around the 5-hour point. The likelihood of running green around here, though, still pretty low.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain we'll see at least one full course caution. If we don't, I'd be happy to be proven wrong, but it's going to be difficult to stay out of trouble, especially with how high speed it is around this track. You don't have many small accidents out there. You can see we still have 16 minutes left on the timer, but you don't have that full time left for the qualifying. We have less than 5 minutes for these drivers, and it does still take some time to get around here. Even in these prototypes, we're looking at nearly 2 minutes per lap. 7 kilometers takes a while to try and circulate.
Yeah, even in these things that are like, they're rocket ships. They're so fast. I mean, you think a GT3 is pretty fast. These are a different level when you fly around people. I was having a time driving the Cadillac around Watkins Glen yesterday, and they are scary fast when you're coming across the GT3s, and especially around a circuit like this when you're going around that mid sector. Cars come at you really quickly. Do Team Fordzilla improve? They go to second place above the OBS World by Simsa car that was victorious back in Zandvoort. So that'll be nice, but it's still Race Onion at the top.
Yeah, so they've got a little more than a quarter of a second to try and make up on them, which is interesting. So quite a bit for them to try and gather up. Like we said, it is a long lap, though, so expect it to have some opportunities out there. Watching to see if anybody else is going to be improving. And I think the 89 car might find themselves jumping up the order, because I'm showing them a second up. And they kind of need that because they're down in 9th out of 10 to have set laps. 2 flat 0.085 is going to jump them up only 1 position, unfortunately, but it was a massive improvement.
Yeah, exactly. It's the whole thing of like, sure, they're being up by a second's cool. But when you're a couple of seconds back, you needed that little extra more. So they do work their way up then into what is 8th position in class. Now, as we can see, one of the Acuras racing its way around. That is, of course, the Race Onion car, a Benson MSC behind the wheel at present, picking up a little bit of slipstream as well from the Grey Racing Team Blue car, that one you were just talking about. But of course, they'll pull straight off and they come. That'll probably be quite distracting, if I'm perfectly honest.
Yeah, exactly. But that's probably good they got out of the way right there, because they probably gave him a little bit of a tow on the part that they did want. And then now that they get into the dirty air of the twisty sections, them getting out of the way is much appreciated. They're going to come across WSR Esports, the 116 car. McGinn is in that machine, and he's also going to pull off to the side. Lots of good behavior out that we're seeing here in qualifying, which is excellent to see. I have heard that a lot of the drivers since Zandvoort have been giving some coaching and some tools to help improve themselves. So we're kind of hoping that we'll see maybe a little bit cleaner racing out there today. Race Onion right now, I'm not showing them tracking quicker than their best lap, so not sure that this is going to be any better for them.
Yeah, the bronze and silver drivers had to do some homework. To be honest, they had to do some e-learning, like official FIA, like proper like to basically try and make them understand a little bit more about what's going on. I would have to do that. I'd be classified as a silver driver. I'm 3.2k. Silver drivers are 2.5 to 3.5, and anything below 2.5 is bronze. Anyone above that didn't have to do it, but I think still probably encouraged to. Just to kind of calm things down, because we've had a little bit of drama, shall we say, the previous couple of rounds. More importantly, though, there's been a change to the rules. We'll go into it a little bit more during the race when things quieten down. There's been a bit of a change behind the scenes legalities of how penalties and stuff will be dished out and how the license points and stuff will work from it. 58.2 though to beat for these teams, and they will be heading on to effectively their last laps in this session, as Race Onion are really in control in this session right now.
Yeah, and Fordzilla is in pit lane, so I believe they've given up the ghost on trying to take that lead away. Onion is also pitted in. I do still see OBS World by Simsa, the number 66 machine out there. Alex Walton, who we see on screen, is trying to see if he can improve on this lap. It does look like a flyer. They're about a 10th up right now, so it's going to be tight. He's going to have to stay on it.
Just kind of watching them go through Fania, Piff Paff, that kind of sequence down towards campus and then out through the final corner. The final corner out of that middle sector, and then out onto this incredibly fast stretch down towards Blanchimont. I mean, for Walton, improving onto the front row would be great, but like you say, track position's not too big of a deal around here. If you're qualifying third or second, it's not really going to make much of a difference. I don't think it's going to be enough to take that pole position away from Race Onion, though.
No, it's not looking like it. In fact, it's still at about a 10th, so tracking to improve. He'll cross the line here, and it's a 58.743. That will put them on the front row, though. Fordzilla, deciding to leave the track early, has unfortunately lost at least one spot. Like you said, not the worst thing in the world, but there could have been maybe a bit more on the table for them.
Yeah, like I say, I wouldn't be too worried about that if I'm Team Fordzilla. Yeah, they are battling for the championship, of course. The title races are fairly close across the three categories. After the issues that WSR had in the previous round at Zandvoort, they won the first 2 rounds of the season. They are on our screen at the moment. They won the first 2 rounds of the season, had an absolute nightmare the last round, getting involved in a few incidents. Last they'll come through the final corner, fourth position. But the 5th position is where they are at the moment. Are they going to improve anywhere from there? No.
So that is that for them, a 59.679 for that team. As you said, 5th position for them. Let's see if anybody else is on their way to complete the lap. Checking my track map here, I do see a couple out there that I think are still circulating. The checkered flag is out. Michael Cook for Flat Out Racing OBS looks like he is completing his lap, and I think that will be it.
Yeah, indeed. All of the OBS cars, OBS World by Simsa, OBS Worlds in capitals, Simpsons in capitals, fair enough. The other one, fair enough. Oh, there's a spin at the final corner from anyway. That one, though, really triggers me because in-game is all in lowercase, which I think is unacceptable. Unacceptable.
They're making sure that you notice them. That's what
it's
psychological.
I did notice them. Terrible. They've come into the pit lane anyway, so there will be no improvement. I believe that is the total end of the session, sadly. So no further improvement. So Race Onion will grab the pole position, which is great because it's a big bounce back from some of the issues they were having at Zandvoort, despite the great speed they were showing.
So here's going to be your starting order for the race. Race Onion has taken the pole position as OBS World by Simsa will be starting in 2nd spot. Team Fordzilla will follow them in P3, and Alpha Esports Red will start 4th. After that, it's WSR Esports Butt Kicker OBS in the 5th position. Outside of that 3rd row sees BC Vault by Simsa. Alpha Esports by G Performance will be P7. Then you've got Grow Racing Team Blue in 8th. Flat Out Racing OBS and all lowercase will be starting in 9th. Altus Esports number 30 then finds themselves in 10th. We didn't see a time set by Movano SimRacing Team or Slow and Confused, so I believe they'll be starting at the back of the OBSP grid. What about the LMP3s here?
Yes, indeed. We'll take a look over on that side. Of course, Yellow Submarine Squad will be the ones starting for position. That's their first pole position of the season, despite having 2 victories in the previous couple of races. They've taken control of the championship by 10 points, and the Beaver Grease Racing, who find themselves 4th in the standings, will find themselves 2nd on the road. The second of the Yellow Submarine Squad cars will go into 3rd position with SRB Motorsport in 4th. Locals Autosport will roll off of 5th place, which is where they find themselves in the standings as well. well. So hopefully we'll see some big improvements from them before we get the SRB Motorsport by the Vega car in 6th place. The second of the Beaver Grease Racing cars in 7th place with ANR Endurance Esports. SRB Motorsports G and E with the second of the ANR Endurance Esport cars down in 10th position. Obviously over onto the second page, you can see MTS Garage still within a second of pole position, but just outside of the top 10. SimSport in 12th position with 4SR, Locals Autosport Black, SRB Motorsports R&R, and then the 2 to go Green Co caught themselves up in quite a bit of lap traffic in the previous round. They'll hopefully avoid some of that this time.
So then we get to the GT3s. Valkyrie competition will be starting on the pole for them. Blue by TC will be on their outside as Over the Limit Racing Red starts from 3rd. 10 tenths managed to get onto the front 2 rows there in 4th place, followed by Transport Engineers by Vilnius in 5th. Yellow by TC then starts in 6th position. Yellow Submarine Squad will kick things off from 7th. They'll be flanked by PPF Racing Team. Over the Limit Racing Blue then starts from 9th, and HundredForce will be in the 10th position. Tri-Spalv Esports will start from 11th today. As we hit to the next slide, SR Technic Endurance will start from 12th. Then you've got Icarus International. Hopefully they won't fly too close to the sun. And 13th, as we'll finish up this after the national anthem.
Noble Belgique, ô mère chérie, à toi nos cœurs, à toi nos bras, à toi notre sang, ô patrie, nous le jurons tous, tu vivras, toujours grande et belle, et ton invincible unité. Oh.
And that will take us to the racing. Before we get to that, though, we have our pole sitters ready to talk to us about how they feel about this race coming up. Of course, the GT3 sees Valkyrie Competitions number 177 machine with Jonathan Poulet starting them off on the top spot. Jonathan, congratulations on the pole, but we've been talking a lot about how track position isn't as important with this race. What are your thoughts going in terms of strategy? Because I have to imagine fuel saving could be a big talking point.
Yeah, obviously fuel saving is always a hot topic in long race, so it will be interesting. Traffic management will be interesting too. Last night we had a practice race where the traffic was kind of funny to manage, so yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll have a lot of fun and a lot of traffic management to do.
No doubt about that. Best of luck on that as Jonathan Poulton and the 177 starting us off on the pole for the GT3s. And of course, we've also got our pole sitter in the LMP3s, Yellow Submarine Squad, number 531. And that is Simon Wander in the car for that one. Simon, The LMP3s saw a lot of action last time out. We understand some of the drivers, the bronze and silvers, had some training. How do you feel going into this one from what you've talked to your competitors? Do you feel a little bit more confident we'll see a clean race?
I mean, I hope so. I personally, this is my first race here, so I don't know what exactly happened at Zandvoort, but I'll try to do my best to keep it clean. I think that's the key to winning, I guess. Like with all the safety cars, I think it's best to just keep it clean and be somewhere at the front, like in the last few hours.
I think that sounds like a good plan. So there was our pole sitter, Simon Wander, the LMP3s. And then finally, Peter Zuba in the Race Onion car, taking the pole up against some mighty competition there with OBS World by Simsa and Team Fordzilla. Is this pole position a confidence boost for you, Peter?
It's depends, actually.
Oh, excuse me.
Was qualifying the car. Yeah, I mean, the pace is looking good for us. I think the BOP is quite favorable for us this race. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how we look at it. And yeah, we are hoping for a good and clean race.
Best of luck on that, and obviously starting things off well from the pole. So Ben Snemethy, their apologies, talking to us as Peter is in the car though right now as he prepares out on the track. You can see them behind the safety car, warming the tires and getting ready here today. It is a relatively hot track at 97 Fahrenheit on the surface currently, and they are starting at about 3 p.m. So we're going to be going into the night here today, or at least close to the night, Lewis. So I have to imagine we're going to see some changing conditions, likely going to see a lot of temperature change throughout.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, the expectation is that once again it'll be a 5-hour race if it's green. The maximum race distance, we're aiming for 144 laps. The maximum race distance on time is 6 hours and 5 minutes. If we pass that point, the race will end anyway. So there is that. Also, to translate the numbers that you put there, it's about 35 degrees Celsius track temperature. It's about 36. It's actually dropped down a little bit over the course of the formation now, but I suspect it probably will heat up a little bit before it then cools down again. As you say, we'll be heading into the night. Interesting to hear there, though. Also interesting that Ben Snemethy was the one who did get the pole position. Peter Zuba did the first lap in the session for the squad. Then they came back in. Then Bence got into the car, and then Bence is back in the car to start the car from that pole position. That's an interesting strategy call in my book.
It really is. Also, I've checked, and sunset will be at 9:46 p.m. for the date that they have put in here. This is June 8th. So it's gonna get dark though out there. I have to imagine. So it'll be close, but yeah, the sun will go down, and there's a lot of trees around here, a lot of hills. So the shade will go across the track. It will definitely still cool it down. We'll get some changes, but you can see them now heading up towards Blanchimont. Look at that beautiful set of cars. 45 of them starting this race, all lined up and in beautiful rows, ready to kick things off. Now, remember, this is the endurance layout. So while the pace car will step aside here, they will not be going until we get out of La Source. It is down the hill that they will get rolling out of the hairpin that is usually the first corner when you watch Formula One here. But here with OBS Endurance Series, they're going to be starting a little bit later. You can see they are raring and ready to go with that pace car having peeled off, and Race Onion will have control of the field, pacing them down the main straight and around that famous hairpin before they get going. Oh, excuse me, no, they're going to let them go here on the Grand Prix straight. So we're going to go right into La Source. That can sometimes be a bit of a tricky one. I'm not seeing any incidents with the OBSPs. Looks like they've made it through. Let's check in on the LMP or on the GT3s.
Yeah, indeed. I did see that there was a bit of a better run for Burkhard Maring to potentially go for something down into Eau Rouge and Raidillon. You can see them there on the left-hand side of the shot. That one is the OBS World by SimSacar trying to attack. The GT3s will get themselves ready for the race start. They head up into Lake Com for the first time in the OBSPs, and it is all clean Valkyrie competition, though, with a clean start in the GT3s, leading down to the first corner with a bit of a look for the Porsche behind.
Around La Source and up at the front, Valkyrie competition will get the shot and manage to hold on to the lead as they're on the left-hand side already heading back down the hill for our prototypes. But through Eau Rouge, will we be clean through here? It is difficult to go too wide, and they have already gone very single file here in the GT3s. Meanwhile, checking back in now with our OBSP category, Zuba in the Race Onion car leading the way over Burkhard Maring.
Yeah, Ben Samity said that he was expecting this car to be pretty favourable this round, and did mention the Porsches, who have been strong before in this championship. At the moment, obviously, it is a Porsche directly behind, then a BMW, and then another Porsche in the Alpha Esports Red. Race Onion with that Acura, pulling out quite a decent lead going through the central sector. It's gone out to around about 0.8 of a second as Peter Zuber's trying to light the afterburner here and pull out from Burkhard Maring before he even gets a chance.
Yeah, I have to imagine that he does not want that Porsche to be able to pull his toe at all. I mentioned earlier, pit strategy probably going to be a big factor in this race. And if you can hold on behind your rivals, there's some lift and coast that you can do, and that can make a huge difference over the course of 5 to 6 hours or 1,000 kilometers, whichever we're going to be seeing around La Source now for the second time as they start lap 2. Your order is Race Onion, OBS World by Simsa, and Team Fordzilla, your top 3.
I will say, by the way, just to touch it ever so slightly, if you're expecting the long endurance pit lane, we're not actually running that here. So you will be seeing the shorter pit lane and the exit, like what you would see in Formula 1. It is the shorter pit lanes. It's going to be busy in there with the however many cars have got, about 44 cars out on track. So it'll be pretty thick in there. But that's the state of affairs, which means that saving that pit stop, which normally around here I'd be like, save the pit stop. If you can save a pit stop around here, it is mega, because that pit lane's normally really long, and you used to lose like between 40 seconds and a minute in the pit lane. Whereas with it being the shorter pit lane, I don't think it's as imperative as we'd normally expect.
Yeah, that's true. So they won't have that pain here, at least, with them sharing pit stalls coming down through Puhan. You can see them start to spread out amongst one another here at the front of this OBSP field. We do have a bit of a train forming, though, from 5th on back in this group. You can maybe just catch them in the background. Yeah, there. A WSR Esports butt kicker has a bunch of cars behind them. BC Vault, Alpha Esports, Movano, all kind of stacking up.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's not really what we'd expect from the WSR Esports team, considering how strong they'd been earlier on in the season, with opening the season with those 2 victories. At the moment, things are not looking quite as strong, and they are the cork in the bottle, so to speak, as the BC Vault by SimSacar is sat right on the rear end coming down into the bus stop. There's a look in the LMP3 category, where things have been slightly calmer at the front of the field. It's still the Yellow Submarine Squad cars leading 1 and 2 now, so a decent progress there from Tommaso Basile, who's got himself up into 2nd position in the category after the Beaver Grease Racing just dropped back, but no major worries.
And not seeing many in position changes all through the 2 prototype fields. GT3s were definitely shuffled far more than what we saw with these. This is closer than the OBSP category, though. Basile may have managed to sneak by the Beaver Grease Racing car, but he's under pressure. Let's see. Oh, this is what caused a bit of a shakeup here in the GT3s. Big incident coming out of Puhan, collecting a number of cars in the mid-pack.
Yeah, it was the HundredForce Mercedes that went for a bit of a spin right in front. Just, costly mistake, but that's sometimes what happens. You've got to expect if you run wide there at P1, you do get yourself into a little bit of strife. Slipstream coming up the hill there into Les Combes with the LMP3s. I wondered if there was going to be a move. I don't believe they're quite close enough. The Slipstream's not as potent, and as I say that, by the way, I think there is going to be a move for the race lead in the LMP3s because the two yellow submarine squad cars are going side by side, and actually the 531 has potentially dropped back now into third position.
You are correct. Simon Wander has lost that and has allowed himself to be overtaken, or at least had to give up the ghost there, letting them through. That means that Locals Autosport is starting to catch them. Right now, though, on screen, we are watching the prototypes coming out of the two Stavilos. This is that stack up that I was talking about. This is WSR being chased by the number 47, a BC Vault coming through Blanchimont. A lot of downforce to keep these cars glued to the track through that swift left-hander, and then slamming on the brakes down into the bus stop chicane. Also behind them, they've got the Alpha Esports by G Performance with Jordi Spetchens still chasing them. Fastest lap now being set by our race leader, with Race Onion taking that purple lap.
That's very impressive from Peter Zuber. Like I said, maybe I was a little concerned with the qualifying time, because the qualifying difference between Peter Zuber and Benson Emity was enormous. It was like, I think it was like 2 seconds between the pair of them. I know Peter Zuber is a fast driver, but I was a little like, well, maybe he's not done any practice for this. Yeah, it's fine. Just instantly putting out 1.6 seconds on the OBS World by Simsacar. We're looking back in the GT3s. Of course, I think the best battle on circuit at the moment is at the LMP3 lead. It's honestly, I'm keeping my eye on it a little bit. It is pretty impressive as Dombrowskis is now going to try and is battling there for the race lead. Obviously, the over the limit racing red car is the one that's just at the head of this shot. As you can see, the 1010 and the blue by TC car sat behind. One person you will not see in this shot is the Valkyrie competition car, because just there in the distance, that is how big of a lead they've got in the GT3s.
I mean, it's already 3 seconds. We're on lap 4. That's not a good sign for their rivals. They'll have to try and make this up. Right all over the back of the over-the-limit racing red car. The 10/10 machine doesn't make an attempt, which surprises me, because, boy, he was following closely, which is difficult to do through Blanchimont. But Justinas Bombilis decides it is not quite time to make an attack yet.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, you can see a couple of battles in the background as well. Once again, there's plenty of side-by-side in the LMP3s for the race lead, with the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab 532 leading from the 815 and the 531. They were all separated by, basically, it was like 0.3 of a second. Here is that battle, separated by about 0.3 of a second going into Les Combes, all three of them. Incredibly close, and there was a little bit of a look to the outside from Dombrowskis, but a solid bit of defence coming in from Tomasa Basile, and was able to hang on. But this is tense. This is quite a tense fight. I mean, you've got two Yellow Submarine Squad cars. You've got the Beaver Grease Racing, and like you said before, the Locals Autosport car is not that far off the rear end, and they're dragging around the SRB Motorsports by Limvega car.
Yeah, it is starting to become a bit more of follow the leader here in the LMP3s. I'm trying to see where we finally get a decent-sized gap, and I think it goes all the way to 8th for Ericus Kupus in the SRB Motorsport by G&E. So these drivers cannot make a mistake, or else they're not going to lose one position. They're going to lose multiple in this group, with the momentum definitely allowing cars to snipe one another. And as they head through the bus stop chicane, look at them all go nose to tail here, slowing up, all chasing behind Yellow Submarine number 532.
Yeah, I suspect there might be something at the top of the hill at Les Combes once more, because that's where we've seen this group get as close as possible. So it requires a good run out of La Source here, although I will say maybe a little bit too much cover, a little bit too much of an early turn in from Dombrowskis, and didn't get the best run off of La Source. But this will be interesting, because even if with a what would be a relatively poor run like that, if you're still able to close right the way up towards Les Combes, which is exactly what is going to happen as they head onto the Kemmel Straight through the Kemmel Curve, there's surely got to be something here.
Yeah, the 815 has got a huge run. Now, does he want to take it? Casimiras takes a look around the outside as a big defense there from our leader. Basile is going to hold him off, and you're right, it was a pretty good run despite not really being on top of him up over the hill. Didn't quite make it a slam dunk pass, but it gave him an opportunity. And still going defensive down into Rivage. The Yellow Submarine squad car is trying to hold him off. In fact, maybe trying to give an opportunity to his teammate. Simon Wander took a big look on Dombruskis, and he's not able to make the pass, but things are certainly looking a little itchy around there at the front.
Yeah, the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab cars are certainly feeling the pressure from Beaver Grease Racing here. Out wide, almost contact between the pair of them, though, as they go through Pillon. It was a little bit too quick going towards the second apex of Pillon for the Beaver Grease Racing car. And now a look to the outside from Simon Wander, trying to get his way back in to second position as they head their way through Fania, now up towards campus. It's a big lead now, 0.7 of a second, up towards the 5:32. Now, this will be interesting. This is at the point where that slipstream, it's not giving that much of an effect to the Beaver Grease Racing cars. This could be very good for the Yellow Submarine Squad to go to a 1-2 at the moment.
I wonder if there's just a little too much downforce on that 815 here, and Yellow Submarine's going to try and capitalize on it as we take a look at the two battles coming down into the bus stop chicane. Side by side, they're going to bang doors, almost losing control. Simon has to gather it back up. Looks like Villius is going to try and capitalize, but cannot sneak through. It was a good attempt, but it all went south in a hurry.
Honestly, I don't know how Simon Wander was able to keep that car on the road. There was I think he got to about 20 to 30 degrees worth of sideways there after that hip check. The pair of them just kind of coming together in the braking zone, and now those gaps getting larger. It's about 9/10 from your race leader back down to second place, about a further 7/10 back to Simon Wander, although to be fair, by my eye, it looks like it might even be bigger. This is where things will get interesting, though, is the slipstream. Are you in a major effect of it? I think the answer is no, as the locals Autosports car is going to try and clear and get onto the podium, picking up the slipstream of the Beaver Grease Racing car.
They're going to go wheel to wheel once again into Lacombe, who is braver on the brakes on this one. Will Villius be able to do it around the outside? Yes, he does. It's not over yet. Back in Malmedy, sneaking it up the inside. Simon Wander with an amazing defense. I thought that pass was done.
This is great racing. This is really, really solid in the LMP3s. It is typically classified as the dentist class. Well, we'll have to wait and see when our OBSPs march their way onto the scene, which, by the way, will not be very long. They're already only maybe like 20 or 30 seconds off of the rear end of the field. And a shock to me is that I wasn't even ready for it because we're not even that many laps into this race. I believe that they've already cleared the entire contingent of the GT3s. That's how quick they're lapping people around here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I didn't even realize that myself. The last of that field is still heading through the leaders up there right now. But yes, these LMP3s, clearly there's a lot of talent down here. So the stereotype does not fit on this one. We've been seeing some fantastic door-to-door battling here in this middle class as we look a little bit farther down amongst them. And now we jump over the GT3s. Haven't been watching them very much in this race, but here in the mid-pack, look at the battles we've got going on, diving back and forth. That is Yellow Submarines number 533, trying to find a way around Icarus International.
Yeah, indeed. You've got the reverse by Tomedo car. You've got PPF as well. They're the ones now at the head of the field as they've made their way past. The transport engineers actually dropped back a couple of positions on this lap, so they'll probably be a little bit frustrated. It must have been down at Les Combes where that Merc would have dropped a couple of positions. Like I say, whilst our eyes have been caught by the LMP3 category in that fantastic battle for the race, it does not mean that it's the only battle around Spa. This is why people love Spa. The ability to go side by side around here and to go for the cutback or to try and send it around the outside or to try and dive it down the inside. You've got so much room for imagination around here, and it's why it's such a great track, if a bit overused.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, that's the only complaint I have is we see it a lot as commentators. But, the other thing, too, and I think we're starting to see it because I touched on it earlier, is how do you go about the setup around here? It's such a fast track, but there's so many long sweeping corners. You could use that downforce, but you're going to pay for it sometimes if you're in a battle.
Yeah, indeed. Lose them behind the trees, but you'll spot them coming down into the final chicane and move there to the inside as the 533 Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car works its way past the Icarus International. So Mahmoud Albash getting his way up into an extra position in the category. I think that's 10th place now on the road in the category. Of course, that will be 38th overall. Close in the braking zones, but nothing too major. Setting up, like you're absolutely right, setting up a move around here is so hard because you kind of have to go a little bit wider to obviously get a better exit from the corner, blah 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 blah, which is fine. Normally that's okay, with the exception of normally you're in a train in this position. So if you go wide to open up the exit corner, well, yeah, you're going to get a dive down the inside. It's really tricky.
This is a good run here. I think Albash is going to have another move on Vilnius Tech, who goes defensive into Lacombe. We're going to see a repeat of what we saw. Car contact between the two of them. Vilnius Tech goes around. Great avoidance by the two cars behind. SR Technic and Icarus International both avoid, but Josua unfortunately has to actually go off track and cut the course. Here's the replay of the incident, and almost a little bit of ghost contact, I fear, for that one.
Yeah, I think there was potentially a little bit of netcode in there, but also I do I want to check it a little bit. I think the Vilnius Tech car might have driven it in maybe a little hard as well, considering there was a car on the outside. Nothing too major, but obviously when you're at that kind of limit of the grip, if there's even a brush between a pair of them, it can unload the car. But I do also think, I think you're absolutely right. I think it was a light bit of netcode in there. At which point, yeah, you're probably going around. So for the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech, that car is going to drop down the order to 14th in the category.
In the meantime, we've checked back in on the battle for 6th here in the OBSPs. Sasha Gorle in the Movano Sim Racing team's being hounded by Jordi Spetchins. And in fact, does he get a good run here? Because that looks pretty confident up and over Radion. He's got a big bit of momentum. And back and forth across the track, Sasha takes to the racing line. He's not going to go defensive. It might be just enough. And the Alpha Esports by G Performance is not going to get the attack into Lacombe. But definitely looking confident up and over that famous corner there. There leading on to the Camel Straight. And that could pay him dividends later on in the race as we jump a little bit forward, and suddenly things are looking spicy between Gomez and Marion. This is for 2nd place.
Yeah, Juan Manuel Gomez, someone who I've commentated on quite a few times, actually. Typically over in Race Room, actually, racing in various touring car stuff. So I think it's great to see him in iRacing. I didn't expect to see him today, so great to see. He was the one qualifying the car. I'm not sure exactly who his teammate is on the team. Maybe if it is him and Abel Torres, then they're in a really strong spot for them as they pick their way through a couple of the LMP3s. The concern, though, is the enormous 4-second gap up towards the race leader. There's a bit of a delay there going through Blanchemont. Not going to be an opportunity for Gomez to pick his way past, though, to try and make his way into 2nd place.
Lap traffic definitely becoming a factor here. You could see them just slaloming back and forth through some of those LMP3 cars. And Gomez did fall off a little bit through that one, so it didn't quite help him out. I believe they're going to have a few more. Yeah, they've got a battle just in front of them, in fact, which could play a part in this. But they're coming along the Camel Straight pretty soon. Hopefully they'll be able to sneak past in one of the easier parts to overtake them. But no, they're going to catch them right as they come up the hill. Will this compromise Maring? Yes, it does. He is slowed down just enough that now suddenly that Fordzilla car is right on top of him as they once again have to split the difference between the LMP3s. But no, it's not going to be enough. Fordzilla remains behind.
Yeah, weaving their way in and out of the traffic. It's very sketchy indeed. Got a couple of cars here battling for 6th in the LMP3 category. Doors open, and Juan Manuel Gomez will also make his way past. They'll have to sit a little bit behind Tim Tromp here, going through Rivage. Now the inside line's being taken at the X curve at No Name. Juan Manuel Gomez will get the drive off the corner, but that was an important move potentially for the Porsche of Burkhard Maring to make. Going there into No Name to try and build just a little bit of a gap. A few more LMP3s to tick off before they've cleared the entirety, and it's clean road ahead.
Nice work by Marion, despite having to compromise the line significantly. He was able to pull away slightly here as we check back in with some of those LMP3s just in front of them. This is Simon Wander still in that third position ahead of locals Autosport. Whoa, my goodness, behind them. Yeah, I saw what you saw as they split on either side. A Ricardo Zonta moment there coming out of Stavolo. And Mering has now caught back up to Gomez and is hot on his heels.
Yeah, that was, I understand why I pulled away from that, because that was an unexpected move, but finally the Fordzilla has actually made its way past the OBS World by Simsa car with a great run out of Stavolo. Whilst we see this battle in the LMP3s, again, these are the two that are battling for the podium, the second and third position, shall we say, in the OBSPs, and there's a spin though! Oh my goodness, a spin for our race leader in the LMP3s, was it?
Tommaso Basile, you're right. That was, I believe, our race leader, who suddenly finds himself down to fourth position as we hop on board to that fight that we were watching just a moment ago. And you can see, as you mentioned, the positions have changed around. Third place now to OBS World by Simsa, as Gomez leads the way, has the track advantage coming up into Lacombe. Clearly, that orange and white machine wants that spot back.
Yeah, and the person that's worked out mostly in favour of in the LMP3s is, of course, Kazimieras Dombrovskis. He's now got a 2-second lead, the LMP3s, after that spin. Big shame there for the 532. Just maybe focusing a little bit too much on the mirror going into the source, and not really focusing on so much on what was happening with your own car. And that's where the... to be fair, that's not me trying to criticise, because it's... When you've got two hungry OBSPs like these two firing their way down the inside, all you're thinking about is please don't take me out, please don't take me out, please don't take me out. And you're leading in the LMP3s, you're having such a good day thus far, and it's easy to snatch a break, which is all of what happened. Fairly lucky though that they went for a spin and went to the outside of the circuit. No contact, no nothing like that. Just some more worn tyres, which if you're attempting to double stint tyres will be a little bit irritating around here. Although to be fair, fuel tyres at the same time, I don't think there's any real need to double stint tyres?
I mean, that's the big question on this one, because obviously they started this with 4 total sets, one that they're on. They can change 3 times throughout the race, or at least the LMP3s can change twice. They'll start with 3 of them on this one. Also worth noting that Race Control has been watching all the action out there, and thankfully we are seeing a relatively clean race, knocking on wood. This might not be clean for much longer as we change focus here, but no penalties, just a couple warnings up to this point.
Yeah, which, to be honest, from what we're seeing here, is a look down the inside as the rise back up the order. That one's not going to work out too well, trying to... I mean, yeah, I get that one, because obviously you're trying to battle in your own category. It's the OBSP going around the outside, making it 3 wide. Well, they're trying to clear their own territory. That was just a racing incident. Just people tripping over each other. From what we're seeing thus far, I actually kind of agree. I've not seen anything that's been egregious to the point where it's something that's required a penalty. Maybe there have been a couple of requirements for warnings, but to be fair, nothing more than that. It's been a lot cleaner than at Zandvoort, which makes sense because, let's be honest, it is a much wider circuit, it's a much more open circuit, and of course some of those ruling changes behind the scenes where we've got license points and stuff. I'll read through them a little bit later on when we run out of things to talk about. Basically it's a couple of changes to give some slightly harsher slaps on the wrists to various drivers if they are going to consistently see. Big moment there from the Alfa Esports by G Performance car that we're going through no.
Tommaso Basile was trying to get that position back that we were watching there and did not manage to overtake Vilnius. Great credit to both of them to keep that from becoming a worse incident there through the source. I'm sure it was quite sketchy for both of them. Meanwhile, on screen here, a nice fight between Spetjens and State. This is for 6th position, taking up a wide track. Now, this is probably going to be a talking point all day. While they don't have a disqualification limit for incident points, every 60 incident points, they're going to get a drive-through penalty. And this is a place where it's so easy to rack them up.
Yeah, thankfully, as we'll maybe see this move come in from Yuri Spetjens, but I don't believe it's going to happen. Thankfully, iRacing, not that long ago, I think it was about a year or so ago, they adjusted the track limits for Spa. Thankfully, because they were I don't think brutal is even the right word. They were
Difficult.
They were ridiculous. By the way, we're going to get moved for second in the OBSPs, courtesy of a terrible run from Juan Manuel Gomez, and so Burkhard Mering has worked his way back up into second position. Just picked up a bit of traffic going through Rouge and Radion. Bad luck for Team Fordzilla, but that's the kind of stuff that happens around here. So fair enough. That's what's happened there. That's why there's been a switch. Don't need to talk about that more than that, as we might see this move coming in from Speckins once again, trying to get his way past WSR Esports by butt kicker. Backs out of it. Fair enough. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The circuit used to be brutal. It used to be dipping two wheels on the exit of No Name. You typically get one. I distinctly remember Blanchimont made me Alt F4 from iRacing as fast as possible because of how brutal it was there. It's not as bad anymore. It's still pretty tough, but it's not as bad. I still think we're going to see a few penalties because of that.
And there you can see a second lost in 2 laps in the OBS World by Simsa on Peter Zuba's race onion machine up at the front. So they are definitely slipping backwards. Things still looking a little bit tense here as they have to go by some of our GT3 cars and just find a way to sneak through Fanyi. And amazingly, don't change positions. I thought there was going to be a good opportunity in there for Speckins, but not quite yet. Yeah, I think the biggest complaint that I heard, which I can understand on this point, is it used to be by the middle of the car. And it was always the same for everyone, so you kind of picked your point, but it can be difficult to judge. Now it is by the wheels of the car. So as long as you know the 4 corners and kind of where they are, you can kind of judge how close you can get. Yeah, exactly. Like everyone typically knows where the side of the car is. At least I hope so. And so you should be able to judge it a little bit easier from there. And obviously the feeling over the rumble strips and stuff. There are also the easiest way to work out exactly what the track limits are is that if you are, to the audience and to the drivers as well, because some drivers still might not know this. Obviously, all the higher drivers than iRacing will definitely know this. In iRacing, if you're in game, you'll have the tabs at the bottom where it says entries, laps, results, info. The final one is rules. And on there, it will tell you exactly what you can do on the track at the various points where you might want to exceed, like T1, like Blanchimont, that kind of stuff. And it will tell you basically what you can get away with. And what is designated as the track surface, and anything past that, is obviously where you're going to get an instant point. I have noticed a few times the defensive move coming in from the WSR Esports bucket car, Adam State behind the wheel. And every single time there's a slight defence, the audience Speckins is like, I don't even really want to attack you, mate. Can you just get on with it? Well, and again, I wonder if this is big picture thinking out of that Alpha Esports team. Make a move, but make a high percentage move. There's no need to try and risk the car. We talked about this a lot, I think, at Zandvoort as well, that when you have a lot of race left, you can't really do something silly, especially right now. And this is still important. This is for 6th place that they're battling with. But I don't think it's worth trying to throw the race away with 4.5 hours left in this thing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I'm Jordi Speckins, or if I'm in an OBSP and I'm behind someone for position, you want to stay close because you need to save the fuel. But at the same time, it's like to give you a bit of a kind of thing. This is not exactly one-to-one because obviously people practice differently and setups and blah 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 blah. Jordi Speckins is 5.3k I rated, and Adam State is 7k I rated. So on paper, Adam State should be faster by quite a bit. And I'm pretty sure Jordi Speckins will know that, and so is more than happy to sit behind, use the slipstream, save the fuel, and keep the gap. Would really love for there not to be too many defensive moves, because you want to give them enough space where they just get on with it and move up the order. By the way, speaking of moments, I've just seen Camilo de Haan has had a moment at T1, dropping back behind the Movano SimRacing team car. I think it was a lock-up, potentially you see this a lot in the OBSPs when it comes to the regen. When the regen kicks in, you can tend to lock the rears quite a bit, and that's what I've just seen from Camilo de Haan. That's why he's dropped back behind the Movano car. Yeah, it's been kind of a notorious feature of these machines up to this point. The way that hybrid system works on them. Late braking there for Simon Wander, almost wandered into the back of Dambruskas for a moment, but manages not to make contact. Otherwise, this one's been boiling up quite a bit. just getting more and more tense between them, because we have to remember this is for the lead of the LMP3s. Beaver Grease has taken that spot, but Yellow Submarine's 531 has kind of recovered, and now it looks like they've refound their pace.
Yeah, exactly. They've clearly calmed things down on the tyre front and now closed their way back in. Maybe a couple of awkward moments in traffic as well, with the OBSPs working their way through. That's kind of delayed the Beaver Grease racing car. I don't know. But either way, like I say, Simon Wander is back to knocking at the door. To give you an update lap time-wise, Basilio, after his spin, is going a little quicker, but not much. Last lap was 0.3 faster than the two ahead. Alas, closing the gap bit by bit. They do have some GT3s to navigate that aren't too far ahead. They're just going through Pure now. There are a couple of GT3s, and they'll start picking them up every couple of corners, every lap or so. Will the LMP3s when it comes to the GT3s, and lapping a GT3 and LMP3 is it's not easy. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, they've got a little bit more downforce, but the pace only sees them maybe about 3 seconds a lap quicker.
I've just seen second place in GT3. It's gone for a spin. 10/10 car, Justinas Bambulis, has slapped the curb at the final corner. Oh my goodness, speaking of moments, the 531's off. What's happened here?
This looks to be just outside of Stavilo, I think. And I don't see, nothing seems to have happened. He just kind of comes to a halt. And then the steering's still there because he changed it right before he came to a halt. So I'm not sure if maybe there was something going on with the real rig that they had to do or what. But it's going once again. It's fallen all the way to 13th. Clearly, there was some sort of issue that we could not see happening. And they've got it at least partially resolved because they're back going. I don't know if they're fully up to speed, though.
They are back out on the circuit and they're heading down into the bus stop. If there's any damage or anything like that, they'll come into the pit lane. But no, they do not come into the pit lane to give you an update on the 531s. They remain out on the track. I was kind of wondering as to whether that was going to be the 532 because I did notice that we got the call from race control about blinking, about basically poor connection from the 532, and that's why I thought it was going to be the 532 that had been told to get off the racetrack and fix your internet, which race control would never have told them to do it on pull off there. But I don't know. That was very curious. We'll have to get an update from the Yellow Submarine Squad team and work out what's exactly happened.
Meanwhile, Over the Limit Racing Red is still vying for second position. This really has become a best of the rest early on because it's 11 seconds up to Valkyrie competition. Nobody seems able to touch them down to the GT3s, at least at this phase of the race. Now, when driver swaps start happening, that could change. And of course, there's always the unknowns with traffic and whatnot. Things can always happen in endurance multi-class racing. And there is no foregone conclusions until that checkered flag falls. But Jutadas right now in that number 56 has been dealing well with Blue by TC, who has just been kind of riding their coattails, staying in the tire tracks. I'm not sure if they legitimately want to attack and try and get by, or if, like you were mentioning earlier, if they're content to just sit here and save some fuel. Yeah, exactly. Save fuel, and obviously, when you're sat behind, you can sometimes, less so in the GT3's courtesy of the different and dirty airs, it's not as extreme, but you can sometimes wear out the front tyres a little bit more just by the lack of downforce on the front of the car. So especially when you've got a limited set of tyres, that could be a little bit frustrating through the race. But at the moment, I'd be thinking, let's save fuel, let's just give ourselves the best opportunity later on in the race. One of the interesting things with this being a distance race, not a timed race, is that in a timed race, even though you kind of do it the same thing, but at a time race you're going, I want to go for for a certain period of time, like an hour and 5 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes. But in this, you're going, I want to go for 32 laps. I want to go. You divide the race up into circles. Even though that's the same thing, it's a different mentality. You can see the average lap time between the pair of these two, obviously locked in step because obviously they're literally driving right next to each other with a 2:20.2. Valkyrie competition on the previous lap, 2:19.5. A little bit faster than the average lap time there. I'd say so. It's certainly been impressive from that Ferrari leading the way right now with 2 Porsches sitting behind and chasing one another instead of the leaders. We sit on board. From what I've been seeing this lap we've been following, it does look like Blue by TC is not hustling to try and get by that 56. They're content to just kind of ride back here and run their racing line, see what they can do behind their competition. We won't be seeing pit stops quite yet, most likely, but soon enough, we will be seeing the classes in. In fact, I think the prototypes are more likely going to be in before we see these GT3s starting to hit. But also a big thank you to Grip for providing our various insights and stats for this race. So huge thanks for some extra information for both us and our viewers on this one. But we've got Larry, the stat man, behind the scenes, feeding us all kinds of fun little tidbits throughout the race to help us get a picture of what is going on. Again, this is a battle for second place that we've been watching here down in the slowest class. But not only 3 classes, we have to remember there is a 4th one of a single car of our... Oh, excuse me, do we not have the mission on?
No, they're not here today.
Oh, well,
I was
never mind then.
As well. Yeah, no, I was about to be like, oh, are you talking about safety car? No, obviously it moved me inside here from the 747, and that was it was a pretty tidy move down into the bus stop. But yeah, I'm devastated they're not here.
That's my favorite,
I reckon that thing would have been pretty rapid around here because it's not like the tight twists of Zandvoort. You got a big straight to use it. Then again, could you imagine the energy consumption? They'd be in the pit lane every 2 laps.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's not much in the way of energy saving for them, unfortunately, here. So apologies for that. I should have looked before I leaped as we check back in with our battle for second now. This is Gomez still on the back of Mering, the number 66 OBS World by Simsicar. Oh, and now we've stepped over to our LMP3s, an absolute hornet's nest amongst them, trying to go past one of our GT3s, looking at 3 wide for a moment. Thankfully, the car in the back of Tim Trump backs out of it, braking deep into the corner. That is Damasis trying to sneak through. He's going to be able to pass the GT3 cars, but the others are plugged up behind.
Yeah, it's the Vilnius Tech, the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech car that's they're trying to get past at the moment. The one that had that spin that we caught going into Les Combes a little while ago. So potentially a little bit of damage as well. You can see on the rear left of that Merc. So that'll be causing a couple of problems. Tim Tron works his way through. Marcin Junch will now try and work his way past the NR Endurance Esports car going down into Pilgrim. I mean, that really showed the difficulties of passing in this. In the in the OBSPs, through like the tighter, twisty parts of the circuit, they're not that much faster than a GT3. They are faster, yes, but they're not that much faster than a GT3. It's about the exit onto the straights and stuff. That's where they gain all that time, and that's where it's fairly easy to pass the GT3s. The LMP3s straight line speed and acceleration is almost basically the exact same as a GT3. So when they make a move, it has to be basically in the corner. It is so dangerous and so risky and so tricky to pass the LMP3s. Whilst yes, we classify it as the dentist category, I still maintain it's the hardest one in traffic.
Yeah, and they're the middle class as well, so they have to watch behind and ahead, which to me is always the most difficult. That's honestly the class I choose the least whenever I'm racing multi-classes. Put me ahead or put me behind. Don't make me watch both. But right now, I got to say that Marion's doing a good job watching ahead because he's been slicing through this traffic and keeping that Ford Zilla car behind for a good chunk of this race now, ever since making that move over the 966 and taking it right back. Although they're coming upon Trump and Lorenios, unfortunately here. In fact, I think he's going to get held up quite a bit. This is going to give a huge run, but he has to halt too.
Whoa, and now they're going to have to try and slot the middle going onto the Kemmel Straight. That's very scary indeed. Might actually cost the position there for the LMP3 as Tim Trump's going to get to the inside of the SRB Motorsports car. More GT3 traffic. The LA Submarine Squad GT3 in there. We've got all 3 categories basically on our screen at one time. And there's a car off the road as well. My goodness me, that's the Renaverse by Tomato car that is off on the side at Les Combes and going up towards Malmedy. That was very sketchy indeed.
Yeah, we've got a replay. I'm trying to see if did they have help? They had a little bit of help, I think. There was contact with, that was Beaver Grease Racing.
Yeah, not the leading Beaver Grease Racing. I believe it was the 12. It was the one that's in 5th place in that category. Beaver Grease. That might be a penalty. I won't lie. So we'll have to wait and see on that one as we look back at the 66. I think that was probably a bit of a scary moment there for Burkhard Mehring going over the top, because I think that was one where you might have consolidated the fact that you're probably going to lose position. That was actually the exact same way that the Fordzilla car got delayed at the top, which allowed Mehring to pass. Literally, it was a carbon copy. So if you did lose a position like that, it's kind of like, yeah, fair enough.
Exactly. Oh, things get a little bit tight between the GT3s and the LMP, the GTPs here as we come through more of the traffic. This is Gourlay chasing Dahan, and he's going to have to go through the car of Graboon, down through Blanchimont, just sneaking through both of them, finding a hole in the armor as they go through one of the fastest corners on the track, and that doesn't give Sasha a chance to try and attack, at least this time. But things definitely getting sketchy for that number 37. I think having a little bit of contact.
Yeah, and again, Camilo Dahan, like I said before, had a spin earlier on in the race, down here at T1. Was able to actually catch back up to Sasha Gourla, which is kind of a bit of a shock for me. Was able to catch back up and then repass, which tells me that maybe the Movano car is trying to do something different on strategy, maybe saving a lot of fuel here to maybe carve out. Oh, and when I say this, you might say, Lewis, that's crazy. Might even be trying to save a couple of pit stops. Now pulls to one side, heading on the Kemmel straight. We'll have to slot the gap here just about enough between the Yellow Submarine Squad car and now one of the LMP3s will work their way back up the order. Oh my goodness me! Straight over the rear end, the 37 goes, rejoins the race circuit at Les Combes, and I do not know how Camilo Dahan didn't just completely clean out Sasha Gourla there.
Whew, spotter said clear, but just barely. And Dahan somehow managed to not, as you said, send both of them off. In fact, he had to cut the course, but it looks like he didn't have to serve too much of a penalty on that one because he's still right on top of him. Surely he's going to want that one right back here as they go by another of our LMP3 cars. This is the battle for 4th place just off the podium between one of our BMWs and our Porsches out on track. You've got to be careful out there picking your how you go through some of these corners with all that traffic. I wonder if he was just too shallow. He didn't realize he was going to come in so hot.
Yeah, maybe. Not 100% sure. I will say for some of the OBSPs, because it is quite a high fuel burn circuit. You saw in the track guide when we opened up the broadcast, as out wide goes Sasha Gourla. This might be an opportunity for Camilo Dahan to work his way past, going down into the final chicane, taking a very tight line. That's very risky indeed. Managing to pull it up to the apex brilliantly there. The pair of them go side by side, and Sasha Gourla says, absolutely not, Chief. You ain't coming through like that. And we'll be able to hang on to what is 4th position at the moment as they complete another lap. I think we're not that far away from potential pit stops here, by the way, in the OBSP category. We're 23 laps into the race, and typically, these cars, they'll go around about 40 minutes, which 23 laps is around about that 40-minute period. So I wouldn't be too shocked if we see a couple come in the near future.
But yes, we should see them in here shortly, but a robust but fair defense from Gourlay on that one. Unfortunately, does not look quick in a straight line right now. Dahan's got another run again. Whoa! He takes him all the way to the grass. I don't think he pinched him, but he definitely forced him as they go steaming up the inside. And this time, it is contact. It is boiled over and into the wall goes Sasha Gourlay. He tries to come back on track just as other cars coming. And if there's not a penalty for the contact before, that is an unsafe rejoin if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, that was 0 out of 10 driving from the pair, to be honest. There was a bit of a squeeze before this, trying to send it. That was, I will say, from Camilo Dahan, that was a little bit naughty, sending it whilst there was a poor GT3 sat there being like, oh my God, seeing that. That is a poor rejoin from Sasha Gourla, but, whatever. I think that whole sequence from the pair of those is the worst bit of driving that we've seen today. Not that it was the worst bit of driving that I've ever seen, or people deserve to be thrown into the whatever. No, it was poor, but it wasn't that bad. But it was so unnecessarily stupid.
I agree, and I've gone back on my screen to watch it again. Everything happens so quickly. There's factors I forgot.
Yeah,
I had totally forgotten that he had pinched him all the way down to the grass there. And we do have someone in. It looks like OBS World by Simsa has brought Marin down to pit lane for his service. I fear that one was just the red mist. There was so many high emotions starting to kind of bubble up because of the hard defenses that we were seeing, that maybe drivers got a little too caught up in the moment.
Yeah, I will say that the defense from Sasha Gawler there, in my opinion, that's Sasha Gawler, by the way, will come into the pit lane from Varno. For me, that's a slam dunk penalty, because that's the thing is that if you're going to go all the way over to the white line, that's fine, but you have to make that decision pretty early, right? You have to be like, right, there's not going to be room for you, and kind of just kept wandering over, and it's kind of like you either need to move over and be like, you're not going down the inside here, or you need to make sure there's a car width for them. That was nearly a crash, whilst technically it won't be a penalty because there was no overlap there. It's just that's the kind of defence where it is reactionary to the car behind. You're constantly moving over because of what they're doing, and that's kind of like, no, you need to be proactive in your defence. That's how you avoid the incident. I'm amazed there wasn't a crash there. In the first bit, there was a crash in the second bit. I know that.
I'll borrow from some of my North American commentators here and say that is the Pruitt fade, as they say.
Yes. Yes. So true.
Just easing over. No, that was my racing line across the track as the 77 has to try and find a way there through Puhan, as well as deal with all the GT3s and the LMP3s sneaking by. So we've now had about looks like 5 cars in. Looks like Flat Out Racing, Altus Esports, Movano SimRacing all taking their service as well. We're still waiting for more than half of the OBSP category to come on in and take their service. I imagine we're going to be seeing most of them within the next lap or two. Race Onion, though, just carried on, but Fordzilla's 966 has come in.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people might go, how is Peter Zuber this good on fuel mileage and still blah, 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 blah? Well, for one, Peter Zuber is a pretty quick driver. He is 8.8k I-rated, so he's pretty high. He's not quite in the 10k category, not joining the... I don't know how many drivers are 10k these days. I think it's like 30. It's disgusting. There's a lot of high I-rated drivers out there. Peter Zuber is one of them. And the thing is, just because you're going quickly doesn't mean you're burning more fuel, right? Which is the thing that people don't fully get. You can be very fuel efficient and very fast because every drop of fuel you're using to its absolute limit. That's how you generally go fast. Just because you can't press the throttle down any harder. That's not how you're going quickly. It's about perfect lines. It's about carrying the right momentum through the corner. And if you carry more speed through a corner, you're braking less for a corner, which means you're accelerating less off of the corner because you're already coming off of it quite quickly. So there's a lot of that. That's why Peter Zuber is so fast at the moment. I suspect he'll probably be in this lap though, but it's just interesting that he's gone a lap further than everyone else in the OBSPs.
We saw a move there by 10 tenths, getting third place away from Blue by TC. So they're going to sneak through as he deals with Villius there in the Locals Autosport LMP3, who's going to find his way past down into Rivage. Also, we've had so much action. We've had this note sitting on us for some time, and I feel like we can maybe finally mention it. The 531 stopped on track because their throttle pedal, or at least one of their pedals, it says, was 10% all of the time.
Ooh.
So that's why they had to try and solve that one. Sometimes you could unplug and replug things in and get going. So hopefully that's all solved for them. Yeah, you don't want unintentional inputs on the car through a track like this.
Yeah, typically what happens with those, as Peter Zuber has made his way onto pit lane now, typically with those, it's normally the brake pedal, and it's normally on pedals that have potentiometers. The potentiometer gets a bit of dust in it, rather. That's where you typically get them from, and that's what causes the problem. You can see the success ballast here in the OBSP category. You might think, what does this all mean, and how does it work? Effectively, throughout the season, when a car takes victory over the last 2 rounds, including the last 2 rounds and the championship points table, you get a certain amount of kilos added to the car. It's across all of the cars. So if the Cadillac, like it did back in Zandvoort, where it had won round 1 and round 2 and was the championship leader, because of that it had the maximum amount of ballast. Whereas it didn't win last round, so it had 15 kilos removed from it, because it didn't win last round, despite it being up there in the championship and despite it winning the round before it. The way I've described it there is horrendous, and I do apologise, but basically take into account the last 2 rounds and the championship order, and that's where you get your ballast for the category.
I'm trying to figure out... excuse me, I just realized they're dropping down the order because of the wreck they had. Nirvana SimRacing team has been in pit lane since their incident. I thought maybe they were having a long stop, but no, this is trying to take some repairs, so they must have had significant damage from that wreck and are having to spend time going laps down. And the GT3s, we also have the success ballast, and you can see the Mercedes and the Porsche both experiencing a lot, as well as the Ferraris. The BMW, I think, the one that is playing a little bit of catch-up on the others, with just about 5 kilograms weight on them. Speaking of the Porsches, we've got the GT3 Porsche here of Over the Limit Racing, Reg Tadas, right now still running about 16 seconds behind the leader, but ahead of 10 tenths. And now that they've overtaken Blue by TC, they have set their sights forward and are going to try and see if they can take that P2 away.
By the way, a couple of updates that we'll get from race control and stuff in just a moment. But I will say, I do actually believe the Ravana car's out of the race because Sasha Gawler came into the pit lane and retired. I would say retired, quit. A full-on RQ, so we're not 100% sure as to why. A bit of an update from race control between the incident of the 6 and the 37. It is going to be a drive-through penalty for the 37. So the Alpha Esports red car will get a drive-through penalty, and also a shock to absolutely no one on planet Earth. Despite not being potentially in the race anymore, the number 6 received a stop-and-go 10-second for a terrible rejoin. No one's surprised.
Exactly. I am a little bit surprised that the 37 was given the penalty for spinning him out, because it did look like the 6 chopped across, but the stewards have looked at it much closer than us, so they've got a better view on what's happening there. Meanwhile, the LMP3 is almost going to spin. In fact, they are going to spin. Second place. Heraldus is going to find himself facing the wall, and now he's in an awkward spot. He's got to try and get turned without running into the racing line. He'll get moving. But speaking of obvious penalties, I think I put that one on that LMP3 coming in from a long way back.
That is a slam dunk penalty. That'll be Kurpis in the SLB Motorsports G&E car, the number 23. That one was silly. To be fair though, it's kind of easy to do. You got to remember the GT3s. They're coming back in to try and get that good run down the hill, and you're sending it in. You've got a lot better brakes than they do, and obviously you're in a much lighter car, which is why you can stop a lot quicker. Just a silly mistake, easily done. I think everyone that has done endurance racing or multi-class racing anyway has absolutely done that. So whilst that is a slam dunk penalty, we'll be like, yeah, fair enough, it happens.
Yeah, it's you're trying to at least go through one car, and I think that's the other thing we have to stress. If you're the car ahead, you're probably watching the car you're battling with. You're not necessarily anticipating that car trying to make an overtake of 2 in one corner. This car, the Altus Esports machine, is currently running, I believe, in 10th place, and in a bit of a battle for that last spot with Flat Out Racing OBS. Both have taken their pit stops. This is for position. Whoa, somebody off track there.
Yeah, that'll be the Locals Autosport black car. It's at the rear of the LMP3 field. So not to be like, we don't have to worry about it, but we don't have to worry about it. They were already last, and they still are. Sorry, it's just, I'm just being honest and just being truthful. Speaking of some issues, and speaking of Altus Esports, they are really struggling around here. I don't know if it's the caddy or what, but they are not as fast as we would normally expect for Altus Esports. Yeah, we know they're a quality team. They had a podium last round. yeah, I'm curious to see what's happened behind the scenes. Matt Danson's the one behind the wheel right now, and you'd go, yeah, well, he's 5K I-rated or whatever. Yeah, fair enough. Michael Cook, the guy behind, is 1.5K I-rated. I don't want to be that guy, but it's like, yeah, there's problems. Oh, there's even more problems with the Icarus International car.
What has happened there? That was a bit clumsy looking, coming through the bus stop chicane. He'll turn it around and get it moving. But definitely some big contact. Also, we've had another penalty, and that was with the Ferrari of you said it earlier, Icarus International, turning them around for some reason. But there's the replay on that one. Also, 77 got a penalty, as what I was about to mention, for contact with the 534. That was one of the yellow submarine GT3s.
Yes, indeed. I don't recall that one, but yes, indeed. I don't think we saw it at the Alpha Esports budget before. So Alpha Esports both picked up penalties over the last time. This is a replay as to what happened to the Locals Autosports black car, and so they got themselves over to one side of the road, and then we're very patient, allowing the OBSPs that we were watching go through. You can see the stats there at the bottom of your screen, of course. All the information stuff provided by Grip, and I will say you can go onto the live timing and stuff. It's actually pretty good. There's so much information on there, which is great, and it looks pretty as well. I do always appreciate a live timing that doesn't look terrible.
And they've got the track map with the marching ants as well.
It needs pretty colours, though. What I'm saying, it has pretty colours. I need a lifetime that has pretty colours, so I'm pretty happy at the moment. The amount of lifetime that I've worked at, where it's a blue screen with white text in it, and I'm like, oh, it's so boring. Whereas this is I like it only because of the colours.
I mean, we know how to keep you entertained for a few hours. As we watch some of our GT3 cars carry on out up towards one of the fastest portions on the track here and into Blanchimont. Al Bash riding in 5th place, just ahead of one of our LMP3s. It looks like those LMP3s should be pitting in because I see a bunch of those leaders pitting ahead of them. And in fact, they are going to be ducking in along with the GT3s this time through.
Yeah, indeed. Like I said, I don't think we should be too shocked that some of the GT3s are coming in right now. The LMP3s as well. We're about an hour into the race, which is, again, typically how far the GT3s will go. Some will go longer, but for the most part, it's normally about an hour stint, typically in an endurance race. And with us having ticked off an hour, fair enough. At the moment, by the way, we are tracking towards this being a relatively shorter race, like I say, around that about 5 to 5.5 hour mark, and the race, the lap time should theoretically get faster as the race goes on. I'm just taking a little bit of a look with our race leader in the OBSPs. According to the calculation that I've got, the race will be 4 hours and 50 minutes if we run green all the way through the race. So some people could be prepared for a 6-hour race, and maybe if the safety car is required, it will be a 6-hour race. But at the moment, I'd say the drivers have been pretty good, pretty clean, and there's definitely not been any requirement of the safety car. Which now I've said that,
I was just going to say, last time I said we're having a clean race, things suddenly exploded on us. So we'll see. I go back to my Boy Scouts days and say, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And exactly. It looks like let's hope for the best between these two, battling down into Lacombe, side by side, chopping him off. That was confidence from Wonder. He was just clear over the 4SR Racing LMP3. That's going to net him 11th place.
Wow, that's an interesting one in the top right. So cheers to Larry for bringing us the information. OBS World by Simsa. That is the car that's running in 2nd place in category. In the OBSPs, lost 7 seconds on the last stop. Burkhard Mering obviously came in a lap earlier than Race Onion, but that's interesting to me that they've lost so much time over the last stop. It's now the gap's now 15 seconds for the race leaders. I believe we had a switch for position there. Was it between Alpha Esports Red and BC Volt by Simsa? It certainly was.
It was indeed. So the 47 is going to take 7th place over the 37 and move themselves up in the OBSP category. I'm looking at that, and when I saw that stat, my eyes immediately went to our pit lane stats, and they were pretty darn even. So that was not in pit lane, that was all out on the track. Granted, the traffic can often be diabolical at times. I wonder if that was all down to just catching unlucky breaks.
Yeah, it kind of happened. Like, the thing is, when you catch one unlucky break, you'll kind of then... You do tend to catch a couple back to back, normally just because you're knocked out of your rhythm. So you're not catching the cars at the right point. You're not quite as taking risk. Whatever. Obviously, I've commentated my fair share of SimRacing, real world motorsport and stuff like that, and we've, and I'm sure you have, Joe. And we've seen there are some races where going through traffic, some people just click, and I still maintain the best I have ever seen anyone go through traffic. There's a guy called Stephen Bailey, who some people might know in the community of SimRacing, some people might not. And we were doing a Sebring 12-hour race in an LMP1 on R-Factor 2. And I genuinely, even to this day, this was 2016, this was 8 years ago, I still have never seen anyone go through traffic better. Just because it was every decision, every risk was well judged, well calculated, and just brutally consistent. And I think pulled like a minute and a half, like to nearly a lap gap on the entire field in 2 hours. It was ridiculous, which is kind of what Race Onion's doing right now. Yeah,
they've been handling this this extremely well. Also, a bit of a surprise if it's the car I'm thinking of. 23 SRB Motorsports by GE was given a warning for car contact. If that was the incident at La Source, that surprises me a bit. But again, the stewards see this a lot more.
It was that car, yeah.
Yeah, a lot better than we do. So they have more information. They also have the ability to talk to the team, so they can get more behind the scenes than we were. So there might be extenuating circumstances. Is a drive-through penalty, though, for the number 30 for crossing pit lane. That is unfortunately one of the more basic ones. I mean, there's no... It's a black and white as we get side by side between the 47 and the 37, and Alpha Esports Red is going to come out ahead in that battle for P7.
Yeah, Camilla De Haan behind the wheel still, obviously having picked up that penalty, dropped back down the order, now gets past the BC Vault by Simsakar and works their way up the order. Obviously, that was a pretty nice move, to be fair. As once again, back up to this battle for second position in the category as Juan Manuel Gomez will work his way to the inside of the 66 OBS World by Simsakar and back up into second position. Could be an important move, and to be fair, if I'm behind the wheel of that OBS World by Simsakar, Burkhard Mering, if I've lost that much time to Race Onion, to be perfectly honest, I'm happy with Fordzilla going through, and I'm just going to sit behind them and try and hope that they either close the gap down or at least hold it at that 17-second margin whilst I save fuel and try something else.
I agree. I think you got to try and do something else if it's not working, and change it up. See if you can play catch up by some other strategies. So Fordzilla into P2. With a name like Juan Manuel, you have to probably be a race car driver. It's almost destined. And they'll go by the 10-tenths Mercedes, who still sits in second. You talk about the gap up in the OBSP, those. It's 18 seconds between P1 and P2 down to the GT3s. That one's gone massive as well.
Yeah, I think that's just kind of how these races sometimes go, isn't it? Like it's pretty calm for a while, and then suddenly, everyone's really tight. Something's really tight. You go through that first pit stop sequence, and suddenly the gap's gone. The gap's gone out massively, and suddenly you've got an enormous lead. It's all about timing yourself right for that pit stop and making sure that you tick that one off correctly. Whether that is maybe taking less fuel or whatever, and trying something different on the strategy, or I guess even sometimes just getting lucky in traffic. That's the important bit. It's kind of one of those ones where in endurance racing, if you were like in the season finale, if you were like 10 or so points behind or ahead of someone rather in a championship, and you want to win the championship, literally sit behind them and do exactly what they do. Don't try and go a lap longer, don't try and go a lap shorter, just do what they're doing, and then you'll probably win. Because if you finish one position behind 10 points, whatever, that's a long way down the road, but like that's the point of because in the pit stop sequence you can absolutely lose 20 or 30 it's almost like 10 or 20 seconds just courtesy of terrible traffic.
Exactly. Keep your friends close, or keep your enemies. I've screwed it up. Keep your friends close, the enemies closer. Yeah, there it is. But boy, speaking of close, you see how tucked up behind Marion was on Gomez coming up into Blanchimont. Didn't try to make the move into the bus stop though, but decided to stick behind him. And we have to remember that this is the second time in a row, second race in a row that these two are basically going at loggerheads with one another.
But it's not for the race victory. Although, to be fair, Race Onion did do a lot of leading back in Zandvoort before coming a cropper of courtesy of some issues. Did you see that from Burkhard Mering behind? For Juan Manuel Gomez managed to pick his way past both of those LMP3s. Burkhard Mering had to sit behind and patiently wait whilst he watched the Fordzilla pull a 1.3 second gap. That is just sometimes how it goes. As we look back in the LMP3 category, obviously we've got is this the Beaver Grease Racing car behind Locals Autosport for third position in the category of Beaver Grease Racing. They could get two cars onto the podium right now. Of course, the 12 was the one that we saw an issue from a little earlier, but at the moment for their teammate Nebraska's, it's a big lead for the top two at the moment. Obviously, they're still very close. Basile's closed back up despite his spin at T1. That was a while ago now. It was like 40 minutes ago. He's done a great job to close back up.
Yeah, I have to admit, this has been an excellent drive. You got to stay calm because it's a long race, and you don't know what could happen here as he closes up under braking behind the Locals Autosport car. And the Beaver Grease Racing machine going to see if they can hang on and try and make up a spot or two. We're going to check out some highlights as well of the first hour of the race to see what all has been going on in just a moment's time. Ooh, this is a good run, though, from the Beaver Grease Racing car as we now take a glance at some of those highlights coming down into turn one. You could see Peter Zuba leading the way at the start of the race. Then we had an accident in the GT3s very early that unfortunately saw a number of them gain quite a bit of damage down out of Pujon. And then look at this battle that we got for second place in the GT3s in the meantime. As well, the LMP3s, the lead was definitely up for grabs in the early stages there, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, a couple of the GT3s having a few problems whilst we were watching some incredible battling in the OBSP category. The OBS World by SimSacar and the Team Fordzilla going side by side time and time again. Couple of incidents, though, 3 wide going into turn one. Wasn't really going to work out too well on that occasion. Obviously, tricky moments in lap traffic and some very, very close calls in the LMP3s. Bit of a spin there for one of the Alpha Esports, the Alpha Esports red car. The 531 in the lead of the race before having an issue pulling over to one side for what was expected to be a brake problem potentially with the pedals. But again, it was just the action was just coming thick and fast.
Indeed, a car getting spun off through Lacombe, and then, of course, the 37 going a little bit too deep and having to cut the corner. And then, not much later, it unfortunately boiled over into car contact with some penalties being handed out to both cars for various parts of that fight. And a second place in the GT3 is unfortunately getting spun around by lap traffic and falling down the order as we jump back to that battle for third position. Also, can we give credit to the 531 team? I think we've checked in on them for some time. They've gone back up to 9th place.
Yeah, they did a really solid job whilst their teammates are battling for the race lead. And to be fair, this race is long, so you never really know. But yeah, this is the battle for the race lead in the LMP3 category. You have that close battle for third, which is pretty much exactly the same. But this one between the Beaver Grease Racing Plus and the Yellow Submarine Squad. Again, stats there at the bottom of your screen. Predicted race finish for this is in the OBSP category. Those stats. Predicted finish for Race Onion right now, first place. And to be perfectly honest, no one's shocked by that because that's how fast they've been.
I was going to say, I mean, they're really going out on a limb on that prediction.
You never know how things are going to happen in the race, though. One mistake in traffic and it's all over. And also, this race ain't over till it's over. That final 10-lap period will be very stressful indeed as we see the Alpha Esports red car go down the inside. Because of a late safety car can really open up the books.
Yeah, and that is not just closing up the gap. That is the strategy. Sometimes it can just not go your way, and you have to stick with it. Because sometimes you can get dealt an unexpected hand, as we come back to that battle for the lead. Apologies there. It's similar with those two Beaver Grease racing cars leading their respective fights. But right now, the 815 team trying to hold off the 532 has picked up the banner for their teammate. They're going to allow one of the BMWs of Fordzilla to sneak on through. They are sitting in second place. And in the meantime, going to be checking back in that fight down in the the OBSP cars, as that is Miguel Arruda. As old things getting tight for DeHaan, trying to lap Junk in that number 58 LMP3, gave him just enough space through Malmedy.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just to give a little touch on the LMP3s, because I know we were looking at them because nothing was really happening. A terrible moment through traffic there for Tommaso Basile, and the gap's now really grown and blown up to now 1.7 seconds as we once again consult our GT3s and see what's been happening with the over the limit racing red car, getting past the blue by TC, now back onto the podium after that spin down at T1, where they were sent into it by one of the SRB Motorsports car, the SRB by G&E, who received a warning for it. Bit of an irritating spin for the over limit racing red car, but still they've clearly got the pace and comfort in the car.
Well, here's where the frustration probably really shows itself for them, because they did a great job passing plenty of cars up to get here to third, but now it's 14 seconds to catch up to 10/10. That's where they've lost the majority of the time. So it's going to take a pretty good effort to catch up to them. As we've seen, I mean, we saw in the OBSP battle for second place, the 7 seconds lost up there during one of the stints. So big chunks can be made, but they're going to need a little bit of luck and a lot of good pace.
Yeah, and if they want to win the race, they'll need even more good pace, because Valkyrie Competition are, they're a further, 13 or so seconds ahead. So you've got that enormous gap between third and second, and you've got an absolute chasm between first and second. Although I will say, I think lap time advantage is towards the favour of 10/10 at the moment, comparatively to Valkyrie Competition, who aren't quite as quick after the driver swap. But then when you've got a large gap like that, no one's too worried, as we see the yellow submarine squad car behind that blue by TC car, also feeling the pressure from the over the limit racing blue machine on the rear end as we complete yet another lap at Spa.
And I saw the 3-car battle coming down towards La Source here. They're going to stay single file here in this section. Do they have any lapped cars approaching? Yeah, they've got Altus Esports number 30, and that's one of our OBSP cars that is going to be approaching them. Not sure if they'll get them on the Kimmel Straight, though. In fact, I think it's the car last in that category, so not sure what kind of pace they are running, but will they catch them in an inopportune place? Will that allow Over the Limit Blue to maybe try and sneak a move? Well, it looks like Yellow Submarine's going to try and get one over Blue by TC. A magnificent run. Here comes that OBSP, going to make it 3 wide, though, at the time that they have that battle. Wheel-to-wheel contact and getting spun around, unfortunately. Salem gets faced along the way. Both of them. What happened there?
I think the over the limit racing blue car was so caught up with what was happening. I think there's even been more contact on the exit. Oh, it's very, very close. We'll take a look once more. Just kind of keeping your eye on it too much. There was that contact. They did get a little bit of contact from the yellow submarine squad car as well. I thought they might have done it by themselves. I think I feel a little bit bad for the GT3s there, because they've all kind of tripped over each other when there's no malice or anything like that. They were racing fairly hard. I'm almost like I wouldn't blame any of the of the GT3s there. I don't want to kind of make a bad day worse for Altus Esports, but when you're in 11th spot, miles away from anyone, what are you doing sending it 3 wide when they're already side by side? You're making a bad scenario worse.
And it was a battle for a top 5 position too. Oof, and things getting a little bit interesting down through the Eau Rouge corner between two of our OBSP cars here. And it looks like coming out ahead of it, that is going to be DeHaan managing to overtake Arruda for that 6th position. This was going by the LMP3 of Beaver Grease Racing, who sits in 3rd there. Once again, traffic offering opportunities. It is not just down to your raw speed in this style of racing. You need to have your head on a swivel and see the chances as they come.
Yep, absolutely. Like I say, you're going to get a fair few chances around this circuit as, once again, it's an incredibly tight battle. I think I'm going to say it now, I think the LMP3s have actually been our best category so far today. We have had some incredible racing in the LMP3 category, and I do hope it continues. There's a look down the inside as Simon Wander on his charge back up the field. Oh, as I've said it now, there's contact between the pair of them. Fair enough, fantastic. Probably going to go for the up and under and maybe try something down into Pouon as he tries to getting past Martin Junch. But no opportunity there. Oh, nearly cleaning straight off the rear end as they've got one of the OBSP straight down the inside. It's got to be very frustrating for Simon Wander when you know you've got the pace to battle for the win in this category and it's kind of been removed well out of your control.
Oh, and the above view gave us a good angle. That was Michael Cook almost got turned by Junk as well as he tried to come back to the racing line. That had a few hairy moments in just a few seconds between them. Back to the O2 in the meantime, checking out some of our GT3s here. Excuse me, the 14 or the 82 I should say, that we are watching. Coming down through Ravage. This is yellow by TC with Stasiokis in the over-the-limit racing, blue hot on his heels, battle for the 5th position as we hop on board watching coming down the hill. This will give you an idea of just how quick it is through this corner. Double left-hander this one, just a little bit of a brush of the brakes, and then it's back on the throttle before you get to pit path.
Yeah, indeed. A bit of an update as well. Penalties come out for the MTS Garage car for contact between themselves and the 14. The MTS Garage, by the way, they're one of the LMP3s, and the 14 is the blue by TC, courtesy of an unsafe rejoin. It'll be a drive-through penalty for the MTS Garage car, so they'll have to return their way onto the lane. That's our latest penalty from Race Control. Considering when we were dealing with this back in Zandvoort, I'm pretty sure that page was absolutely full by this point of the race. Yeah, we're an hour and 20-odd minutes into this race. We've had 6 penalties so far. It's not bad.
Yeah, I'd say that's very good. I mean, the cleanliness has gone back up a little bit, although there are some sloppy moments out there. But I think the job has been done by the training they've given the drivers, and definitely some excellent decisions I've seen made out there on top of it. It's just unfortunate that the bad ones get highlighted, of course, by the penalties, as that was great car positioning there by Maring, just slicing in between the GT3 cars and managing to find a spot in there. Now he's going to breeze on past. The battle looks like it's going to rage on for that 5th spot in the GT3s. Stasiokis has got a good run. Can he use the draft down the Kemmel Straight?
Yeah, he's going to give it as good a go as he possibly can. Certainly has the speed advantage. As you can see, they're holding it over to the left-hand side. Is the yellow, by TC car. And this should be a fairly easy move down the inside. And I don't believe the yellow by TC car of Basile was trying to fight that one too hard. Was kind of pretty content. I thought that was going to happen because of how far over to the left they were holding it. Basically, being like, yeah, just send it, mate, and get on with it. And that's exactly what happened. Back up into the LMP3 category as we continue to see the fight now for the race lead once more. Of course, Basile has closed back up. That lap traffic worked in favour of Beaver Grease Racing, but I think this might be a move for the race lead.
Just going to go a little bit defensive down to the inside. Dambruskas finds himself having to cover off into Lacombe. That's going to put him off the racing line. Basile is going to try and cut back on him, but the move is not there as they weave their way through Malmedy. But he definitely gave him something to think about, making sure to keep the pressure on. Any little hiccup is going to easily allow that number 532 by.
Yeah, exactly. Cannot make a mistake right now, and these two have been putting on quite a show. Thing is, as they battle hard, they will end up losing time, courtesy of the battling. So be careful a little bit of that occasion. But alas, we'll see them race as tight as possible. It's one, again, as I said before, it's one of the beautiful things with Spa is that you just get so many opportunities to try and make a pass. And thankfully, generally speaking, if you go side by side, you lose a bit of time, obviously, but it's not as egregious as a circuit like Zandvoort, or even like Sebring when we go there, Road Atlanta, trying to go side by side through the S's at Road Atlanta. that's always, you just lose so much time in doing so. It's almost completely pointless. Whereas around here, because like the outside line's not that bad around quite a lot of the corners, you can make things work as they allow one of the OBSPs to pass. The Alpha Esports by G Performance car, that one was. As here comes a look to the outside once more from Basile.
Oh, but they got a GT3 car in front of them as well, coming through the slower corners. They're going to come together. They'll get away with it, but Basile still cannot make the pass. It's starting to get a little bit physical here for the lead in the LMP3s.
I wonder which one's the fastest of these ones. Is Basile like a lot quicker? Do you reckon than the Beaver Grease racing car? Like that's the because that gap had grown and obviously has recently closed back in, and you've got to kind of wonder if maybe there's a larger pace advantage towards the car that's currently sat in the second position, the Yellow Submarine Squad car, and that's where the frustration's coming. Or is it just because of the slipstream?
Yeah, I mean that's the mystery that can only be solved if Basile can manage to get ahead of him and break the gap. He'll get a second go at things. Once again, the Beaver Grease car going to defend the inside, coming down into Lacombe around the outside. Basile, can he get that done this time? He holds side by side. They almost make contact a second time within a lap and still fending him off. This has been fantastic stuff from the A15.
Yeah, I thought that line at Lacombe that Basile has taken, there was almost going to be guaranteed contact, but thankfully just about the right amount of space being given from Dabrowskis. Got one of those GT3s behind, obviously it's not going to try and overtake them as the side-by-side move happens. Whoa! As the yellow by TC car off there going through the X curve, and Basile does make the move for the race lead, but that was very, very scary.
And this is going to bring out the safety car for the first time this race. So something big must have happened for Yellow by TC to park them there, because they were not able to carry on. And in fact, they put themselves there. I'm just seeing, hopefully we can get a replay at some point. They had an initial accident with Yellow Submarine. Here, this is probably it. And this was out of Rivage, so they drove the car into that position. That was not very good decision making in the moment, because we saw just how dangerous a place that can be to park it.
Yeah, the 533 was the one on the outside, like you said, the Yellow Submarine Squad car on the outside as the safety car will be deployed for the first time here at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. That would have been fairly frustrating for Basile in that Yellow by TC car, because you're kind of like you're trying to leave the corner, and the natural line you do kind of wander out towards that curb over on the left, which is fine, but there was a car there, and even if you could classify that the 533 didn't, and I hate this, didn't have an overlap, if the car's slightly there, and it's that point where it's like if you make contact, you're the one that's going to get pitched off of the wall. So the general rule of thumb would be give a car width, and alas, unfortunately, the Yellow by TC car didn't, and that was what caused the contact and sent them straight up into the barrier. A needless bit of contact between the pair of them. Maybe you could classify it as a racing incident. As why is there a car backwards when we're on the safety car?
I'm not sure, and I'm trying to see.
It's international.
Whoa! And
what's happening here?
Things have unfortunately gone a little bit haywire here under first Yellow. Even the race control is kind of asking what's going on. That was Turbo Turtles. It was
yes,
at the bus stop, and I'm trying to make out who it was that we had turned sideways here.
I think it was
Locals Autosport. Yeah.
But but what's happening? But why? Like the safety car's been deployed.
Okay, so they got stopped because they tried to come to a halt. They braked as the safety car was come to a halt out of the La Source hairpin, and they just saw them coming. They weren't paying attention, unfortunately, and that's why they spun. And then the other cars behind them almost ran into it.
Yeah, and I don't know if they've been allowed to repass SRB Motorsport, but they have passed SRB Motorsports back again. So I don't know if that was a note from race control that yes, the local Autosport car is allowed to retake that position, but yeah, we're on the safety car, so we shouldn't. Yeah, bizarre. Anyway, more insights from Grip. That is the first safety car of the day, which is counter to what we were seeing at Zandvoort, where we had about 3,000 by this point. It's a pretty solid thing. It does mean obviously the race length will now get longer on time. Potentially up towards the 5 hours 15, 5 hours 30 mark. We were kind of expecting it to be a sub 5 hour race.
Okay, so Race Onion pitted in. Team Fordzilla was able to pit in. Looks like Slow and Confused Alpha Esports were able to take advantage of this safety car to try and head in. Ooh, our leader in the LMP3s is also going to take this time to try and take a pit stop. So this is what we've been talking about, it shaking things up, that the drivers can maybe pull something a little bit tricky here and go counter to their rivals and gain a much bigger advantage under caution.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's an interesting one. Because of how long we've been going in the race, depending on which category you're in, this has fallen at a very opportune moment. If I'm in the OBSP category, I am coming in at this point. Like, regardless of whether I'm leading or whatever, this is perfect. Because your pit stop in the OBSPs wasn't that far away, realistically. You know, like, it's within the next, like, 10 laps. So, yeah, I'm coming into the pit lane if I'm in the OBSPs. In the GT3s, you've not long... Yeah, you've only been out on the circuit for what, 20 or so minutes for your pit stop. So that's a bit more open. Same with the LMP3s. So for those two categories, this is a little bit trickier. But obviously, once you've come into the pit lane, and from this point on, it's a nice 103 laps to the end of the race. Divide that by as many pit stops as you're expecting. Probably realistically, you're going to do 33 lap stints. You can divide it by 3. Bosh, go and reach the checkered flag. That's kind of how I'd be thinking about it. It's 3 stops from there. Also, you're not burning tyres under the safety car, so if you're double stinting now, it's probably pretty good.
Yeah, that'd be a perfect time to try and stretch that out, eke that out. What's interesting is OBS World by Simsa either disagrees with you or they missed a trick because they stayed out and Alpha Esports Red also did. If they pit now, they've caught up to the train, they're going to lose a ton of track position. We've seen passing as possible, but they're going to cost themselves in that. The other thing that I will point out as far as the GT3s, if you're at the back of that field, this is a free pit stop if you're in those cars, because obviously you won't lose the track position. I say wait until the last lap of the safety car, pit in, top up on fuel, see where that takes you.
Well, we're on the 42nd lap of this race, right? Would you like to? Can you tell when the last pit stop was for Burkhard Merrin? Because I can see it. It's on lap 24. Which means if you're doing 24 and then 24, which means let's take you up to 48, right? We can all do maths. That's fantastic news. If we're on lap 42, it means he's only pitting in 6 laps' time. I don't understand why you wouldn't stop. I think that's just a mistake. I think that's just maybe they wanted to do a driver swap and they weren't ready for a driver swap and they thought, right, do you know what? Let's just take the pain because if the safety car comes in, they're going to be in the pit lane. Sure, maybe not on lap 48 because you're saving fuel on the safety car, but on lap 49 or 50, it's not that long away.
And unfortunately, because I'm going back to try and see if I can figure out the timing of the full course yellow here, because normally when iRacing handles it, the lights will come on the safety car as soon as the yellow is thrown. Mm-hmm. But here we don't have that because this is all run manually. So I'm trying to see if I can find out when the safety car left the pit lane. Now, let's take a quick look at one of our sponsors. Make sure and unlock your racing passion with OBS World. Download our app now and dive into the world of endless opportunities. Whether you're a sim racer aiming at getting scouted, a media enthusiast looking to expand your network, or a car enthusiast chasing your dream lifestyle, OBS World is your gateway. Don't just dream it, live it with OBS World. Get the app today. And they're coming up to the pit entry, and they are indeed pitting in now. I'm pretty sure that they were just caught out by the safety car. Yeah. And now that I've got an opportunity to go check to see when that safety car was out, the safety car was already well out, so somebody was sleeping up on the pit box.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm just head strategist for everyone. Just don't worry about it. I can do maths and stuff. That's not true. I will say, I have done strategy for various teams and stuff. It is hard work. And typically in this scenario, as now we'll see a switch of drivers. So Alexander Walton will get behind the wheel of the OBS World car as well. So maybe there was a little bit of waiting. Maybe Alexander Walton wasn't ready. Listen, there could be a lot of things behind the scenes as to why they didn't stop. Fair enough. But yes, anyway. So running strategy is hard work. And typically in races like this, you actually have switches between you. You're not driving. You're in the pit lane. You're on the wall.
So obviously we see some of the drivers or some of the cars that we've got out here today as the various makes of our OBSP category being shown off. This being one of the definite more popular classes that has been added to iRacing, and one of the more recent ones. One thing I love about this, and this has been something a lot of fans and drivers on iRacing have been asking for, is getting up-to-date categories. And iRacing's done absolutely spectacular, bringing in a class that is now used around the world. IMSA and WEC are both using them. They've kind of converged to allow teams to be able to compete in more different categories. And as we saw, we've got many different makes of the what we call OBSP, but what is also GTP or LMDH in the real world that have been balanced here in the sim. And we're actually going to be seeing them used even in some of the real world racing, with the Daytona 24 Hours on iRacing, the virtual version, being held. Actually, is that today or is that next week? I'm trying to remember.
No, it's not next week. I think it's the week after. It's the week before the Daytona 24. I'm doing 10 hours there. Why are they putting up with me on that one? I think that I've said before that when it comes to iRacing, because like that has been a very typical complaint, like from me as well. I've been like, why am I racing a car that's so ancient compared to, like, why in the GT3s are we still using the Ford GT? Things like that, things that are really impressive. But it's so good to have a modern category, a high category in the world of motorsport that's got all four of the cars that are part of it. Hopefully we get the Lamborghini pretty sharpish, because again, how sick is that? Of course, we don't have hypercars from the Le Mans side, because that's obviously with the WEC partnership, which is elsewhere in SimRacing. But who knows what, one day, because that would be really sick to get some of those onto the grid. But it's just so good to see the GTP field. It's not just a BMW anymore, it's all four of them. It's great, honestly, it's great. And they all drive differently, and I hate driving most of them. Because I'm bad in them. They drive really nicely, but I suck in these cars really badly. And
I'm with you, honestly, because one thing I discovered through sim racing, growing up, I was always more about the high downforce cars. I grew up loving IndyCar and open wheelers and loved watching them, and I still do love watching them. Thought, that's what I want to get to drive here in the sim, and worked my way towards them, got in them, discovered they're insanely stressful to drive and not as much fun as I thought. Now I drive the Lotus 49, which is absolute zero downforce, but all the power, and that's way more fun to me. So I'm completely with you. So we're going to now check out some of the other cars that we have here racing today as well. This is the LMP3, another recent addition with 455 horsepower in these ones. We've been talking about how they're very similar in pace to the GT3s, but the Ligier that they've brought on here is the only single make car that we have out of the three classes that are racing here today. And you heard the joke from Lewis that is the dentist machine, obviously, but that's because it's kind of the entry class. That it's the car that in the real world, a lot of drivers will kind of come in and race those as baby's first prototype and get their experience. But then we have the GT3 category, perhaps the most popular category of racing in the sim here, Lewis.
I wouldn't say even in the sim, I'd say in the world. It is, it's open to everyone. ABS-TC, obviously, it makes the cars easy to drive. And obviously, on iRacing, you can drive like all the different cars and find out one that works for your driving style. You got the Merc there, which, to be fair, I lean towards the Merc or the Beamer. The Porsche before that one's a bit tricky to drive. The Ferrari 296, obviously, fresh out this year and end of last year, rather. Sorry, which. Again, fantastic, because we can see the BMW there. I still hate the front end of it, absolutely despise it, but it drives well, so you can't complain.
Yeah, I can understand. And one thing that I will say that I miss on this category, or this series, is they don't have the McLaren. That's my favorite. Although I would love iRacing to update to the new McLaren that they've got racing out there. Crossing fingers, maybe hopefully someday, because they've been definitely bringing them out there time after time, updating with latest. You mentioned the new Ferrari. I got to call that racing out in the real world, and definitely is beautiful to see in person. But the GT3s obviously, as you said, very, very popular out in the real world, seeing all different types of series racing what has been a homologated type of racing the world over. As we've got the safety car leading them around. I imagine we're going to be going back to green pretty soon, because it looks like we have waved around some of the other classes, and it looks like a lot of the unfun paperwork for the race control has been done.
Yeah, indeed. In the interesting bit there that you can see in our insights powered by Grip is Kumle de Haan did not pit under that safety car, as far as we're aware. Last pitted lap 25, so one lap further than what we'd seen before when we were discussing the OBS World by Simsa car. So the expectation is that when we go green, it'll probably be in the pit lane within sort of like, to be honest, like 3 or 4 laps, maybe a little bit longer, maybe 6 laps. It'll be in the pit lane, but either way, it's not going to be in the pit lane, that long down the road, which is again a weird decision to stay out. But either way, they have remained out on the race circuit. So thank you for those insights by Grip. To go back to your point, by the way, because I really want to discuss it, because it's again a hill that I'll die on. The McLaren 720 is now old. Right, because it's been in motorsport for it's not exactly like it's been around for a few months. It's been in motorsport for years now, and we still don't have it. We still use the MP4-12C, which is hilarious. It's not even that McLaren isn't even the last McLaren that was a GT3, because obviously we had, what was it, the 570, whatever it was, 650. Then it was the 720. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. I still want an NSX. I'm still like, that's the one I want, because it's cool.
Yeah, I've that's another one I've got to see race out in the real world. Calling that one
Jealous.
One of the nicest looking GT3 cars out there. Very beautiful, and honestly underutilized over on the stateside, I have to say. But yeah, it's one I'd love to see become a part of it. At least over where I'm from, it's the Acura.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said NSX. I was like, I'm just going to leave it at that.
But rest of the world, it's the Honda, and they've now let the LMP3s drop behind. So I think that is going to be it. Or are they going? Yeah, now they're getting the GT3s to drop behind. So they've pulled off to the side, and that should be the last of the resorting of the categories to get them working. Yeah, the other thing is, because I guess full disclosure, I do work for SRO over here in North America every once in a while. So those are the events that I get to call these GT3 cars. Got to meet the guy that made the GT3 category, which was a bit surreal to be just standing there having hors d'oeuvres and be like, oh, this is the man that came up with the idea that has just exploded over the last decade and some change, and given us what is honestly revitalized sports car racing the world over. And we are in a golden era. I can't stress that enough, of multi-class and sports car racing. It is nothing like it was 15 years ago, where it was complicated and convoluted, and there weren't nearly as many fans as you have now.
Yeah, it was confusing. I mean, these days, I would say right now, I feel like we're approaching the golden age, right? Because I still think this LMDH hypercar era that we're heading into, like, this is where I feel like we're getting into the into that golden age. We'll have to wait and see. So, and this, of course, is the password that we're going to be, or the app that we've got here for OBS. So make sure and tune in for this. This is the QR code. So if you've got your phone, make sure and pull it up on screen if you missed it. Thankfully, the beauty of us watching here online is you could just scroll right back and grab that if you missed it. But we will probably be pulling that up again for you. Definitely, once again, get onto the OBS app and use that wonderful QR code to pop yourself
on to theirs. We'll cycle around for at least one more lap here behind the safety car. Then hopefully we'll be pulling them in and getting on our way. Now, the downside to the safety car here at Spa versus what we saw at Zandvoort, we've been all talking about the upsides of Spa versus Zandvoort. Here's the counter. It's a long lap. It takes a long time to cycle around, and we just heard the announcement from Race Control that it is coming in next time by.
Yeah, I mean the lap behind the safety car, the last one that you did was 5 minutes and 16 seconds, which is slow. Which is why, like, when even one safety car coming out, and the timing of the races is quite a lot longer. Noticed a couple of blinks of lags from Camilla de Haan, which I'm sure will be bringing the attention of Race Control towards the 37. Just blinking quite a bit there, which is obviously very distracting when you're racing behind. So again, we'll have to wait and see on that one. Although, to be fair, I think that car will be into the pit lane fairly sharpish. You can save an awful lot of fuel under the safety car, but really it'll be pitting in 5-6 laps, maybe a little bit longer, but realistically like 5 or 6 laps we'll see that car into the pit lane. Like I say, hopefully we'll see when we see the safety car in the pit lane, we won't see it intervene at least for a while. But you know the term safety cars breed safety cars, and cautions breed cautions. Around here, the most likely time for a caution is straight after another one, because everyone's really tired. Once everyone starts to breathe out those gaps, it's not that high risk around here. But for that first bit, that run down into Eau Rouge and Radion, the run up towards Les Combes, and reverse number, like that whole sector is just it's ready for another caution.
Exactly. So they've got to keep their wits about them, because it'll be like starting the race all over again, and everybody's going to be clumped together. So there's a high likelihood of incidents and multiple cars getting involved in it. I kind of wonder about the Alpha Esports Red, and you talked about doing math. It's never our strong suit here in the booth. I wonder if the 37, maybe they did get caught out, but now perhaps they didn't pit in because they're thinking, if we can stretch the fuel, maybe we could save a pit stop, and if it stays green for the rest of the race, the timing will work out that everybody else will have to stop in, whereas they'll be able to stretch it out and save having to come down pit lane. I don't know if that's what they're thinking, but just spitballing that maybe they've kind of figured out something that others haven't.
No, you're absolutely. I mean, yeah, there is potential for that. To touch on it quickly before the safety car comes into the pit lane, is that the expected stint length of these cars is typically around the 24-25 lap period, right? There's 100 laps to go in this race, so if they pit in a couple of hours' time, they can do the 24 laps and only pit a certain amount of time. But because everyone else they've pitted slightly earlier, yes, you can save a lot of fuel on the safety car, but you have to still save a fair amount of fuel through the stint to make sure that you're getting to a 26th or a 27th lap to make sure that you're in that kind of ballpark. It's a big risk for Camilla de Haan and the Alpha Esports team, but maybe it'll work out as the safety car launches off into the distance.
Nothing gambled, nothing gained. You got a good try for something out there, especially if you're not leading this race, as they weave to try to get heat back into the tires. The track has cooled down significantly from the start to the close to 100 Fahrenheit out there, now to 86 Fahrenheit. Lewis will probably be heading... yeah, thank you. Get me the Celsius markers. And in the meantime, safety car is taking off. Race is under control of Race Onion up at the front. Bence is currently in the car for that number 15 team, getting ready to restart this one as he comes through the bus stop chicane. Should be going pretty quickly here, as it's not a long run down into the hairpin. And yes, he takes off immediately. Good start for the orange and white number 15, plunging down into La Source now for our first restart of the race. And they go very single file, our prototypes, into the corner.
Yeah, and to be fair, same with the LMP3s. Is in the spin in the background. It's Grow Racing Team into the barrier. Oh, goodness me. Miguel Arauda is going to try and get back going, but he's going to be in the middle of the LMP3 pack. That's such a disaster for him.
And that was all on his own, just getting on the throttle a little bit too hard. Battle for the lead, though. Team Fordzilla finds an opportunities in their hands with that gap, having been cut down, but they're not able to make the move. Big defense there from Onion into Lacombe, but no change.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, first laps in the race here for Abel Torres, who's jumped behind the wheel of the Team Ford, an absolute star of the show a few weeks back in Zandvoort. Obviously, the first laps for Ben Snemety as well, as Camilla de Haan sits on the rear end. Remember, that Porsche sat in third position. Sure, the tyres are more worn, but that car will be lighter than the two cars ahead as well. So there could be the potential for Camilla de Haan to go on the attack here, despite having the worn tyres. Abel Torres goes out wide through P1 and might lose the position here.
And big update, 66 team was disqualified. Now, I need to go and find out what that's about. I'm not sure if they have not served a penalty or what, but this was manually done by the stewards. They are out of this race.
Wow, yeah, no, you go and look that up whilst I keep my eye on this action, because obviously that'll be by race control, it'll be on our little sheet. Let's take a look as to what happened with the Grow Racing team car. Just out wide, tyres are pretty cool. Got onto the onto the AstroTurf, or it's not really AstroTurf, but yeah, the green bit out there that is kind of like AstroTurf. There's not that much grip on it, and Bosch, she goes round as once again Camilla de Haan goes on the attack, but it's more Abel Torres who is sending one down the inside. The OBSP is complete a lap. It is still Race Onion leading as Ben Snemety, our pole sitter, jumps back to the front of the field.
So we plunge down into turn one once again. Race Onion obviously under threat, but this time by a different car as Fordzilla loses that P2 to the number 37. Also watch out for the 116 team. WSR Esports butt kicker could find themselves with a good opportunity. The 815 Beaver Grease Racing Plus also I see dropping down on the tower. Not sure what happened to them, but something catastrophic has sent them to the back of their class. Big look by the 37, but they are not close enough for a pass. We got a replay.
Yeah, indeed. We'll take a look at this. Oh, just a bit too hard on the brakes. Maybe again, brakes will be pretty cold, tyres will be pretty cold, and goes for the spin down the escape road, basically at the final chicane. I mean, I've tried having a bit of a look as Camilla de Haan is actually going to get out of the way of Abel Torres here. Maybe thinking that, okay, right, my tyres, now they've come with the temperature, I really don't have the grip to assist you here, so I'm going to jump out of the way. Next one behind, of course, is the WSR Esports team. Now, they are still, the WSR Esports bucket car, they are still the points leader by 7 points over Team Fordzilla. OBS World by Simsa, the team that's been disqualified, they sit third in the championship, obviously winners last round, dropping down the order. I have a little bit of a look on the race control sheet. I've seen nothing thus far.
I have not, but they just said red flag. So they're going to stop this session in the sim. That's what the red flag is here. Unusual, and I'm not sure if maybe the 66 was a mistake, since we're not seeing anything on the thing. So this is their way of trying to maybe counter that. So hopefully we'll get some input here, because this is highly unusual. We're not seeing. Usually the red flag is due to problems with the server and things such as that, but we're not seeing any blinking or things of that nature.
Yeah, I mean that's a weird one. Obviously, maybe race control we're trying to give a penalty of some description and accidentally hit the DQ button. I've heard of crazy things. I don't know. Again, we'll leave that one for race control. But either way, red flag is out, and that'll be the first one that we've seen red flag wise. And I'm sure, like I say, race control will be discussing with the drivers and communicating this with the drivers to try and make sure that they're aware as to what the dealio is here. But this is certainly something that won't have been practiced too much. Safety cars, sure. Red flags, less so. So they'll probably be told to come out on the start, finish straight, and basically just make a big train in the current order, whilst their race control basically resets things, because that's the fastest way to get through a red flag period, is that if everyone just sits still and stops panicking.
Exactly. Now, this is an interesting one. If they've DQ'd, I'm trying to figure out. I believe
DQ them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was wondering. If instead of sending them to a new session, which is what often happens in these red flag sessions because of the server issues, since this isn't a server issue, we think, we're just speculating here, they could bring the car back out, send them around a lap, put them in the line properly, and send them on their way. I'm hoping that's the case so that we don't have to put everything on pause here and try to come back in an entirely new session.
Yeah, whilst the red flag is out, by the way, the timer is still ticking down for the required race distance, which again, 6 hours 5 minutes. When it comes to actual on-track race time, because I know the elapsed time of the session is slightly longer. When it comes to actual race time, we're at 1 hour and 49 minutes. So we're still absolutely fine. We've got plenty of time to work into, not only with the safety car, but also with this red flag period. But the timer is still ticking down, 6 hours and 5 minutes. So we've got 4 hours and 15 minutes left of this race if it ran to time. If it goes green, pretty soon, then you will be absolutely fine to just keep running. But gotta hope these cars don't overheat. I'll say that.
And you know who this helps is the 37, because now the strategy, I'd say, is almost a bit more even with less time out there. I might be thinking about this wrong, but I think
no, because it's still a distance race. So
yes.
The fact that we slowed down and came to a stop, and the safety car will probably come out to bring them around, that helps them because it extends their stint.
Yes.
But to actual time to the end of the race, at the moment we're still running to distance. It's like,
gotcha.
As soon as it ticks over to being a distance race, I'll let you know. To a time race, rather, I'll let you know as soon as I can. But right now, we're definitely still running the distance side of things.
Trying to listen to race control here to get some information. So it was a clerical error. So they're trying to get the 66 back in, it sounds like. So that explains the mystery. I was so flummoxed by the 66 being DQ'd, because they have a system, actually, we had mentioned this earlier, and maybe this would be a good chance with the red flag, since I know you said you were going to talk about this a bit, Lewis, is they developed a penalty points system to deal with it. So a DQ is possible, but we hadn't seen anything really egregious for that 66. So that seems highly unusual to see them suddenly disappear on the restart.
Yeah. So effectively, for you might have seen this kind of thing in other types of stuff, and we've got a similar thing in here, which is for a certain amount of penalties, you receive a penalty point. So, say for example, this is what it says on the sheet. There's a table. It's nice and simple, easy to work out. If it's an NFA, obviously it's no penalty points. So fair enough. If it's a warning, whilst you do get a warning, you do also get a penalty point for a warning. Right? For a drive-through penalty, you get 2. For a stop and go 10 seconds, you get 3 penalty points, and then for a stop and go 30 or a stop and go 60 or an unsafe rejoin, it is 4 penalty points. And what that amounts to is effectively, if you get to 6 penalty points, that will be a back of the grid for the next round. If you get to 9 penalty points, which, let's be honest, isn't that crazy to get to. When if you account for it like drive-throughs, I mean, if you're getting 5 drive-throughs in a race, you're clearly doing something really silly. But let's say, for example, you do get 5 drive-throughs or 2 unsafe rejoins in a drive-through. Fair enough. That 9 penalty points, that is a DQ from this event and the next event as well. It is brutal, and you know what? I am absolutely fine with it.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm kind of one of those that definitely feels like draconian rules are good for keeping people in line in racing. It's black and white. There are some things that obviously need to be judged, but you need to keep the drivers in line and apply it fairly across. And so that's what we're seeing here, is that they're making sure that the gavel is coming down and drivers know that they have to behave and drive well. And like I said, I think we're seeing that in this race, that we've had great racing out there. But for those worried about why we have cars lined up and you're just joining us, we've got a red flag situation. Think of it as though, since we're at Spa, we've had just a little bit of a downpour, and we need the track to drain a little bit before we can release the cars and send them off racing virtually safely out there. But we're waiting for the 66 team to return to the track, get back in, and get in line, and then we'll send them on their way to finish this race. But we'll hopefully have them back out there soon enough. I'm seeing if maybe, hopefully, we can get a couple either teammates or even some of the drivers to hop over and talk to us about how the race is going, since we've got the opportunity. We'll see who we can kind of shake out of pit lane and join us up here in the booth.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be good to hear from a couple of drivers and teams and see what the dealio is and how they're feeling. Whilst that's all happening, by the way, whilst Race Controller dealing with all this, Race Controller's still dealing with various instances and stuff. And I've noticed they've just given out a drive-through penalty. Obviously, still it will be served as soon as we go back racing, etc. But the 5:31, after such a good recovery drive, back up the field after their earlier issues, they're going to receive a drive-through penalty when we go back racing again after an incident much earlier in the, I say much earlier in the race, on lap 44. It wasn't that long ago. It just feels like we've done a lot more than that. It is between them and the 12, the Beaver Grease racing car. The 12 has received damage from it, and so they've been given a drive-through penalty. And of course, the extra couple of license points that will go with it. Also, a warning's gone out for the 77, which is the Alpha Esports by G Performance, who have already received a penalty today. So they're already racking up the instant points on this new system that we've got. So yeah, well, like I say, Race Controller still doing things behind the scenes whilst we're trying to work out exactly what is to happen with the 66.
Okay, we've had another strange scenario. 2 to go green. I was just kind of checking them out, and everybody is exiting into the pits.
I'm assuming it might be a new session then.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the reality of this. So unfortunately, our theory did not come true. So we're expecting that we'll be told to hop out and head over there in just a moment. But we've got another one getting a warning, the 77 car for hitting another car under the red flag. The 325, I can understand. Actually, I'm kind of surprised that one is just a warning, because I would have thought making car contact under any sort of caution or red flag would be a pretty stiff penalty.
Oh yeah, honestly, that's unforgivable to me. I'm like, nope. There are certain things when it's like, as when I used to do some race control stuff, there are certain things that I would penalise harsher. Contact under any form of like safety car, or even to be fair, under a yellow flag. If it's under safety car, it's like, yeah, you're going to get involved in a you're going to get a large penalty. If you've added to an incident under yellow by driving into it recklessly, you're going to get a big penalty. And unsafe rejoins. And don't get me wrong, we've all done it. We've all had our silly moment where we've been sent off by someone and you just right foot it straight back onto the racetrack. But for me, there are like an unsafe rejoin I penalise so much harsher than almost anything else. Which, to be fair, I am glad that you get more licence points here for an unsafe rejoin, because it is a harsher penalty. To give that update, by the way, we are getting a new session, which actually means I don't know how long is going to be left of the race. And this, by the way, is unbelievably fortuitous for Alpha Esports Red, because when we get a new session, obviously they're going to have a fresh tank of fuel but still be in third.
Exactly.
Very helpful for them.
So yeah, that changes things completely as we get some images of beautiful Spa here. Speaking of, we're talking about getting the updated cars in iRacing. I do believe I remember reading some time ago that Spa has gotten the rescan, and it plans to be rebuilt. As there we go, we got a nice timer for when we will be restarting this one. But there have been some changes since the scan of Spa, which I believe was back in about 2008 that iRacing has the current one from. So now some more safety measures have changed. It's still the same layout. They've changed some of the runoff. And of course, there's the Moto layout that they've got now, which I think has a different run through Speaker's Corner.
Correct. So I know. So I think. I'm trying to remember. I think the Spa. I think it came out in 2009, so it might be an 2008 scan. Obviously, the most recent change for Spa was 2020, or 2021, really, 20 whatever. To which there is, as far as I'm aware, there is only one place in SimRacing that actually has the updated Spa. Everywhere else is out of date. Everywhere, which is it's great then to see that we will have an updated version of Spa, because this is a circuit which it's desperately needed an update for a while. The circuit is dated, and it's not even just like it's good to have the updated circuit itself, but also like visually and stuff like that. Like it looks behind the curve when you compare it to, like, I don't know if you've seen, like with Okayama, they've re-released the new, like it looks significantly better than it used to, like so much better. And so it's even just like techniques and stuff from that side. It's not even just like the laser scan having the update scan. It's about all the artistry and stuff that will go into it. And it's such a beautiful area. I want to see it in its full light. Also, getting it ready for rain.
Yes. Oh my goodness. That is one of the tracks that's probably going to be the first a lot of people will test rain out for, because I mean, where else are you going to go for a rain race? But maybe some of the UK tracks, I guess, are just as deserving on that one.
I mean, you say that, but I've commentated on a championship called GB3, and not last year, but the year before, the first year that I ever did it, which is it's British Formula 3. We were in the race. We were in the season for so long. I think we got our first wet race like 18 or 19 races into a championship that took part in Great Britain over like April and May.
Huh. Well then,
crazy, huh?
And some of that is just it's Mother Nature, so it's a bit of luck of the draw on it. Because I remember the first year that I got to work with SRO. I believe every single weekend was rain interrupted, or something to that effect. It was close almost every single. And now it wasn't every race was a rain race, but every weekend they had rain during at least one of the sessions, which is a bit unusual. But rain is definitely going to change things here on iRacing, and I know they've been preparing for it here in OBS. I think we might get it before the end of the season, because I believe we're going to March or April here. So, and the next build for iRacing, which should have rain, because they called it off at the last moment here for this latest build in December. And they said it was so close. So you have to imagine it's likely to be coming in the next one.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to wait. See, I mean, they call it Tempest or whatever. Like, I'm very excited for it. I'm very curious to how good it will be, but I'm very intrigued to see what will happen. And of course, when it does for championship, I still maintain they should have thrown things up in the air last minute and just been like, well, it's on now, and then just in the middle of the Daytona 24 hour, just turn it on. See if it catches
Everybody keeps saying that, but
it would be so good.
Oh, there'd be so many angry drivers. I believe we're going to take a short break, though. We're going to be coming back with our new session here momentarily, but definitely stick around. We've got more to come here for the 1,000 kilometers of Spa. Welcome back to Spa-Francorchamps for the Baltic Solutions Transport 1,000 kilometers of Spa. Joe Peak up here in the booth with Lewis McGlade. Had a little bit of a red flag, but we've got 98 laps to go here, and the drivers are getting ready to grid up. Obviously, we had a bit of a problem with a call from the stewards during the race itself in the previous session, so they've regridded the cars for this one. They're going to send them out one by one, and then we will be on our way for the last of the laps of this race. Bit of an unusual one, as Lewis was talking about before, not something we see as often, these red flags, but what I do love to see is the organization of the team behind this. They have really crossed their T's and dotted their I's, Lewis. They had a plan ready. They've been executing it in the snap of a finger, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, and the maximum race time, which is the kind of one that I was kind of thinking about a little bit. I was like, oh, well, how close are we going to be getting to that? So we're actually, like, even when it comes to the actual race time from the start of the race, which from 12 o'clock would have been 6 hours, 5 minutes. From if we go green from now, we'll be ending in 3 hours and 14 minutes time, which would actually make it a 5.5 hour race. And then even reset the time in game, so it's 4 hours from now. So technically the race can be slightly longer than it could have been before, but not crazy distance. The laps we've got left is 98 as well. So still got plenty of this race to go, but they've done such a good job with getting it underway as quick as possible in what has been pretty tricky circumstances. That it's never an easy thing for race control to have to deal with a red flag period, especially when you've got loads of drivers hounding them, being like, "What's happening? What am I doing? What's happening? What's next?" And they're just trying to work it out. They've done really well, and so everyone's reset into the order. It's worked out favourably for some, less so for others.
Exactly. We were talking about the 37 team. Obviously getting to have basically full fuel, new tires ready to go, but then everybody technically does. It really is a full reset because unlike real world conditions where they can have sort of rules about who refuels and does what when, in this one, when you change the session, there's only one option. Everybody is in with a complete reset of the car. And that's the other thing too. Anybody who had damage that was still carrying on, I mean, they basically got to go into pit lane and effectively get everything spick and span.
Exactly. Just to clarify, by the way, what you're seeing on your screen here, this is not the order that they will be in when it comes round to the green flags. The safety car will come to the front of the queue, or I think they might even just set up and race control. They're sending them off one by one. There you go, that makes sense. The order will be the 15, which is the Race Onion car, then the 37, which you can see there, the Alpha Esports red car, then the 966, the Fordzilla, and so on down in that category. The 532 will be leading from the 12, and the 531, so that's the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car. 532 will be leading in the LMP3 category. From the number 12, which of course is the Beaver Grease Racing, and then the second of the Yellow Sim Squad cars in the GT3s. To give you an update on that one, it's the 177 Valkyrie competition car, who have been so unbelievably fast in that category that I still reckon they will pull away from the rest of their contingent. The number 10, which is the 10 tenths car, 10 tenths, ahead of the 56 over the limit racing red car. That'll be the order of the top three in each of those categories. Do remember though that in the LMP3s, the 532 will still have that drive-through penalty. Just because we've had a red flag doesn't mean they're getting away with that one.
Exactly. So they have to wait until we get going properly for that. The safety car is leading them around at a nice slow pace currently, so they're just kind of trundling along, letting everybody catch up to them. This is essentially almost like a restart of its own, but a bit more like what you see at the start of the race, obviously, since everybody's kind of coming off the line, and they're going to have to start prepping the car by getting the tires and brakes up to temperature and whatnot. It's still at less than, we were at around 30 Celsius, I believe, when we left it off, and it's around that right now. But you can see that the time has not completely stopped. They picked it up where it left off, and so it's kept ticking down, and we're starting to see a little bit longer shadows out there now at this stage. I think we're actually at about, it looks like almost 7:30 in the evening.
We're way later. We are way late. When we started this race, was it 4 o'clock?
3 o'clock, I think.
3 o'clock.
3:30, yeah.
So theoretically, in game by this point, it should be like 5:30, 6 o'clock, basically. We're at 7:30 in game, so we're an hour and a half later. So when we were having the question of like, the circuit's definitely going to cool down because we're definitely going to get a lot longer. No, we are getting night in this race. We are absolutely going to get some night in this race, which I'm all for. I am all for. I think again, it's a bit of extra spice in it as we approach this this technically summer afternoon evening.
Exactly, and that definitely will keep the drivers on their toes. It's still the same track, but you just don't have those visual markers that you usually do out there. Very orderly start from what I'm seeing so far. All the drivers getting themselves into line and ready to go. Obviously, they're going to have to lap around those slower classes once again, but they'll have some time before they catch up to them. I'm kind of curious, though, if they're going to put drivers a lap down who were a lap down from their class leader, though.
Yeah, I actually I don't believe so, because on the sheet that we've got, the only people that will be laps down, according to this, is the 148 in the GT3 category. Is the 148, which is the Trispalve Esports car. That will be one lap down. The 313, the 171, and the 82 in the GT3 category, which is the SR Technic Endurance car. The 171 is the HundredForce, that Mercedes that we saw crashing off basically on the first lap, and the yellow by TC car. It's a big shame for them. Those will be 3 laps down, which can be done by race control during the race. Like they can just. I think they might have to wait 3 laps for them to do it though, because technically this race is its own thing, which is a 98 lap race. I don't believe they can drop them 3 laps down, because then technically they'd be doing like 101 laps, which is past the actual race limit. So I think they have to wait 3 laps and then they can drop them down. It's very confusing.
That's a good point. So here we go. Looks like they're going to be releasing them pretty quickly, because already cars are prepping, weaving back and forth on the straight. Also, this cleans the racetrack up quite a bit as well, because we had lots of marbles starting to build out on the track. And I don't believe, it doesn't look like they restarted it as a worn-in track here. It looks like a pretty fresh track from what I can see out there, and they aren't going to send them off this time around. They're now waving around some cars, I think, and it does look like actually they are holding those cars that are lapped down in the pit lane. You were just mentioning them, so that is the method they're going to use. That does make sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So they'll let them go at the required time. I believe the safety car will be in at the end of this lap. I think what they'll want to do is they would have just wanted to just double check the race order, the gridding order is exactly what they want. It's the easiest way to do that is to let them all cross the line, let iRacing filter them all out in the correct order in game, and then double check it. Be like, is this the actual order? At the moment, it's Race Onion now, Free Sports, Team Ford, WSR, Butt Kicker, BC Volt by Simsa, Slow and Confused, etc., etc., etc. They'll go through that, cross-reference it with their list, and then hopefully it all adds up, and we get to go race again. It's fine for the top lot. But then there's always like a GT3 or something like that that's gone a little bit more ambitiously than where they were. It's like, wait, what are you doing? So yeah, they'll just have to double check all of that before we can get racing. But again, to clarify from earlier, the timer is ticking down. This does affect the race distance. The maximum race length from this point on is 4 hours. We're not at risk of that at the moment, but just to keep you alarmed that timer is ticking down.
Exactly, and I think that double check was probably necessary just to make sure that, like you said, any of the cars that are farther back just were kind of slotted in where they needed to be. And like I said, I heard a couple drivers being told on where to be there at the end of that last lap. But we come up the Kemmel Straight now towards Lacombe, being led by that safety car. Nimothy still in the machine, And in fact, that's the other question in this. I don't think we have a way of cross-checking it. Did anybody change drivers? Because I would assume you'd be allowed to do so.
Yeah, I mean, of course you would. Like from a theoretical standpoint, yeah. The question that I have from there is what happens when it comes to the driver stint times.
Yes.
Because the minimum driver time, that side is very complicated. It's not. It's kind of one of those ones when you look at this. There's a big table which tells you exactly what you're doing, but it looks very confusing because obviously the way this works is we have platinum, gold, bronze, and silver and bronze drivers, right? And the way that's done is by iRating. If you're more than a 5,000, you're a platinum. 3,500 to 5,000, you're a gold. 2.5 to 3.5, you're silver, and then bronze is anything below 2.5. And there is a system as to what the minimum maximum driver times are, and it looks confusing because of that. But if you know that your car's got 1 platinum and then 2 gold drivers, then it's actually really easy to work out. But the table seems terrifying, is all.
Just know that I guess a simple way of putting it is the drivers, the teams have all this stuff in their minds, and it's all meant to make it nice and fair across both the licenses and the teams, so that people have got a fair shot. You can't just put your 7,000 iRating driver in for 99% of the laps and then swap it out with one other driver at the end. So, I'm sure they would. It would be an interesting strategy, no doubt. But that's the gist of it, that you just need to know if you're all kind of having your eyes glaze over as that is being explained. Sometimes, unfortunately, there are some things that you can't simplify too much when it comes to endurance and sports car racing, but it's all done for good reason and for good fun out there for everybody's enjoyment. Safety car, I should say, is now heading away from the fields, and control is being given over to Nemeth. It's been a bit of a red flag, but thankfully a relatively brief red flag, and we're ready to go.
Yes, indeed. This will be exciting now. Now, like I say, things are going to be confusing. Technically, it is one big long safety car, is what we've really had. But this is going to be interesting. One thing I'm hoping for is please don't bin it on the first lap. Please just give us a good race. This will be fascinating. Can Camilo Duhan now with the whole shot and with an unbelievable advantage, thrown to them when they've managed to find themselves in second? Can they go on the attack and maybe take this victory? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll find out soon enough, because they're coming up to the bus stop chicane. Here they'll be released out of this final corner. Look at this beautiful shot from above as they weave their way through. And there goes Benz. The 15 is on it, but he doesn't get a huge jump over Duhan. He's not close enough to make an attack down into the braking of turn 1 of La Source. They're going to go very single file there for our OBSPs. And you can see they're on their way. So far, so good. This is a very orderly start.
Yeah, LMP3 is also tidy through, so no major dramas in that category. The GT3s are just working their way up towards T1 now. Valkyrie Competition have a bit of pressure on their shoulders from the 10/10 car that will probably want to try and clear them, going down into Les Combes on the first lap to kind of nullify some of the advantage that Valkyrie Ferraris had. The huge advantage that we saw as well from the Race Onion car before the red flag. Well, obviously they've got to build it up again. They know they've got the pace, and with Benson Nemeth behind the wheel, obviously I'm sure he'll try and do as much as he can here. He did have the pole position. We'll add a couple of hours ago.
Exactly, and the drivers are all hoping that this is the opportunity they needed to maybe try and catch them up and put a challenge on. Also, as we've been watching here with the OBSP, I can tell you that the LMP3s have been staying close at the front, with Yellow Submarine's 532 being very closely followed by Beaver Grease's number 12, and Locals Autosport also finds himself with new life breathed into their race, sitting in third. They are running away a bit from some of those cars behind them, though.
Just to give one update as well. You know how I said about the 531 was going to get a drive-through penalty because of some of the incident in the previous part before the red flag. I don't believe they will anymore, because I think they've been dropped, as I think there's been an issue for someone. It might be the Grow Racing team again. I'm not 100% sure, but one of the OBSPs had a problem. What I was going to say, though, Yellow Submarine SimLab, the 531, has dropped to the rear of the field, courtesy of your race control, basically dealing with their drive to penalty there. It's the it's the Alfa Esports G Performance car into the barrier hard. Oh, that's a shame.
And the car looks like it's limping.
It's toast.
Is that going to be a safety car, though, in this one? Where are they? Are they... Okay, they're in pit lane, so... and we've had another massive wreck there coming out of Puhan.
Local Autosports. Is it the black, or is it? It is black. It is the local Autosports black, and they've come to a stop on track.
Well, that one is probably... Oh, and they just took a tow now. So I wonder if they were... It looks like they were able to pull it off to an area where they were able to take a tow. Yeah, so they considered that a safe enough spot. Now, they do treat this like real life, where there are gaps and openings here in the sim as well, in the barriers. So if in the real world the officials were able to get to the car and kind of pull it off to the side without needing a safety car, they don't throw it here in the sim.
Yeah, which I think is the best way of doing it, because then we're not required a safety car. Would you get a safety car in real life for that? No, unless Deborah and all that stuff thrown around the circuit. But realistically, no, that was fine. Pulled it off. It was essentially at this point on the racetrack is where we saw the local Autosports car go into the barrier. Went straight on. There is a gap in the barrier over that way on the runoff, which you probably just see in the background a little bit, and was able to return to pit lane that way. So again, great. Bit of a shame to see those dramas, but great that we get to remain green flag racing. 1.3 seconds the lead already for Race Onion. Bentonity pulling away from the Alfa Esports Red at rapid pace. To be fair, Abel Torres is closed right into the rear end of the Alfa Esports Red car.
It's starting to look like different verse, same as the first here. For the number 15 is, bit of a challenge there down into the bus stop from Fordzilla, taking a big go at the number 37, but they couldn't quite get inside.
Yeah, that was a big look for Abel Torres. Again, we were bringing up so much about this young superstar back in Zandvoort, and once again continues to look just as strong here at Spa, trying to go on the attack. I think it's less about feeling desperate to get past Camilla de Haan because it's second place and all that kind of stuff. It's more about the fear that gap is growing very nicely for the Race Onion car. It's now out to 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds back to the Team Fordzilla car. Abel Torres will know they need to get through ASAP if they have any chance of being victorious this race. They've got their main championship challenge directly behind them, thankfully, but they want a victory.
They do indeed. And coming up through Malmedy, they're still stuck behind, at least for the time being. I'm with you. I think they kind of know this is the moment where they can't let them get away, because once that gap is built up, yes, it might be closed up by a potential safety car. Yes, traffic might help them, but the upper hand is held by the 15 team. And we're getting confirmation from race control that the race will indeed go into nighttime now because of the advancement in time that they have made here. So you can see some of the headlights already automatically coming on the race cars out there, including the BMW of Team Fordzilla.
Yeah, indeed. So if you've not, if you've not done any practice in the night, I guarantee most people haven't done any practice in the night. You've got to work it out on the fly. It's not too bad around here, but like you say, your various brake markers around the circuit will be different, just because of obviously it's not being lit up by the sun; it's being lit up by your headlights. So your focus is slightly different. I distinctly remember the first time that I'd ever had that. As we'll see if there is going to be a move here from Abel Torres. The answer is no. I was doing a race at Le Mans. This is 2015. And I did all my practice at night, and then I went onto the day session. And I remember coming out of the Porsche curves, and the final part of the Porsche curves at karting, I distinctly remember going, I don't know where my turning point is, because you can because everything was lit. I was like, I don't know what I'm looking at here. Whereas when you're in headlights, it's just tunnel vision. You can only see what you can see.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about the reverse on that one, but I'm hoping it worked out in the end. Did you bring it to the checkered flag?
Yeah, well, no, but that was a different reason. It wasn't me behind the wheel of the car, but it was a very different reason. I got detonated on a curb. I hit what they call a landmine.
One of those. Oh, yeah. There was another look there from Abel Torres, still trying to work his way past de Haan, but having trouble here at the start of the race. So it seems like maybe he's having a little bit of difficulty getting that straight line speed, which brings me to a point that I just realized now. The other thing about having that red flag and switching to a different session, there's no way to police if someone or if a team has decided to change the setup. You can't normally do that in a race.
Yeah, I thought about this actually, but like when we were in our little break, I was like, oh yeah, they could, because I was mostly thinking about the Altus Esports car, which looks terrible earlier, and I wondered if they might have done something on the setup, being like, right, we need more rear downforce. I do wonder if any teams out there have done anything. I'd be surprised if no one did anything, but I'd also be surprised if anyone made a big swing at it. Although to be fair, knowing that it's going to be later, it's going to be cooler, I would want to make a couple of adjustments with that in mind.
Absolutely. Now, normally you can change tire pressures during pit stops, so that would be a thing that would happen regardless. Here we go again, down into the bus stop. DeHaan defending, and he has been defending quite a bit into these heavy braking zones. Torres tries to go for the over-under, but can't get the launch off the corner and stays stuck behind. We're riding on board with him right now, coming into the braking of La Source, and this is where he needs that run off the corner. Look at how close he gets to the rear wing of that 37.
It's fantastic. It's just, I don't know, they're losing so much time, and I'm not necessarily convinced Abel Torres is fast enough to close up the Race Onion car. We were hearing from them earlier on that they believe the Race Onion car, the Acura anyway, is in a really, really strong position. Abel Torres needs to go through, switches it up to the inside. Brittany just about has the overlap, and now Conor DeHaan will back out. So Abel Torres will take over second position, but that gap's too large. I mean, 3.4 seconds. Now we'll get the understanding as to whether this Fordzilla car, if the BMW is fast enough to close down. Looking for another podium, fair enough, is all well and good. But yeah, there's some concerns. I will say they're less than 10 seconds down the road, less than 10 seconds away from lapped traffic. Those GT3s are not very far. That is how quickly they catch them in these cars.
Yeah, and that is probably going to play a bigger factor in this. Torres pulling a bit of a mantle there, coming down the Kimmel Straight, and we check in the meantime on our LMP3 leaders with Clayson hopping into the 532. I think that was a driver change, because I don't believe I remember him being in the car before our red flag. Beaver Grease Racing has Aliukonis currently in that one, and he gets a pretty good run coming off of Radion. He could have a shot here. Let's just see what they do at the end of the straight.
In the initial portion of the race, the LMP3s, in my opinion, were some of the best that we've seen in this championship, and it seems like post-restart, we're going to see very similar stuff. I did see some side-by-side behind us. I think it might be the SRB Motorsports R&R car getting past SimSpot Racing. Just behind that are all going side-by-side through Cobb at the moment and Malmedy. But this battle for the race lead, again, it was incredible in the first portion of the race between Beaver Grease Racing and Yellow Submarine Squad. Local Autosport now get to join in on it. So yeah, it's going to be fascinating. The big question, though, really in this category is what's going to happen to the other Yellow Submarine Squad car, the 531, that of course was in this battle before, but then has had a drive-through penalty, although they've been dropped back to the rear of the field. Will they be able to work their way back in? They've got their bronze driver in at the moment, though, which obviously is going to be a bit of a struggle.
Well, I mean, the penalties have happened. Regardless, they're all going to have to live with it in that Yellow Submarine. So he'll try and work his way forwards and see what they can do from the back of the field at this stage. I know we've been watching this up at the front, but I'm with you. That battle for fifth has been very hot, and I keep hoping that we can see a bit of it in the background. SRB Motorsport has just been absolutely hassled by a whole train of cars.
Yeah, and they're still able to hold on. They're going up to Blanchimont in the background. You'll see it just pop through in a moment's time. As they've actually gone side by side through that sector now, as the SimSpot Racing car has, I was going to say finally dropped back in position. I don't believe they have. There it is to the inside, and the 88 is still able to keep the A&R Endurance Esports car. There was contact, though, I believe. Oh my goodness, they're all still going, though. This is just... Again, this is wild in all of this. There's quite the cork in the bottle from the SimSpot Racing car.
Honestly, I feel like mid-pack racing is always just that little bit more intense because you have a lot of hungry drivers and they fight just as hard for these positions. They might be all on the line right now, but watch out here as they come up over Eau Rouge, because the Kemmel Straight is going to pick things up once again with a slipstream, allowing them to make an attempt at a pass. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, you can see our OBSP cars now catching the GT3 cars and having to work their way past them carefully. Little bit of a look there from SRB Motorsport, trying to see if they can go past SimSpot Racing, but didn't have enough.
No, indeed not. And like I say, on the right-hand side of the screen, you've got those OBSPs. We're looking at Alexander Walton for his first racing laps behind the wheel of the OBS World by Simsica, trying to get past Slow and Confused. We made the joke so many times last round that they definitely weren't slow or confused. They were doing exactly everything right, although they're going to get delayed a little bit courtesy of some GT3 traffic. Oh my goodness me, there's an unbelievable crash on the wheel. That's a definite safety car, surely.
That's the Rediverse machine by Timido with Sakaluskas in the car. It's halted at the side of the track right now. It looks like Buhan is now the tricky corner around this circuit. And another incident. Holy cow!
Yeah, that's where that car is stationary. Got absolutely sent by the which one was it? It was the BC Volt by Simsica, I believe, was trying to work its way past. I thought it might have been the BST car, but no, it's definitely. I didn't think it definitely was the BC Volt car. Just trying to work its way past, going up and over the top of the hill, and just I don't know which side misjudged it. Trying to go past in the middle of that is always a very risky one, and yeah, unfortunately, the reverse by Tomato car. I don't know. I'm trying. The more I look at it, the more I'm sort of like, well, the GT3, the OBSP car was coming through, and was ahead at that point. And I know how much grip those GT3s have over the top. Could have absolutely given more room. But then if you were the OBSP, why are you making a move there? Of all places, why are you making a move there?
I honestly put that one more on the OBSP car. I feel like that was unnecessary in the moment, or at least it was a risk that was maybe a little bit too much at this stage of the race. We'll see what the stewards say about it in the end. But and also we're getting information from race control. Drive time was stopped when the red flag was called. So there's our answer as to how that will work rules-wise. But heading into pit lane, that is going to be Race Onion. Our leader is going to take advantage of the yellow, while pretty much everybody behind them does not. Oh, we got a couple other takers.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting that they came in, because obviously we've not been racing for so long. So it's interesting that they did. This one I probably would have been more on the I'm not coming in side of things, but yeah, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Take that extra little bit of fuel, opens up the strategy for later on, but it just means that you drop down now into 7th place. Just to clarify, by the way, yes, I do believe it was more on the OBSP's fault. The reason why I was saying about the GT3 is because I always say that in those kind of incidents, if you're the GT3 and you're instantly just blaming the OBSP and being like, there's nothing I could have done there, I think there was. Not saying it was their fault, but it's kind of one of those ones that, like, you could also have avoided that one. So it's like it's in that sense it is an avoidable incident on both sides. But if you're going to lay blame from race control's point of view, there's no doubts on the OBSP in my book.
So let's take a look at the highlights we have from the second hour of the race, which certainly saw lots of action out there. There you can see the side-by-side between a few of our OBSPs, and then the traffic that they had to deal with to try and make various moves. They had to obviously make some big decisions. In the meantime, the LMP3s also found themselves fighting hard for the top spot. Battle for second certainly was staying hot all throughout. And then, of course, we had this clumsy little moment between a couple of our GT3s as one of the LMP3s, or one of the prototypes, I can't remember which now at this stage, was trying to overtake there. Very tight racing, banging against one another for some of the top spots in the LMP3s as well. And then slicing up the inside, one of our GT3s managing to make a move. And then that is what brought out one of our cautions with the car stopped on the outside of No Name Corner. And also we had yet more incidents even coming into the yellow, which was kind of strange to see as cars wound up off to the side. And on the restart, some of the drivers out of La Source discovered cold tires a little tricky.
Yeah, indeed, and they were struggling with it going under the safety car, and straight afterwards, not long after that, the safety car would sort of be back out again because we go under red flag before we get to this point. Safety car intervening for technically the second time this race, although if you really want to be pedantic about it post red flag, it could be the third time. This is definitely the second caution of the day, as you can see in our insights powered by Grip. I mean, yeah, interesting. That was it's a bit sad that we're going straight under safety car after we had like a really good opening hour and a half, but it happens, I guess.
It's the nature of racing. They can't all be good ones. Again, I keep bringing up some of my Americanisms. Just think of short track racing. Sometimes you have nights like that where it's just you get nothing but yellows out there. So interesting to note. The BC Vault car, the 47, no further action. It was considered netcode. Really interesting. Fair enough.
Obviously, again, they'll be taking a look at it from all angles. I think it's Argina, a friend of mine, that always says netcode is sometimes idiot protection, which I think is absolutely true. Sometimes when there's like a good car width between you and then you get sent off, it's always like, oh yeah, that was pretty solid. Although quite a lot of the times, someone's like, oh no, it was netcode. Sorry, I took you out there. It was netcode. And then when you look back at it, you're like, even though there wasn't netcode, you two were still going to make contact. Yes. I mean? That's kind of how I'd put that one. I think they would have been very fortuitous not to have made contact there even without netcode, but it is what it is.
Now, if you want to unlock your racing passion, do so with OBS World. Download our app now and dive into a world of endless opportunities. Whether you're a sim racer aiming to get scouted, a media enthusiast looking to expand your network, or a car enthusiast chasing your dream lifestyle, OBS World is your gateway. Don't just dream it, live it with OBS World. Get the app today. So, looks like, the 47's still going to head into pit lane, though. That's obviously not for a penalty, but this is late in the caution. Not sure why they're going in now.
I've got no words for that one. Again, I mean, there is the whole thing of like sometimes I'd rather be at the rear of the field rather than the middle of it. I always say this when it comes to like, so I race a lot of Formula 4s on iRacing because I think they're good fun, they're crazy, and everyone crashes constantly, and it's kind of hilarious. I'd rather be either in the top 5 or at the back of the field. I don't like being in the mid-pack because that's where you're going to get taken out. That works in that scenario. In this, when you're already 2 hours into a race, I don't understand. That's just, it seems like it's... The problem with it is that you've not committed wholeheartedly either way. And that's the thing, is if whatever you do on strategy, commit to it. If you're going to stay out, great, commit to it. If you're going to come in, great, do it straight away. The whole like, oh, should we leave it an extra lap and then blah blah. You're now paying both prices. You're paying the price for staying out, and you're paying the price for coming in. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, but it's tough.
There's the old saying, a good compromise leaves everybody unhappy. Unfortunately, in racing, you probably can't get good compromises in terms of strategy and setup. You kind of have to go to extremes and figure out which way you want it to go. And the drivers out there right now with 88 laps to go. Once again, under, as we said, the second safety car, getting slowed up once again. So we're going to be bundled back together, and we're in the danger zone once again. Hopefully, we'll be able to get through a little bit cleaner. We had a few retirements, but I think most of them were for the first one, although we've lost the 77 in the meantime, who find themselves out of this race, it appears, and are done for this one. The 66 currently still running in 7th. Remember, they were the ones that unfortunately got accidentally DQ'd from the race. So glad to see them back and running. That's the other thing is I'm curious how quickly on the horn they got to that team and said, wait, don't leave. Don't get upset.
Yeah.
Make it right.
I mean, to be fair, considering how swift the red flag was called after the inadvertent DQ, I think everyone was like well aware as to what happened. Although, to be fair, I wouldn't be too surprised if quite a few expletives came straight out of the mouth of Alexander Walton. Because like you're driving around. I've been booted. What's happened? Which always happens in sim racing if the server dies, because you always assume it's just you. You're praying it's the server, but you always assume it's like I've been DQ'd, and then you're getting very angry. You're saying a lot of things that you shouldn't say, and everyone's like, "No, it's just a server." You're like, "Oh, I'll take it back. That's fine." So yeah, I'm sure on that one for Alexander Walton, it would have been heart in mouth for a moment, and then suddenly, okay, this is fine. We're still in the race. It happened. Let's move on.
This is the one time the driver can genuinely say I was DQ'd for no reason.
That is so true.
Because they always say that for every penalty, doesn't matter what. I very rarely see drivers put their hands up, but that would be one where it's actually true for once. So
I didn't do anything. Well, actually, no, technically, yeah, you didn't do anything. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, they're obviously waving some cars by. You can see them pulling off to the side of the track a little bit here to allow some of the cars through to get into position. And like we were saying earlier, we have had an interesting split in strategies out there. We mentioned the OBSP drivers, some of them pitted in. Some of the LMP3 drivers also pitted, and then I see, it looks like, did Valkyrie Competition? Yeah, they pitted in the GT3s, and they're one of the ones getting the wave by here.
Yeah, I think for some of them, it's because in those categories, your stint length is around about 30 or so laps. And so with it being 88 to go, although as much as you probably could have made it from the from the restart of the race, it's kind of at the point where it's like, it might be a bit too touch and go, although with the safety car it should be fine. Maybe they just thought, right, let's bite on the opportunity, let's come in and take a tank of fuel whilst not taking tyres, because obviously then you're if you're double stinting tyres, so to speak, which you have to do because of the limited tyre sets, you're kind of, rather than doing a double stint, you're doing a stint and a bit, which does help when it comes to it. By the way, we're 15 laps away from being at the halfway point of this race, which sounds like I'm just throwing out random numbers there. There is a point to this, is that if we get many more safety car interventions, I think we will actually breach the time of the race rather than distance. So the drivers have to be a little bit better behaved. We had such a good first couple of hours where I thought this race was going to be 4 hours, 50 minutes on the dot, and we were all going to go off and watch telly and get out of it. Absolutely not. Everyone started binning it into each other.
Yeah, it definitely changed complexion mid-race and has not switched back since. And things have been a little bit chaotic out there. But again, they could just as easily switch right back, and we could see a much cleaner latter half of the race, in which case that would be fantastic. Love to see them be able to work this one out on the track and not have to deal with anybody's hurt feelings end up at the side of the road. You can see them now allowing those LMP3 cars by so that they can sort the GT3s down to the back of the field. That's really what all this sorting is about. If you're confused as to what's going on with letting cars by and wave bys and things like that, this is to make the starts more orderly. They could send them off as they were, but if you didn't like the yellows before, well, that would make them even worse.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is always kind of the bit where race control is a bit of a thankless task. You've got a lot of things to juggle and to get through, especially when it comes to this kind of stuff. You're communicating to so many different drivers. I mean, again, we've got like 40-odd cars out there on circuit. You're communicating to their drivers, you're communicating to the driver that's in the car and the people that are behind the scenes for the team. You're communicating to a lot of people trying to get like some simple messages across, and sometimes it's very hard to. Also might be a bit of a language barrier at various points, which can cause some problems, though it's normally okay. it's tricky, is what I'm saying. It's very hard to juggle, and it is why of all of the I've said this before. I've done pretty much every job that there is to do in sim racing, and by job I mean obviously volunteer or whatever. Pretty much everything in sim racing I have done. The one thing that I hated more than anything else was being race control. I absolutely despised. It is so difficult, and everyone hates you. It's just like great, brilliant, perfect.
Yeah, I for those that don't know, I run another channel called the Global Sim Racing channel as well. And one thing that we don't do is when people ask us, "Can you do race control?" We're like, "Nope, don't want to wade into that." That's like you said, thankless and sometimes, unfortunately, controversial, as we've seen. Yep. So it's thank you to those who do it, but yeah, no, I'm with you. I do not want to try and take that on, but it is something necessary to try and get these races underway. And they've sent the safety car off, so we're going to get restarted. There you can see dashing back to the pit lane. Control going to be given over to Fordzilla. They will lead this race. Remember last season when they were one of the cars to beat? Fordzilla looked like nobody could touch them. Can they capitalize on some of that pace here today now that they've got the top spot and try to run away as they heat the tires up here, heading up towards Blanchimont, and should be able to take off out of the bus stop chicane. We've got split strategies in pretty much all three of the classes. Which is the right call, Lewis?
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky to find out. I'm very curious to see how much Benson Emity in that the black and orange Acura that you'll see in the background. How quickly can he work his way through the field? Been the fastest car all day so far. You can see him there, 6 back in shot, black, red, orange and white rather. See how much they can work their way through in that Acura.
Great restart there by Fordzilla. Checked him up hard down through the chicane, and that caught a few people out. He'll get well clear of any sort of attempt down into turn 1. Oh, and we had a spin back out of the chicane by SRB Motorsport in the LMP3s. Not sure if they had help, but that will send them to the back of their pack as we watch the OBSPs up and over the crest of Radion.
Yeah, indeed. Just seen a little bit of contact between some of the GT3s and LMP3s, which is hilarious and cute. As here comes the Grow Racing team car getting their way past Altus, and you can see that Acura still not making any progress behind all of this. Just maybe saving a little bit of fuel. Altus sending one straight back down the inside, leaving the nose there as they head their way through Lacom side by side. Grow Racing team over on the right hand side of the shot in that black and red car. Altus will hold the position. Look at this coming through there. Benson Emity might try and pick both of them off.
Yeah, this is his chance to make positions, but it's also an opportunity for things to go awry. Will Race Onion be able to keep this clean when things are their most chaotic? He is up to 6th place. Next up, going to be the Grow Racing Team Blue just in front of them. He's going to look, I was going to say, down into Pujon's a dangerous place to pass.
Yeah, you've just... The braking zone in there is so short. You literally just dab them just to get the nose into the car, into the corner, into that first apex. There is the move coming down into Fania. Inside of the first part, outside of the second. If you can remain there, you've got the inside for Campus as well. That's exactly what's going to happen. And so Benson Emity is going to work his way through, also dragging through one of the OBS cars as well. That one's going to be a bit risky though.
Walton manages it, and he is going to take that 6th spot away. So 2 positions and just a few corners for Santos, and his troubles are not over. Look at the purple car behind him. That is Slow and Confused. He's got a good run down through Blanchimont. That's even crazier, and he doesn't complete the pass. Whew, that is really brave stuff. Oh, and overshooting the corner. BC Vault completely gives the chicane a miss as we go wheel to wheel, still between Slow and Confused and Grow Racing.
Yeah, we're getting word that the 181 is going slow at the moment on the racetrack. That is that SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega car as it goes through T14. So it's crawling its way back to pit lane. I've seen more damage out on the race circuit and a very damaged Turbo Turtles car. Let's take a look at what's happened here. So we've got this extremely damaged car going through the foreground. That was the one there. That Turbo Turtles car, the green machine that was coming through, that one is also going slow and has no rear end.
So they're trying to find the replay. This actually happened on the Kimmel Straight. I was able to find it. This is one of the most unusual wrecks I think I've ever seen. Almost like there was a hard rail failure or something, because the car just suddenly steers to the left on a straight line.
Interesting. Could well be hardware. As you can see, once again, we're trying to get that replay as the 181 will bring its way back into the lane. Or I think is it down there? Yeah, it's down in the lane. Turbo Turtles went for another spin. I'm not 100% sure what happened with them, but that was at Stavolo. An enormous wreck into the barrier, kind of akin to what we saw a little bit earlier in the race by the Alfa Esports by G Performance car. Either way, they are back in pit lane without the requirement of the safety car to return over to the race circuit, so we can keep our eyes focused on exactly what's going on as we can once more see the Grow Racing Team car, Joao Santos, still keeping Slow and Confused at bay.
Absolutely, and Slow and Confused now has to overtake Flat Out Racing as well. At some point they managed to get by them, but we're watching a little bit farther ahead now. This is the attack on Altus Esports number 30, who have worked their way up into fourth. Actually, we're going back to Beaver Grease Racing down here. This is in the LMP3s. This is the battle for second. They're losing touch a little bit with Yellow Submarines number 532, Locals Autosport, applying the pressure as they approach to Blanchimont.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, got the advantage once more coming down into the sector. The speed working much more in favour of Locals Autosport, who's going to get to the outside. It's tricky to make an outside move though around this sector of track, but he's going to do it absolutely beautifully. And to be fair, if I'm at 12, I don't want to lose too much time here. I don't want the 113 to lose the slipstream of the Yellow Submarine SimLab car, which is exactly what has happened. Now look down the inside going into La Source. They're just going to lose time if they're going to battle like this, and it is going to allow Claessens to just pull away.
You can see also that was SimSpot trying to dive in on SRB Motorsport G&E. Neither changed positions. All four of them stay as they were, but it was a loss of time there by Beaver Grease because of that move into the first corner. And more than that, this means that Kerpis and the SRB machine now has a very good shot. Look at them weave across the track to try and break that slipstream. Kerpis is not going to be close enough, although he continues to show his nose. And maybe it's even a bit of a defense on SimSpot.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's kind of some of the times when you are looking down the inside of the corner, it's not even just on the attack side of things. It is a little bit, partially on the defence side of things. And you've got to play both cards. This is up at the race lead of the GT3 category. We'll touch on that for a moment. Whilst I will say Kerpis is going to lose a position here to SimSpot Racing. We'll keep our eye on this battle for the race lead. 10-10. They restarted as the race leaders. They remain as the race leaders, as Afonso Souto is going to stay behind the Yellow Submarine Squad car. Dropping right off the rear end of this is Matthew Schroeder. That car, the Valkyrie, was incredibly fast earlier in the hands of Poulet. Now, obviously, because they've got a platinum driver and a bronze driver, there's quite a large discrepancy as to the driver time, which will lean very heavily on Matthew Schroeder's got to do a lot more time behind the wheel than Poulet. But if they want to win the race, then they might need to stick Poulet back in. They've paid quite a price here because of that restart, or red flag really, or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that kind of goes back to what I was talking about of sometimes it's a bit of a roll of the dice and can definitely change the complexion of things when you get these safety cars or through the red flag. We continue to watch that battle for the lead. The Yellow Submarine just staying in the shadow of that number 10 as they work their way out of Stavolo towards Blanchimont once again. Thought I saw a car losing positions there in the LMP3s, and I think that was SimSpot under attack from SRB Motorsport once again. This is close down into the break-in of the bus stop. I don't think we're going to see a change of position between the Merc and the Bimmer.
No, indeed not. I mean, the way I did the Spa 24-hour last year, which was in the Beamer. I had a great time actually, apart from the enormous crash I had. We're not going to talk about that. It was at Pyrrhon. I breathed on the curb on the inside of Pyrrhon, on the turn into Pyrrhon, and I ended up in a barrier. All of my other teammates did exactly the same thing, but they didn't end up in a barrier. So read into that what you will. Like I say, it's fairly neutral around here. To be fair, the Merc is as well, which is why they're fairly enjoyable to drive. Bit of a switch for position, by the way. The SimSport car did manage to clear the SRB Motorsports car, this time up into Les Combs. There has been a switch of position up to 5th in category. Goes the SimSport racing car. The closest battle in the OBSP is that one, I was going to say, it is between Race Onion and Altus, as Race Onion have worked their way up now into 4th in category. Still quite a way off the race lead there, but they are working their way forward bit by bit.
Yeah, they just made that pass last lap, so they've got less than a second to get up to WSR Esports to work their way onto the podium, so that one is not over. And looks like here is our stint laps done since the last pit stop for each of our cars, and current position as well that they've got between each of them. So fun stuff there for Insights powered by Grip. Larry the Stats guy, huge thanks to him behind the scenes, and he's always providing us some good insight into what is going on in the race. Got some lap traffic starting to approach here. Now, this is the 213 Locals Autosport Black. Now, here's where this gets interesting. This LMP3 car is not laps ahead of these GT3 cars, so they're not getting a blue flag. They need to be very heads up in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the way you would pass these cars, it almost doesn't really matter whether there's blue flags or not. The difference is that, you know, obviously in multi-class racing, the blue flag is there as a warning, which a lot of the time you do kind of need to be like, oh, someone's behind me, okay, just so at least you're aware of it. Whereas what's kind of happening there, because there's no blue flag, someone will just steam it down the inside. You think, whoa, where did he come from? Whoa, I was not ready for that at all. The blue flag, it just tells you that there is a car there. You don't have to jump out of the way, as we've been told time and time again. But it's very, very interesting.
And we've also got Valkyrie Competition ready to talk to us. As did they actually get a black flag? Yeah, I thought maybe I saw something in that realm, but then maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. In the meantime, we're going to be talking to... actually, excuse me, we're going to be talking in a little bit of a second to one of our drivers from Valkyrie Competition in a moment. I believe that was our starter on the pole for
Correct.
that team. But meanwhile, we come over to the battle for third once again. The 116 still being chased by Bence Nemeth. He's made up that ground very, very quickly. Can he have the speed here off the top of the hill to get this done fast like he did with P4? It looks like he does.
Yeah, indeed. Couple of moves. Here we go. Let's see if Race Engine's going to work their way past. Got the inside line going up towards the top of the hill at Les Combs, and the WSR bucket car will allow that one to pass without any major worries or big dramas. So solid there. Like I say, Race Onion now. To be fair, if I'm the WSR Esports bucket car, I'm sat behind that car thinking, all right, okay, let me try and keep up with you, use some of your slipstream and drag you out. I don't know why this Cadillac's struggling so much at the moment. It struggled the last couple of rounds, and now they're going into battle with the Altus Esports car that was strong back in Zandvoort, but then WSR Esports bucket weren't. It was very weird.
Oof, they're going to have to dive inside, slow a little bit out of the exit of Puhan, going past yellow by TC in that GT3 car. They'll get away with it. And let's not forget, behind them, Altus Esports and OBS World by Simsa are kind of keeping them on their toes as well. So they're involved in this one and could make it a 4-car battle if the right traffic comes along. Speaking of which, another little opportunity for McGinn in that number 116. He's going to have to try and make a dive into the bus stop if he wants this one, although there's another GT3 car going through the exit of Blanchimont. Doesn't give him the chance that maybe you would have expected. Here comes the other two behind them, and now the shuffle begins as, one of the cars actually goes in the pit lane, down to the inside, 3 wide on the exit here. Jordi Lopez suddenly under attack by Walton.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Valkyrie car that came into the pit lane. That's maybe why we were going to get an interview with Valkyrie, but that's changed around quite a bit now, and I wonder if that is why there is the defensive move coming in from Jordi Lopez as Alexander Walton's closing in. Got some more GT3s to clear as they get towards Eau Rouge and Radio. This is a very stressful moment. Walton's backed out slightly so that he can push up and over the crest. Whoa, my goodness me, straight under the pit exit of the endurance pit as they continue to go side by side. Now closing up the WSR Esports bucket car. Jordi Lopez will jump out of this one as Alexander Walton was as brave as you could get there, sending it straight around the outside to clear the position. That is as risky as it gets. I'm amazed there wasn't a crash.
And that slowdown for Lopez was because he cut the course up and over Radion. So that's automatically handed out by the sim in iRacing. It tells you how much time you need to give back. And eventually he had to give way just because of how much he had to dive across. And granted, honestly, that was the best decision that he could have made in that situation, or else, yeah, we would have had a massive accident. Whoa, but he's sending it up the inside of both an LMP3 and a GT3 down through Puhan on top of it.
Yeah, probably feels quite desperate to close back up on this whilst they're extremely close. Got to work their way through some more GT3 traffic, which will certainly allow Jordi Lopez to close back in as, whoa, a late look down the inside there from the WSR Esports bucket car as Alexander Walton will go around the outside there. Jordi Lopez playing a risk again to do so as well. They fire their way through. Now Jordi Lopez has to wait to pass the Porsche and will lose a little bit of time. Picking up the slipstream as they come towards Blanchimont. There's surely going to be a move somewhere going up towards the bus stop as they'll clear. Whoa, the Blue Boy TC car. Never mind, that was scary.
And they will manage it, but it is close coming up to the bus stop once again. Walton being forced to the outside to try and make the pass, but he's not as good under the brakes. A little bit deep from again, but he still remains ahead. Fierce fighting here. We still have 79 laps to go, by the way. About 2.5 hours or a little less than that if we stay green. As cars in front of them going very wide off the track, including, is that our leader?
Race leader in GT3, yeah. It was the 10/10 car, went straight on at T1, and with the Race Onion car of Benson Entity, that we got the stat coming in, obviously with the insights powered by a grip there, that they'd lost like, 2 seconds in 5 laps, and now they've got a slowdown penalty as well, as look at this coming straight back through. There's Jordi Lopez, there is Francis McGinn, and also Alexander Walton, all clearing the Race Onion car by the time they get to Lacombe, and now there's contact, and Race Onion will send the OBS World by Simpson car, the team that is second in the championship, into the barrier.
Oh, they try to turn it around though. Oh, it may have been a little bit of contact with 4th place over the limit Racing Red. That might have been ghost contact. There's the initial spin that sent them into the barriers.
Let's stay with this because we want to see this rejoin. So we'll try and flick spin it. Oh, we'll just leave it there. But try to flick spin it, and hopefully we'll see it once more. So silly bit of contact, fair enough, is what it is. But it's more this rejoin. I want to see this rejoin because if it's like that, again, it's a slam dunk penalty. If it is, we've seen that before. Has the flick spin, overspins it right into the racing line.
Yeah, that was a little bit too over eager. And thankfully, I think there was no actual damage done to the car. They might still get penalized for it because Stakavicius is in the over limit Racing Red, and it looks clean from the angles I can get on it at this point. But this is obviously picking up. I mean, you talked about how things changed where it started looking very clean. It's still looking like drivers are, I mean, they've lost their heads a little bit.
Oh, yeah. No, I think this is completely different to the initial portion of the race that we had where everything was actually fairly subdued. We're not there yet, or not there anymore. Things have certainly heated up, and like you say, they don't seem to be cooling down anymore as the LMP3 battle is continuing. The Yellow Submarine SimLab car losing touch to the locals Autosports, defending from the Beaver Grease Racing. It's the battle for second, but you can see the race leader there just going through the foreground of shot.
Yeah, they haven't been able to completely run away from them quite yet, so they're going to want to make up that time once again, even though they've got 3rd and 4th already on top of them. Change of position for 4th place as Race Onion goes by WSR Esports by Butt Kicker. This time a lot more tidy through Lacombe compared to what we saw before. Side by side between Flat Out and Slow and Confused. Flat Out gets 7th.
Yes, indeed. So again, great, some great battling, some less so. Hopefully, again, we won't have the intervention of the safety car because I said that might that might turn this into a timed race. It still kind of shouldn't do. Since the restart of the race, where we had 4 hours of racing, we've done 54 minutes. So that's the current state of affairs when it comes to it. I will just pull up the how far the race is expected. The race is expected to end in about 2 hours 20 minutes, 2 hours 30 minutes in that kind of period, which makes sense because we're approaching the halfway point of the race, and we were expecting this race to be slightly under 5 hours if it ran green. So if it runs green, we're expecting for about another 2 hours 20 minutes to 2.5 hours of this racing left to go. But with the race that we've seen the last few laps, I'm saying like, we're definitely getting a safety car. There's no way we're getting to the end of the race green like this.
I mean, the way it's been looking, I'm with you. It's been just absolutely frantic out there the last few laps. Clayson currently in that 5:32, trying to run away from the number 12 here up towards Eau Rouge and all over the crest once again. It's a very good run behind there by the number 12 machine. I think they may have been a little too far back, though, for an attempt at a pass down into Lecum, but they're going to gain a whole bunch of time here with the slipstream on top of it.
Yeah, indeed. Not going to go for it, though. Not feeling brave enough to try, but you can see looming in the background the Team Fordzilla car racing in the OBSP category, so they'll work their way through, hopefully going down the hill. We'll pick off the first of these, the LMP3s, then work its way past the Beaver Grease racing car, especially with a bit of a lock-up there for the Beaver Grease racing car. Opens all lovely for Abel Torres, who will work his way past. Next one will probably be ticked off going down to Pure, and then the one after it. So actually, very solid there through lap traffic from Abel Torres. As we go back to the Race Onion versus Altus Esports fight, Jordi Lopez into third position, Benson Emmethy trying to find their way past.
Well, one thing that Race Control has had easy is the unsafe rejoin decisions, because 66 just got a penalty for that one, and the number 10 gets a penalty for a dive bomb. That is the 10/10ths car.
Yeah, so we never saw what happened with them at T1, but obviously they went straight on and had some form of issue. As once again, a look down the inside, Race Onions trying to get their way past, going through a little bit of the LMP3 traffic. Yeah, we saw the 10/10ths car go straight on at T1. We weren't 100% sure as to why, but it did cost Ben Stemmethy. So I wonder if like he'd gone for a dive or something and it ended up he'd actually dived the Race Onion car. I don't know. We didn't see it, so who knows?
Also, I just wanted to clarify myself. I said a penalty. It is a warning, actually, for the 10 car for the dive bomb. So apologies to that team who probably are frantically looking at their their information as well. But let's take a look at a replay here. No, excuse me. Well, I thought maybe we were looking at a replay. So this is coming down into the bus stop. We've jumped ahead.
I believe this is live. This is live.
Okay.
Don't worry. We're just testing our knowledge as to how the race is done. That's fine. It's fine. As we'll see, Altus Esports currently going to have to defend. Jordi Lopez, Benson Emmethy behind. I think there might be a move here at Lecom.
He's got a good chance at it. He's got the overlap down into the braking. Absolutely sends the car in, but he makes the apex. Emmethy is now up onto the podium with that move. It's been eventful to try and get there, but eventually he did. Also going by a battle for position. That's the SRB versus Beaver Grease, and Beaver Grease has a big slip up coming down out of Rivage. He's going to be on the wrong side of the track. Kirpus could try and sneak past him here, but now he's on the wrong side of the track, and they've got an OBSP who is going to have to give way because the track is blocked by this side-by-side racing.
Yeah, big shout out there, to be honest, to Francis McGinn, who was very patient and still remains far too patient, yeah, to what some of the other OBSPs are looking at. They're being like, oh, lads, if you're going to go side by side, at least stay a little bit closer so you can get past, because Francis McGinn has lost so much time in this. Now tries slotting the gap to clear the Beaver Grease racing car, then goes out wide, does the SRB Motorsports G&E car that finally picks up that third position, and Francis McGinn was sat behind for so long, just couldn't get on with it. That's what we expect the OBSPs to do, to absolutely keep that throttle pinned, even if it means you're driving onto the grass. That was the Grow Racing Team blue car.
That was the Grow Racing pass in the grass is what it was.
Yeah, right.
For the 89. And he manages it, but I think a little bit of contact there between SimSpot and SRB. So this is the moment. I mean, you have to make these decisions in a split second, and he'd made his bet. He was to the inside, and the cars didn't know he was coming. So I think that all just worked out. But I think it was understandable him just plowing up over the lawn.
Yeah, Yao Santos was absolutely not going to wait in the same way that Francis McGinn did, who nearly just got caught out by the race leader in the LMP3 category, because I don't want to be that guy. The LMP3 did break the one rule that they are told in the lower categories, which is to stay on your racing line. Did something unpredictable and nearly caused an enormous crash. Francis McGinn has now lost the position as the SRB Motorsports G&E car continue this fight with the
Beaver Grease.
Yeah, sorry.
This is coming through Malmedy and off the exit. Oh, they come together! Big come together, and they collect a third one. It's the other Beaver Grease car. The two teammates in a single incident may have had their race ended. Will they get the cars going? One is moving on. Another looks stationary. We might have yet another safety car here.
Yeah, we'll take that one look from up above. I mean, they kind of got glued a little bit to each other. Realistically, you kind of got to give a little bit of room for the car to come back on off of that large curb on the high side. Safety car is deployed in a shot to absolutely no one. We'll see it from on board. Just got absolutely pitched. But like I say, if you've got a car on the outside there, I'd want to give them a car width and a bit. I think that'll go down. I think there was a little bit of netcode in there. I'll say that. And I think they got glued to each other. But you've got to give a room and a bit more as the safety car returns out to the race circuit. And of course, Team Fordzilla out for Esports Red straight to the pit line. I wonder if Race Onion will join them.
I would think so at this stage, but I mean, we've thought there were very obvious strategy calls before that some teams decided not to make or failed to make. But yeah, okay, look at them. Every single one is coming in, barring Flat Out Racing OBS. Now this one I can get a little bit more because again, when you're at the back of your field, you might as well try and take a gamble. So he's going to try and do something a little bit differently.
Absolutely, yeah. Safety car's out on the circuit. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, if I'm at the back of the field, either it's a slam dunk, I'm definitely coming into the pit lane because I'm just going to take the fuel and sit at the back anyway. Or it's, do you know what? This is the time where I can take a risk and I can bring myself back into this race, or push myself into doing something different. You know, even if it is like I'm going to move to the front, I'm going to try and shave a pit stop off this race using the safety car, which intervenes now for the third time in this race at Spa. We're 2 laps away from halfway. We had such a good first opening hour and a half. I will say I have been very disappointed the last since the red flag. It's as if like we've got a completely different grid out there, and a lot of logic has been lacking at various points. But it's kind of one of those ones that the closer we get to the checkered flag, the less kind of like respect that you'll see from them, because obviously they're racing hard for their respective positions. But it's just it's very much a race of two halves, or rather a half of two halves, of 2 quarters.
It's there's so much more take and a lot less give, unfortunately. And as we see here, Fordzilla is already out of their pit stop. And for the 21 team, now I still stand by what I said. When you're at the back, sometimes you got to take a gamble. The downside for them is I don't know this gamble is really going to pay off all that well, because they're the only ones that stayed out. So as soon as we restart, Fordzilla is already going to be on top of them. Yeah. So that's there's going to be a lot of cars with likely fresh tires and a full tank of fuel ready to try and take that position back. But they do have track position, and that will count for at least a little bit of something. Last pit stop we just saw was on lap 9. Now that's lap 9 of this section. Yeah, this restart. So that's a little bit, that'll look a little weird, but that's since the red flag.
Yeah, which we have done 25. We're on the 25th lap post that, so been on those for 16 laps. We expect these stints to be like it was 24 laps, what we were seeing earlier on. Obviously with the safety car intervention and a couple of them, probably probably could get up to like 20, 26 laps. So we'll have to wait and see. But who knows?
Now, don't forget to unlock your racing passion with OBS World. Download our app now and dive into a world of endless opportunities. Whether you're a sim racer aiming to get scouted, a media enthusiast looking to expand your network, or a car enthusiast chasing your dream lifestyle, OBS World is your gateway. Don't just dream it, live it with OBS World. Get the app today. Also, love that Porsche that they have on there. Very
It's nice,
cool.
isn't it?
Yeah. But this Porsche, not as cool, at least right now, sitting in front of the fields, and we'd hope that we don't get to see it anymore after this, but we'll see, because the trend is not leaning towards that way, and we still have 74 to go. And you've heard Lewis mention it, this could become a timed race, depending on how many and how long the safety cars wind up being. I guess the one nice thing, well, not nice for some people, is we've had a number of cars run into issues, and the more drivers get taken out by attrition, that means fewer cars on track, that means fewer things to hit, and hopefully that means fewer full course yellows.
Yeah, exactly. If this kind of keeps up, like the safety cars and stuff, this will run to time. At this rate, we will run to time. We need to have a cleaner next portion. I think one more safety car, we run to time. Because, again, to give you the update, we are an hour and 6 minutes in. I'm only speaking of the restart, I'm not speaking of the first portion of the race. We are an hour and 6 minutes in to a 4-hour race. And from that restart, we have done 25 laps. Obviously, it was 98 laps from the restart point. Let's call it 100. Let's play it simple. If it was 100 laps, we've done a quarter, and we've used slightly more than a quarter of the time. So it doesn't take a genius to work out that at this point, yes, we are definitely going to hit the time barrier, unless we have a cleaner portion of the race. One more safety car, and we will absolutely hit that timed race. I think some people would rather this be a timed race, like on the grid, because it might work out a little bit more favourably strategically. For example, Flat Out Racing ABS, if they're going to try and save a pit stop off this race, well, it makes sense they would want a timed race, because that means there's less laps to run the fuel. So if you can do a little bit of fuel saving and then get a bit fortuitous with that, then maybe you can make that work in your favour.
The other thing that I feel like this complicates a little bit is the driver time, not based on what we were talking about with the rules, but with the fact that if we keep getting these safety cars, it's going to bunch up the field. If you have to come in and try to get a driver in, because obviously this is throwing a lot of the fuel numbers and the timing of the pit stops out, you got to watch carefully if either the time necessary it needs to be changed, or what you mentioned earlier of you want your fastest driver in for the last stint, for the anchor. You need to make sure that you time that right, because if you find yourself with a safety car and you're the only car that pits because you need to do that driver change, well, then they're really up against it.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those ones where it's kind of like, if you've got, let's say, for example, as we've seen before with some cars, if you've got a platinum and a bronze, or even a platinum and a silver, what you don't want to do is you don't want to use your platinum driver straight away. Well, I mean, yeah, you kind of want to use them at the start of the race. But if I'm perfectly honest, I even wouldn't use them then. Especially not in this championship where we've seen the safety car come out so many times. I'd want to put my bronze or my silver driver in early in the race, and then hopefully that there's a safety car with about 2 hours left to go. Bosh, stick my platinum boy back in, or in for the first time, and let them go. Right, let them really push the car to the limit. Because if there's a safety car out and you've got your platinum in late, it's not a guaranteed victory, but you could get a solid result. Whereas even if you'd used all your platinum driver and you were at the front of the field, safety car comes out with a bronze driver, the likelihood is you're probably going to drop down the order quite a bit. Yeah, you might win, but I'd much rather have it the other way around.
I agree, and you want those good closers, especially in this style of racing. By the way, I guess it's sort of inconsequential, but Beaver Grease Racing got a penalty for causing an accident, a 10-second stop and go. They're still stuck in the pit lane. I think that's not going to be able to be served this race because, well, they might be able to repair the car and get back out there, but it'll be a bit pointless anyways, since there'll be many, many laps down by that stage. So Safety car has just been announced to be in this lap, and Flat Out Racing will now have control over Team Fordzilla. And if you're Abel Torres, this has got to be an interesting one because he's got Race Onion behind him. Main rival is right there. They've caught up because of the safety car. They know they've got the pace over the 21, but their race is not with the 21. So they got to make a safe move to get by, but they can't just dawdle and sit around because the 15 is probably going to be on the attack.
I think if Fordzilla want to lead some more laps today, they are either through at T1 or through at Lake Com. If they're not through at either of those points, they will get overtaken by Race Onion, and Race Onion will clear from the distance. It's that is how important it is for Fordzilla to get past Flat Out Racing OBS straight away, and hopefully do it in a way that doesn't open the door for the 15 to come through as well. It's going to be a really tricky portion for Fordzilla. Alas, we know their speed, we know what they're capable of, and with Abel Torres behind the wheel, Juan Gomez taking a little of a sit back and probably preparation for the final portion of the race. We can see the safety car return into pit lane, control back over to Flat Out Racing OBS. Ooh, let's hope we go green for the entirety of the second half of this race, which we're about to head on to.
Crossing fingers, eyes and toes here. We'll see if we can manage to get it all the way to the finish, to the checkered flag, and get it in under time as well. With Cameron Miller on Flat Out Racing OBS sporting the Union Jack on the back of it. Can they give the UK a win here? They're going to take off out of the final chicane, and Fordzilla has a decent jump trying to stay with them, but they're not close enough to try and make an attack into La Source. There was almost contact behind them between Nemeth and DeHaan. Thankfully, they did not come together, but that puts DeHaan on the back foot as now they head down the hill.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, we're heading down and then back up. It's 2 kilometers from La Source to Lake Com, closing right in. We'll see Abel Torres now, who has the speed, who has the advantage, and will have the position on Cam Miller to the outside, going up to the top of the hill at Lake Com. Sends it in, and the race lead will return the way of Fordzilla. Exactly what I said they needed to do. Either lead at this point or lead at T1, and hopefully things will look well. Now it's about turning that car up to 11 and trying to pull a solid gap, because Race Onion's looking down the inside, but Cam Miller says no.
Love that aggression from the number 21, shutting the door down into Rivage. They've got the track position. They're going to fight for it now as all of them go out a little bit wide out there. And as they plunge their way through Puhan, you can tell that Race Onion desperately wants to get by there, hanging right on the rear wing. They see Abel Torres starting to run away, and the roles have almost been reversed from earlier.
Ooh. Out wide, bit of a lock up there and a bit of blinking as well, and that is going to really distract Benz Nemeth, as I'm not sure where the Flat Out Racing OBS car. Whoa, they're inside them. That's scary. That's why blinking is very dangerous. Cam Miller having a couple of problems there, and it's caused various problems for Benz Nemeth. And now look at the gap; it has grown to 1.2 seconds between Cam Miller and Abel Torres. So Benz Nemeth needs to get through straight away. Looks down the inside as they come towards Boschmore, lifts out of it slightly, hits the apex nicely, and now we'll have to commit to a move to the outside going into the bus stop chicane. Might switch it up and do it down into T1.
Worst case scenario for the blinking there of that number 21 car. Thankfully no accident because of it as they complete the first lap on the restart. Race Onion is watching Fordzilla continue to grow that gap up ahead of them. The 21, I mentioned it's going to be tough because of them being the only one that did not pit. But I have to say, they are standing up to the challenge here.
Yeah, they're doing really well. And again, I'm going to give a big shout out to Cam Miller. I know I've only been talking about iRating and stuff like this. Abel Torres, 7K. Benz Nemeth, 7K. Cam Miller, 1.6K. That is insane to me, that you're battling with 2 7K rated drivers, and to be fair, to a certain degree, holding your own. Now has a little bit of lap traffic in the form of the recently rejoining Beaver Grease racing car. Little bit of a mistake there coming down the hill. Closing the door ever so slightly. A bit of wheel-to-wheel door banging between the pair of them, as once again Benz Nemeth is going to send it in coming down to Rivage, and still Cam Miller is hanging on.
Left him a car's width and nothing more. Unbelievable stuff from that green number 21. He is facing Goliath, and so far the giant hasn't fallen yet, but he's holding his own. Race Onion now has got to regroup and see if they can get by. This is also checking them back up into those behind them. He's got to watch out. One of these moves he made could allow Alpha Esports to try and get on them.
Yeah, exactly. You know, trying everything you can. I think it's all about making sure that you're nailing the exit. I'm watching the racing line, so the Cam Miller's a little bit too deep into places like Fania, and it's just opening up the opportunities. It's allowing the speed to be to close down on by Benson Emmethy. And as we head up towards Blanchimont, if I'm Benz, I want to lift out before we get to Blanchimont. I want to be lifting out about now so that I can then pounce on the exit of Blanchimont, right up the rear end of that Porsche. Now go to the left-hand side and we'll commit heavily to the outside of the bus stop.
The Acura is side by side coming down into the braking, but it goes a little bit too deep. He tries to return. I think he's going to be able to do so safely, but that's exactly what I was talking about. Alpha Esports Red picks his pocket. He now moves into third. It's all going pear-shaped for Race Onion. Yeah, exactly. You were absolutely spot on. Camilo Dehan, who's been in the car since the very start of the race about 3.5 hours ago, now finds himself in position ahead of the Race Onion car. It'll be his opportunity next to try and pass. So I think Race Onion's speed, by the time we get down towards Lake Holmes, should be advantageous. We might see the Race Onion car straight back into third. It's now a 3.5 second gap up to the top car. He's got to try and make this up. A little bit more of a straightforward pass than what he's had on that green number 21. So back to third goes Race Onion, and he sets his sights forward. Whew, gonna have to pull up his pants, brush his nose off, and figure out what in the world they got to do to get by that car. Cam Miller must have done an awful lot of practice for this race, because I say, well, I think iRating's not everything, and just because you're low iRated doesn't mean like you're going to be slow. Maybe you're new to the platform, whatever. I don't know. But for someone who's 1.6k to have this pace, anyway, not just even like the sensibilities and the race ability, just to have the pace that he's got right now is very impressive indeed. We'll take a look with the 531, and unfortunately for them, despite having some earlier problems earlier on in the race, it is a spin for the yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car, and so that will it's not going to cost them any spots because they're already right down the back of the LMP3 field at the moment. It's been a bit of a shame second portion of the race for them, as Benson Emmethy is going to try and close back in. Now the fact there's a larger gap between Cam Miller and Benson Emmethy might actually work in Benson's favour, because now he's going to carry the momentum up to the rear end of that Porsche and hopefully use that to get through, like whilst you're on the main advantage of speed. Yeah, well, there's how much he lost. 3 seconds just in those 2 laps of battling. I'm kind of amazed isn't more, honestly. And also, with apologies to Josh in that 531, can we appreciate that the dentist mobile has Josh Toothman in that machine right now? That is pretty good. Pretty unfortunate, but pretty good. OBS World by Sinister's gone straight on at the chicane. Oh, not really sure there. But yeah, no, I didn't even realise that. That is hilarious. Poor guy, but great picking on the category. I respect that. Exactly. He knew what he was getting into, unfortunately. But here we go again. All right, they caught back up to the 21. They're going to get a nice pull here along the Kimmel Straight, but they're a bit far back as they come across the crest of Radillon. They'll start to gain. Flat Out Racing has their foot to the floor just as hard as Race Onion, and he defends the inside but comes back to the racing line. He felt a little bit safe there. This is where it's kicked off twice now, coming out of Malmedy and down towards Rivage, where the stout defense of the 21 kept him behind. And let's see what's happened here, side by side through Blanchimont. Is this for the race lead? Oh, no, I think it might be a little bit further down, I might. But either way, we'll see this with the 532 working its way past and working its way back. That was for the race lead, actually. So for 2 consecutive laps, the 531 has a spin, and then the 532 has a spin there as well. God, disaster. Yeah, Locals Autosports defending all comers, as they're now 3 seconds ahead up at the front of that group as we once again check back in. A little bit more blinking. I really, really hope that this battle is not killed by the stewards having to ask them to park the car due to a poor connection, because it has just been a phenomenal race between these two, and still he's not quite close enough. Nemeth is going to have to hand this over at some stage to his teammate, and he's going to have a lot to report to him about what he's up against here. Yeah, exactly. This is some tough stuff of what we're seeing, but it is thrilling racing. Like I say, hopefully we can see this one roll through without the requirement of safety cars. So now I'm very curious to see whether Benson Emmethy can work his way past, which has been very fascinating indeed, and
whether, when he does, can he close up to the Fordzilla car? Last lap times from this grouping, Abel Torres, 2:01.8. It was a 2:01.7 for Benson Emmethy. It was a 2:01.9 for Cam Miller. So yeah, again, that shows that this flat-out racing OBS car clearly got some decent pace behind it at the moment as we ride on board with Benson Emmethy over the top of the hill.
This is much closer this time. Surely he's going to hold the inside all the way down, force him to go the long way around to that first apex in the Lacombe chicane. Yes, indeed he does. They're going to be wheel to wheel, deep on the brakes for Nemeth, and he allows him to sneak through, tries to cut back underneath him, but that doesn't work either. He's throwing everything at it. Now he finally gets the run. He has to leave the space, and as they come down in, once again chops him at the apex.
That was so close between the pair of them. Any net code there, and that would have been Cam Miller around. Now to the outside, Benson Emethy's going to try and go into No Name, or Speaker's Corner, X Curve, whatever. For a corner that's called No Name, it's got 3 names. It's hilarious. Yeah, still no move for Benson Emmethy. Going through Puan now. Cam Miller putting the car in the right place at the right time and being so brave in the defence down into Rivage.
Still unable to get through. Race Onion has got to figure something out because it's now back up to 4 seconds behind Team Fordzilla. This is a gift for that 966 team.
That was deep. That was absolutely deep there, unfortunately, for Benson Emmethy. For Cam Miller. And now it is going to open up the opportunity. A little bit of contact there as they race their way. Curveball Fred ticked off. Stavilo ticked off. Now Blanchimont to the outside. The Race Onion car's going to go. Getting hung out to driver slightly, but now has the inside line getting down towards the bus stop. And Cam Miller just about squeezes, just about gives enough room as they commit on the brakes. Cam Miller's gone deep. Benson Emmethy will finally work his way through. And Cam Miller had to shortcut that. He'll get a slow down penalty for his troubles. And what has been a very staunch defence for the last few laps. He will now lose out, but honestly, give yourself a pat on the back and a big round of applause and keep your eye on Cam Miller, clearly.
Yeah, he's going to lose the spot to Altus Esports as well, who managed to get by. I think he served that. No, he has not fully served that penalty yet. He's still having to hand it back. This has been a harsh one for him, as now we can finally look away now that that's been settled towards Icarus International, who have been up in second place, fighting for a potential lead. In fact, I think Icarus were in the lead until not long ago. Yellow Submarine has since moved ahead. This is maybe about 5 minutes ago that they were in the opposite order that I saw.
Yeah, I think slight differings in strategy and stuff. 67 laps left to go, and obviously, these two. I would argue that from what we've seen throughout the entirety of the day, these two have not been the two drivers that we've been, or two teams that we've been keeping an eye on as being, potential race victories and stuff. It's more been about the likes of Valkyrie. It's more been about the likes of 10-10. But these two have found themselves in the right position at the right time and are looking extremely strong. Where even is the Valkyrie on my list? There, quite a lot further down the hill. Still Matthew Schroeder behind the wheel. In fact, Valkyrie is like 3 laps down on this.
Interesting.
I don't know what happened to them. I don't recall as to why they'd be 3. They must have had a crash or an incident of something.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and look and see if we can figure that one out, but that'll be for another time. I have been watching this battle as well, as Claeson's just overtook on the 59, but the 59 is hot on his heels, and he's got his teammate and Junk behind him, the 2 A&R endurance cars catching up in a hurry. The Yellow Submarine goes defensive down into the braking of Lacombe, and he's going to have, I think, enough of an advantage. I doubt he'll be able to make the pass, and Valoy, yes, indeed, is going to sit behind.
Yeah, indeed. I say excellent stuff. But again, we do get our odd little bit of great scraps, great racing, and it's sometimes it's marred a little bit in some of the other controversies around it. But for right now, things looking pretty solid in the LMP3 category for some great racing. That's the Yellow Submarine squad. Clarkson, who's led, like you say, a few laps today, but in third position, bit of pressure on the shoulders. Wouldn't be too happy with third place. To be fair, I kind of, the more I look at the LMP3 category, the more I'm like, no one is satisfied in there unless they've won. Like, everyone's sort of like, well, we've all kind of led at various points. We should all be winning, as we'll see Yuri Lopez getting to the outside of Camilo de Haan. Final step on the podium, up for grabs at the moment with 66 laps left to go. But Camilo de Haan, who got very fortunate with where the red flag came out, still has done every lap in that car this race, has not handed over to Jack Badger at all. and continues to tick off the laps.
Yeah, now he's back up onto that podium. He's going to go underneath the GT3 Porsche, who is slowed up a little bit. And Altus Esports could have a chance. He tries to dissuade him and successfully does so down into Puhan. That is just posturing of that red and white machine saying, I know what you're thinking, and stop.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I come from the world of touring car racing, and there is always the you learn how to send a message. Oh, it's coming in the horns, going out wide. Never mind. So yeah, as that was the Turbo Turtles car that was kind of just in the way, and bish bash bosh, up they go. Yeah, I was going to say that you learn ways to communicate with other drivers around you without using lights or anything. And normally it's like you cover it off and go, yeah, you're definitely not passing me here. And you make it so obvious. Wow, that was a big moment. Oh, goodness me. That was 3rd and 4th in the LMP3 category in such an unfortunate moment. More contact after the corner. No, you got to come into the pit lane. Oh, you missed it. And now stationary.
Is he going to try and reverse it?
Yeah, okay.
He was almost close enough. He could have got it.
Yeah.
Someone on the box was saying, no, keep going.
yeah. Like, if there's one thing to never, ever do on a racetrack, never, ever reverse. A racetrack it goes in one way. Even if it's only 20 metres back. 20 metres reverse, no, absolutely not. Not a chance.
Goodness, this is getting a little bit heated in here. That is the car of BC Vault by Sims to the 47, leading Sliumba and Slow and Confused. And Grow Racing Teams gets the run amongst the three of them. They almost think about 3 wide, but he's boxed in. The Slow and Confused car has no place to go. And around the outside, into the back of his rival, around the either side of the traffic, and they get away with it. How was there not a wreck?
I think the BC Vault by Sims car was sort of like, well, I don't really want to dive this in here. And then the Slow and Confused car, it was basically sort of like, oh, you are diving it. And just absolutely slapped the rear end of that Porsche. If that was a crash, the only person at fault there was going to be Slumber there, courtesy of that little bump. But I have no idea. I've got no words as to how that wasn't a crash. But I am glad it wasn't, because, again, it's a fantastic and hard-fought battle. Alexander Walton on the rear end of it, as well as they start to navigate a few more of the GT3s to the right-hand side there. That was the Icarus International 296. They've just ticked off, which means they're towards the top of the GT3 category. Next one's Yellow Submarine Squad, who's now having OBSPs going one way, then the other, then the other, then the other as well. Straight around the outside, Alexander Walton will go, and Walton's been sent off.
Way off, almost into the wall. And they're going to stay side by side. We're watching the car in front of them right now. That's Liumba. But behind them, things have suddenly gotten a little bit wild. And WS Esports also has become a factor in it. There they are now as they break down to the corner and try to go a little bit deeper. Santos almost gets to the inside, but can't complete the pass.
Yeah, Francis McGinn behind the WSR Esports Bucket car again. Championship leaders at the moment in the OBSPs, though they will be, I feel, handing that one off after 2 incredible races at the start of the season when they were the Pure Sims car. Obviously, Pure Sims no longer existing in the world of sim racing, being passed off to the WSR Esports Bucket branding, basically. They've looked so strong at the start of the season. The last couple of rounds, they've looked, again, it feels harsh, they look very mid. And we're not 100% sure as to what's been going on with the WSR Esports camp, because we know they have speed, we know they have potential, and we know that they're worthy leaders of this championship. But 2 poor rounds back to back, yeah, they need a very strong second half of the championship. Which, by the way, because we're halfway through this race, and this was round 4 of 7, we've now passed the halfway point.
Down to the inside of the lap traffic. OBS World by Simsa going to be able to carry on past the LMP3 as the others breathe down his neck. And I'll have to ask Lewis about his Riz and whether or not it's a skill issue later on if we're throwing around Gen Z words here.
Oh, God.
So we come down into the sunset, and yeah, you can see how low the sun is getting at this stage. And depending on the graphical settings, the drivers could get quite blinded. Yeah, look at that, trying to find the racing line as the sun is just glaring through the windscreen.
Yeah, exactly. It does become pretty tricky. You were absolutely right, though. There you go. That's where it really is. You were quite right, though, that because there's a lot of tree coverage around the circuit, when it doesn't have to dip below what would normally be the horizon at most racetracks, like say for example like Sebring. So it doesn't get that low where it's constantly in your eye line. It'll be there for a few laps and then it will dip behind the trees. And from that point on, it's not so bad. And around here, because the side the sun's setting on, you deal with it coming down to Rivage. You deal with it coming down into Stavelo, and outside of that, it blinds you a little bit as you go around Poole, and that's about it. It's not that bad around here. It's more the sunrise that's the problem. It's just like great everywhere.
Oh, was there a major accident for Cameron Miller? He's been in the pits for now nearly 4 minutes, and I'm trying to find it. But I saw them in pit lane. I thought, they finally took their strategy. Oh, it was an accident coming out of Eau Rouge, and I think they even had some contact with SR Technic Endurance. No contact, but they came very, very close to that GT3 car.
Yeah, I don't fully know myself, but either way, you're absolutely right. They are in the pit lane and remain there. That'd be such a shame after what has been, like I say, a very impressive race thus far. Whilst they're in the pit lane, I can see there's a lot of damage on the right-hand side, particularly around the right rear wheel arch, which is where the damage is. If that had happened, it could have caved in some of the suspension or something. That's what's causing them to have a lengthy damage repair. Shame, because but I will say, as much as it is a shame to not get the result, I think still heads should be held very high for Cam Miller after that incredible battle with a couple of 7K I-rated drivers.
I was going to say,
I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, no, I think he made a few people sit up and take notice on that one, and maybe he needs to do some more official racing, get that I rating up, because clearly he is quite a skilled driver, especially when it comes to defense, because I was impressed as well by that one as we look up to some of our other OBSP cars here in sort of a battle. This is the likes of Baumler now in the BC Vault car, trying to run away from Slow and Confused. This is for 5th position. Got about half a second to make up to catch up to them. And we're still in about halfway through this stint here. So the drivers still have a ways to go before we see them pop into pit lane. In the background, you can also see that looks to be Walton, who has been catching up. I'm keeping an eye on that 66 ever since that weird occurrence with them that caused this whole red flag thing. I've been just kind of curious to see how their race ends up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so there's still a lot of stories to tell when it comes to the nature of this race. A lot of things to be answered, a lot of questions to be answered. I will say, race lead, by the way, in the OBSP category. Race Onion, Benson Empathy, is closing down on your race leader. It was 7/10 it closed down the last lap with 2.2 seconds between the pair of them, and some the next bit of traffic for them is like 11 seconds down the road, and then the one after that is like 30 seconds down the road, which, because they're LMP3s, they'll be catching in a few laps, but not now. So this is a great time for Benson Empathy to show the pace and to really throw the car around as hard as possible to close up to the race lead, because I'm pretty sure there might be a battle for the race lead. Hopefully it'll be as on the edge of our seats as it is like this one, as the two Simsa cars switch positions. The OBS by Simsa car gets past the BC Vault by Simsa.
Look at all 4 of them in a train here, and it's starting to stack up once again. We seem to get this every once in a while, where just a clump of these cars start to form, and then the action absolutely erupts. But the 2 Acuras currently sandwiched between. We're going to have to deal with some traffic as well, as Bukas and SRB Motorsport is going to force them to go on either side once again. Another car having to go through the grass, this time Walton, but he gets a good run because of it. He's going to try and maybe think about the outside. That'd be tough to do around Blanchemont. No, he stays single file, and now they head into the bus stop. He could have another shot at things, but a big defense from Sliumba dissuades him.
Yeah, indeed. Deep on the brakes, though, the Slow and Confused car's going to go, but not too deep. Manages to hook it up to the apex nicely. Kick of oversteer as they put the right foot down and depart onto the start finish straight. 61 laps left to go. Still plenty of time for them to work their way past. But for the OBS World by Simsa car, the point for them isn't even about like just these positions. It is about the championship. You know, they are involved in this championship fight. As yes, of course, we're still early days in this title race, but they are really involved in this championship, and they are not having the race they'd quite dreamt up. I mean, don't get me wrong, WSR Esports Bucket, they're the ones having the real nightmare at the moment, as you can see them in the background. But still, this is the time to take advantage. At the moment, the only real team that's taken major advantage of it is Team Fordzilla.
And it sounds like we have Laurenas Vaticunas here talking to us about the number 21 machine that is Flat Out Racing OBS, who we were watching before. Laurenas, what happened to the car out there? We haven't seen a replay. Can you describe the accident to us?
Yeah, hi guys. What a race so far. So the car 21 on lap 33, they were dealing with the traffic, but basically they lost it on their own, exiting the Radion corner, and they hit the wall, and they were in the pit lane for some repairs, and they are actually back out on the racetrack now.
And apologies, I'm so used to him being referred to as Larry. This is Larry the stat man that you're hearing, Larry. Thank you for the update on that. You've been given a lot of interesting ones. I guess these chaotic races give you a lot more stats to try and sift through.
It's really a headache, you know, to go through what happens, and sometimes you follow up things, and then you get a safety car or even a red flag, and then you get all the stats reset, and you have to start over. So yeah, a lot of work, a lot of cars, and especially in these multi-class races. So well, it's really difficult to follow up with what's happening with all the guys.
Well, I can't thank you and your calculator enough for all that you do behind the scenes, because it really helps us up here. We have to follow the action. We can't keep a head around numbers. So you are a huge help on the team, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thanks. I'll try to do my best, and yeah, good luck with your good job that you are always doing. Nice commentary.
Thank you very much. Well, we'll get some more good commentary here. Lewis, as Walton's got a good run.
You say we're doing good commentary? I don't know about that. Either way, especially on the inside, the OBS World by SimRacing works its way finally through on the slow and confused car. So it's under Walton, up position, gets delayed a little bit by one of the Beaver Grease racing cars now down the hill. It was, I think, to be fair, Walton probably would have hoped that he was going to drag through the BC Volt by SimRacing car behind, that now is really trying to fend off the Grow Racing Team BMW that sat on the rear end of him. Lots of stuff happening in this little group, isn't it?
It is, and this is all for a battle just to decide a top 5 finishing position, but it looks like Walton has really gapped them. Look at that, in just a couple corners, he's suddenly separating. He seems to be the fast one amongst this group, at least at this stage. Some of that may have been flattered by the lap traffic, but we'll really find out now that he's ahead in clear air.
Yeah, indeed, and it's very, very tight and tense out there on the race circuit. Somewhere it's not quite as tight and tense is with a Race Onion closing in on our race leader. It's getting closer, it's getting tighter, and I believe, Joe, we might be able to catch up with Peter Zuber, who obviously did some driving earlier on.
Someone who is from a car. This is from the Race Onion machine, actually. Peter, my goodness, you guys had a phenomenal battle there with the 21. I don't know if you guys were enjoying it as much as we were, but that had to make you guys sit up and take notice a little bit.
Yeah, was a hard but fair fun, although I'm not sure if I should comment on our opinion. But jokes aside, yeah, it was a really hard but fair racing in my opinion. It has really cost us time, but we are coming back, and hopefully we will be able to overtake Fordzilla as well. I think we have the pace advantage, so we're just playing it safe.
That makes sense. I mean, it's about a second and a half now up to the leader. I mean, have you guys felt pretty confident about this one because of that pace advantage? I know the yellows have thrown a lot of the strategy calls out of whack.
Yeah, we do feel comfortable throughout the whole race, really. Especially because in my first 2 stints I only used 1 set of tires and still was able to pull quite a good gap. So next time when I get in the car, I think I can close it down and maybe even go for the overtake. Very likely. We also saved an extra tire set, so we don't have to save tires either anymore.
we were kind of noting from up here, it feels like the first half of the race was a lot more calm and there were some great decisions and good racing. And there's been good racing in the second half, but things have felt a little bit more crazy from our perspective. Has it felt like that from down on the ground?
Yes, definitely. There were quite a few safety cars, and sometimes it was a bit difficult to find out what we should do. And we made one bad call, and that was enough for us to drop back a couple of positions. And it was a bit unfortunate with the 21 that they stayed out, and it cost us a lot of time to the leader. But now we are back within about 1.5 seconds or so. So I think Benson may have a shot at the end of the stint even. It was crazy overall.
You're going to have to get in and play the anchor on this one. I mean, do you relish these sort of things, or does that sort of pressure usually make you nervous?
Honestly, not really. I'm kind of used to it by now. Driving under pressure is something you have to practice and get used to. So once you really get used to it, then it's fine. Of course, you can go all out every time, every lap, every corner. So you need to do a bit of calculated risk, or at least that's my approach in general, especially with the tires, because you can easily overheat them. So a smart, steady approach on the car in front might be our best shot.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. You guys have given us plenty of entertainment, and hopefully we'll be talking to you on the podium.
Thank you. See you guys.
Peter Zuba from that number 15 Race Onion car. His teammate Ben Snemethy currently in it. And we've been watching the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, which has now kind of slipped backwards a little bit. 5th and 6th are running away. And BC Vaults with the car of Baumar, or driver of Baumar, currently inside the car, trying to fend off McGinn and Santos.
Yeah, absolutely, and like I say, always good to hear that from some of our drivers, especially Peter Zuba, who we know is absolutely rapid. And whilst that was all happening, this fight still remains being pretty incredible. Did notice that Valkyrie Competition have received a penalty after we did actually see this on the replay when we had Larry the Stat Guy in. Where there was the contact. Valkyrie drove into the back of, I believe it was one of the local Autosports cars. It must have been the local Autosports black car down at the final chicane, has received a penalty for it. So the day goes from amazing to pretty bad to terrible to absolutely awful now for the Valkyrie Competition team.
Yeah, a potential win is definitely long gone for them. And I was reacting to Baumler there, who found himself slipping up a little bit coming out of Stavolo, and this has put him on the back foot. McGinn is going to try and make a move, but brakes much earlier down into the chicane.
Yeah, by the way, I believe a little bit ahead of this, when the Alfa Esports red car comes into the pit lane, I believe that will be the time for Camilla de Haan to actually finally get out of the car. It's been a long few hours for Camilla de Haan, but Jack Badger has just joined the game and is ready to take over proceedings. If we're going on our current pace, we are less than 2 hours away from the checkered flag, so and we've got 2 hours and 20 minutes basically of race time technically left. So one safety car and it will be over. That will mean that we'll go to time rather. But at the moment we are going to be 20 minutes shy of time, so we should be absolutely fine to get this race done in its entirety.
Bit of a close moment there as McGinn had to defend off of Santos for the 8th place. We were riding on board with him there, but wasn't able to make the move. I'm getting the sense that the 532 car has no more cares to give. I could use another word there, but they have now gotten a penalty for cutting across the pit entry and a penalty for cutting across the pit exit. I mean, the penalties probably mean almost nothing to them at this stage, but they keep getting them.
But what about penalty points?
Oh, that's a good point, actually.
Like how
they should care, probably.
They really should. Do they get penalty points for? Okay. They don't get penalty points for the pit lane stuff from what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Yes. So I don't think they're getting penalty points for that. But either way, they're adding quite a lot here. Who's got the highest? I think the 12. Sorry, has the highest penalty points of Mo. But some have already got 5. Let's put it that way. Some have already got 5 penalty points, which means they're 1 away from a back of the grid drop for the next round. or not taking part in qualifying. They're already 1 away from that, which means they're already 4 away, which is only 1 terrible rejoin away from being DQ'd from this race and the next one.
So be on your best behavior from here on out, or else you're going to pay for it dearly. And I thought Slow and Confused was running away, but BC Vault has caught them. Baumler has rocked up the back of Sliumba here, but he's brought along a friend, and so it's looking like it's going to be a 3-car battle. McGinn is also in there. They're coming up over Eau Rouge, and let's see if anybody gets the run down Kimmel Straight.
Yes, indeed. I think there might be, again, the potential here to see, especially with a little bit of traffic up ahead. You can see the yellow submarine GT3, the leader in the GT3 camp, just sat up ahead. Might cause a problem on the exit of Malmedy and allow, potentially, Baumler to make a look. Actually, it's happened at such an opportune moment for the Slow and Confused car, and I believe it might actually work out as a negative. No, they all work their way through, and Mahmoud Albash is actually able to just get out of the way of all of them, allows all 4 to pass without really cost themselves too much time, and more importantly, without too much risk. Look at the lead that GT3's got, by the way.
I was just going to say, I mean, they could give away some of that time. 13 seconds back to Over the Limit Racing Red, who narrowly escaped a huge accident earlier on when another car had a bad rejoin. And the 56 has a lot to make up, but at least they're still in this race as we check out 2 of our battles. In fact, Over the Limit Racing Red there on your right hand of your screen is being chased by Blue by TC. So they're not looking forward, they're looking backwards.
Yeah, and also they got their teammate in tow as well. The 747 Over the Limit Racing Blue car is not that far off the rear end of that battle as well. That's obviously for second on the GT3 category on the right-hand side of your screen. So plenty of battles are there. But then it's literally this fight that we cannot take our eyes off. 6th place in the OBSP category. And 6th through 9th. It is Slow and Confused, BC Vault by Simsa, WSR Esports, Buttkicker and Grow Racing Team Blue, which still irritates me that car is red. Just going to say. You know what I mean? There's no other Grow Racing Team car in this. Just call it the Grow Racing Team or Grow Racing Team Red or anything other than what you currently have, please.
You run a tight ship out there. There's no all lowercase. There's no wrong colors on the car. Meanwhile, had an incident for the number 3, and he couldn't keep it out of the wall. Unfortunately, that's Renoverse by Tomedo, who find themselves banging into the Armco.
They were able to get back going again, though, without any major dramas. After that, once again, a bit of a look down the inside. BC Vault by Simsa trying to fill the mirrors here. Lars Baumler behind the wheel, obviously. They're getting up to our resident dentist, Josh Toothman, in the Yellow Submarine Squad LMP3. Now going to sit ahead of them as they work their way down this enormous descent. This is where things can get a little bit tricky here for the Slow and Confused car.
Oh, he wanted to turn in, but thankfully left space, and that's going to slow up McGinn, if anything. No, excuse me, Baumler, rather. McGinn's on the inside, looking down at a Pouhon. They're going to get out of it, but not without a big lift from McGinn, and this means that Santos now has an opportunity in this game of dominoes. It comes back to him, but he can't make the pass.
That was so close. It's one of those ones where I'm amazed as there wasn't a car spun. At that point going into Pouhon, if you so much as breathe on the rear left of the car, they are going to spin. There was nothing between the pair of them, but somehow there wasn't contact. That was incredible. But yes, either way, they're still on the racetrack, and that's what we like to see. The gap is fairly large. I thought that was going to work out terribly for Slow and Confused. It actually ended up working out terribly for Lars Baumler. And like I say, McGinn nearly was able to open the door and pick their way through. Sadly, on this occasion, still not. And again, for the WSR Esports Buttkicker car, it's really important that they make up some positions here. Yeah, sure, they're not going to get out towards the front, but it's more so for
Sorry, we had a change for the overall lead. Race Onion just snuck by Team Fortzilla just now. I think that was traffic related.
Yeah, it was.
Wow. So we've got the replay spooled up quickly. I mean, they were sort of close, but not nearly close enough that I was keeping an eye. And then suddenly my timing screen flashed up there, and I thought, what happened?
I honestly thought Fortzilla were in the pit lane. I was like, that's the only way, because like we'd not even spoken about that for ages. And do you know what? That is the 3rd time this race that we've seen the race lead between those two switch over in that exact way.
It's going to be a little bit of deja vu all over again, unfortunately, for Fordzilla. But they're still running in second place, and they still have a big gap back to Altus Esports 30. So they're sitting comfortably in second, at least at this stage in the race. That could still change. But the lead has slipped through their fingers. They're going to have to hope for a bit of luck, I think, if they want to nab that one back from the 15. And the luck has seemed to go their way a few times, but as you can see with the lap traffic, it also can swing right back the other way. Sliamba, though, is playing the role of Cameron Miller here in the mid-pack, just holding up a bunch of cars who cannot seem to find a way past him.
Yeah, I actually don't think Abel Torres is out of this. I think, like, yeah, sure, that race car has been the fastest all day, but look at how little space is given on the nose of that. I mean, they're absolutely still battling here. There is still the opportunity for Abel Torres to work his way past, and will certainly commit as hard as he can. By the way, when I was saying about switches from that way, I might be confusing. I think it might have been actually Fordzilla versus the OBS World by Simsakar. That was for second, because Race Onion was so far ahead. But either way, there's been switches for Fordzilla-related positions, literally with that exact thing, which guess who's going to have to deal with the patience now? Yep, the Race Onion car had to be very patient there, but timed it beautifully, lifted off before it, then punched the throttle going through the middle of it to allow them to pass basically at the top over the crest. Incredible stuff there from our Race Onion car.
Yep, he knows what he's doing out there. They've obviously got the speed, they've got the racecraft, but Fordzilla, I think, is just as savvy, and we can see that with the way that they've held on to them despite how quickly the 9.666 was caught by the 15 in the previous laps. They're going to get sandwiched between a couple other different class cars temporarily. Again, this could make a chance for that Team Fordzilla machine, but no, he's only going to just wait behind as they plunge down towards Pujon once again.
Time is ticking away in this race. Most importantly, though, for these cars, they're three, or realistically, I'd say they're like 6 laps away from making their penultimate pit stop, or from the potential of them making their penultimate pit stop. Once you get to 48 laps left to go, definitely, because we've seen them do 24 lap stints quite a bit today. If you can get to 48 laps, then pit, you know you've got one more pit stop from that point. Realistically, if you pit with 50 to go, you can make 25 work, but it's that 48. I'm not saying they're going to come in with 48 laps left to go, but that is the time where we might see them dart their way down onto pit lane. Realistically, from what I'm seeing from them, to be fair, actually, their stops. The last time Abel Torres stopped was 26. Well, that might have been safety car. I think they did pit on the safety car. Either way, lap 26 was the last time we had a slow lap anyway. Maybe 25, 26. And we're currently on 46 of the restarted portion of this race. So we're 20 laps into the stint. So to be fair, they're not pitting that far past that point.
Exactly. So they're going to have to watch out as there was a spin coming down into the Pif-Paf chicane there by the 111 team. They'll get it back going once again. MTS Garage didn't really hit it. Looked like if they did, it was very slight. So they're running in 7th place in the LMP3s. Still watching that leader in the OBSP, the 15, trying to carefully pick their way by those GT3 cars. And I think that care that the Race Onion is showing is kind of what's helping Team Fordzilla to stick with them so closely here.
Yeah, exactly. They're being patient in traffic. As you can see, the 10-10 car losing the without the front end on that Merc as they work their way down the hill. Well, 3 wide between all 3 of the categories. Lovely work. And Abel Torres would try and sneak his way through. Was not able to open up Puon there, though, over onto the right-hand side. It's actually going to cost them quite a lot of time coming down the hill. I think you're absolutely right. Because President was being patient in traffic, it was what was allowing the gap to remain quite close. Although now I get the feeling the advantage is going to swing quite a bit towards the Race Onion car as Abel Torres just getting wrong-footed a little bit through the traffic.
Yeah, having to squeeze inside of Bukas there in the SRB Motorsports machine. That slowed him down temporarily. They're still running away from those behind them, though. It's about 8 seconds down to 3rd place now, so they've got got so much more pace than everybody else. Let's take a look, though, at what's happened so far in this race. Is 3 wide down into Rivage. Somehow managed to work out, but then they started banging doors through the bus stop as well. And as we see, the leaders in the LMP3s have been swapping back and forth what seems like all race long. We check out some of the battles involving the traffic as the drivers have to both find their way cleanly around the other class cars who have their own race. And then, of course, a big incident into the wall there that certainly did not make the 66 team happy, but their return made things worse.
So he gave them a penalty, of course. That was it was the race onion car that was trying to work their way back up the order. Plenty of battles in LMP3, including this one. Beaver Grease Racing battling as hard as they could, and maybe a little bit too hard into the barrier they would go, along with their teammate. Before we saw this, Cam Miller putting on an absolutely unbelievable defence for second place. 1.6k, battling with a couple of 7k rated drivers. Incredible stuff, whilst unfortunately the Yellow Submarine Squad cars would kind of explode a little bit at the final chicane.
Finally having to give up because of the cut course. Cam did fall down, and then there's another problem for the LMP3s into the bus stop chicane, going over the curb and unable to stop, just plowing into one another. A couple of our front runners finding themselves sent down the order, which means that Locals Autosport is now your leader in those LMP3s. And I wouldn't say it's unexpected, but definitely they didn't look the strongest amongst that group. It's just, I mean, it's an endurance race, and they've outlasted their rivals.
Larry, the stat guy's bringing us more insights, powered by Grip, that the number 15 race onion car is expected to pit this lap. I think it's more that it's expected that they're going to pit. That this is the time where it opens for them. Maybe not this lap, maybe like a couple laps, but we could certainly expect to see Benson Emity into the pit lane this lap, courtesy of when they made their last stop. Let's wait and see if it is going to be the case. They are not coming into the pit lane yet, but what we're saying is we are expecting them in very shortly. This lap, next lap, maybe the lap after. We know that they're pretty good on fuel in that Acura.
Exactly. And let's see, Slow and Confused has pitted, so they actually ducked out of that battle that we saw, and Altus Esports also just zipped past us towards their pit stall. So we've got a couple that are taking it early, but I'm kind of with you. I feel like this is just maybe a little too soon.
Like I say, from this point, you can do 25 lap stints, fair enough. But it's just, you've got to remember that fuel saving will actually get harder as things progress, as the evening really hits us. And that's for one major reason. Nothing about air density or anything like that. We don't really have that on iRacing. It's about the track is cooler, which means the track is faster. And when it's faster, you're on throttle more. Yes, it's small margins, but that on throttle more means that you burn more fuel. It's kind of like the hotter the circuit, because you're slipping and sliding around, you don't use as much fuel. Same as in the wet, you don't use as much fuel in the wet because you're not going as quick. And so the faster you go, effectively, the more fuel you use. Again, it's not really one-to-one. But yeah, to do 25 lap stints at the moment, we saw that a couple of teams struggling to do it earlier on in the race. Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced. I would definitely want to be pitting on 48 to go.
Same here. And my mind goes to the phrase, and endurance racing is that's a little bit deep into the corner. And
is that the phrase?
Oh, that's not the phrase. Sorry. So who are we on board with here? Who's having a heck of a time pitting in?
BC Vault by Simsa. Yeah, I did think it was BC Vault by Simsa. Which is a shame because they were in that battle that we were watching. That was impressive. But alas, that will cost them time.
Okay, so my phrase, please. In endurance racing, you want to be first to pit last. First to pit last. I confused myself again. Yes. Especially because of the safety cars, at least in this style of racing. On iRacing, usually you don't have the safety cars on official road racing. Whoa! And we're going to get more accidents as the LMP3s scatter coming through Blanchimont. The wreck still isn't over. Somebody's off to the side of the track.
Yellow by TC, the GT3 that's still stationary. We've got one of the, I think it was one of the A&R endurance cars in there. It's actually, sorry, SRB by Lint Vega. You got the contact between those two. There's the yellow by TC car that gets absolutely slapped by the SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega car. Well, I mean, they gave it a go going side by side today, I guess.
And we've seen it work out, but not this time, unfortunately. So things just getting a little bit wild out there. So Skultinas eventually gets it turned around, but gets a face full of smoke and spinning cars for his trouble of following behind those cars. But eventually I'll get to my point here where, yes, you want to be the first to pit last to guard off against the safety cars, especially in this series, just in case, because then you will cycle to the front and you'll be sure to have enough fuel because the safety car will give you that extra fuel to make it to the end there. But yeah, I wouldn't say you want to stretch that out to the penultimate stop. I feel like that's making it a little bit risky.
Yeah, the thing is, if you, it's kind of the whole thing of when it comes to making your pit stops early. For the last stop, it makes sense. It's why always on strategy for endurance races, like say for example you do your 24-hour races, especially if they've got safety car interventions and stuff. Typically, what you'll do is with about 8 hours left to go, you'll start running your strategy backwards because you'll want to know when you're making your last stop. Because the last thing you want to do is make a splash and dash. You do not want a splash and dash. So you'll start running your strategy backwards as to when you want to make the last stop and blah 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 blah. The problem with doing that sometimes, especially if you're so aggressive with how you're doing your second to last, third to last stop, how tight to that you're making it, you're backing yourself into a corner where you have no options on strategy because the only option on strategy you have is the one you're currently doing. You can't chop and change, you can't adjust because you're locked on what you're doing. Whereas at least if until that final stop, on the build up to that, if you're giving yourself a little bit of room here and there, at least you're giving yourself plenty of options as trying to navigate some of these traffic. Oh, slow and confused, switching it up, trying to get to the inside. Burkhard Mehring back behind the wheel of the OBS by Simsa car. But yeah, you don't want to be closed off on strategy because that puts you in a really bad set. The only car that's gone out for this until 48 to go, by the way, is the WSR Esports by Butt Kicker. They are now in the pit lane. Finally, I believe they certainly are, and so Race Onion will retake over the race lead.
Yep, and they're actually even going to swap out McGinn with Adam State. So they'll put their hot shoe in, I assume, for the end of this race. Meanwhile, Slow and Confused flashing the lights at Mehring in the OBS World by Simsa car, trying to see if he can distract him, especially now that we're getting into the evening here and the sun is starting to set beyond the horizon. But they'll flash past the car of Cybus there in his GT3 Porsche and carry on their merry way battling one another.
Yeah, indeed. So we really are approaching these, I say, final moments of the race. 48 laps left to go in this one. Yeah, we're still hour and a half away from the end of the race, but yeah, these are the final moments when it comes to an endurance race. This is where a safety car can really throw things up in the air, where your strategic play needs to be absolutely spot on as the number 10 car tries to go around. Sorry, the number 21 car rather tries to go around the outside bravely. Of one of the over-the-limit racing cars. It was the blue car. We're seeing an over-the-limit racing battle at the moment for the final step on the podium. It's very, very much under the limit, though, between the pair of them. On the it is definitely under it. They're not really pushing each other, are they?
not as much as we've seen some people do today. But these two close to one another, coming down into the braking for the bus stop chicane. And let's see if Staskevicius is going to try and challenge on Over the Limit Racing Blue here. Are they going to continue to work together with those being team cars, as they are already overtaken, of course, by that LMP3 of Beaver Grease Racing, who's actually just, I think, passed them for position? No, actually, he still needs to overtake them for position. He's behind them right now because of their issues, so he's had a bit of a miserable day. Let's see what happens here along the Kimmel Straits with them giving a little bit of a tow. Are they just going to try and make some fuel mileage here? What's going to go on?
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, if they are going to switch here, I think they need to do it swiftly. because to be perfectly honest, the next car is only 2.8 seconds down the road. The Blue by TC cars, it's not that far. So by battling for this position right now between the two teammates, all you're going to do is waste time. And to be perfectly honest, even if they weren't teammates, if you're going to switch, do it cleanly. Do it cleanly, do it quickly, and do not waste time in doing so, because whilst it is 2.5 seconds to the car ahead, if you waste a little bit of time, a couple of tenths here, a tenth and a bit there, that gap will grow. It'll get to 3 seconds, and then you'll battle a little bit harder, and get to 4 seconds. And at that point, it's like, well, yeah, you are just battling between yourselves. You've got no chance of catching second place. So, again, whilst we're still getting towards the end of the race, still play the long game.
Absolutely. And, I'm sure they'll be thinking about that. There's probably communication between the team at this stage. And actually just noticed, very interesting, I didn't know you could have different colored headlights.
No, me neither. I did think that, why we've got a white and a yellow.
I never noticed that before. Okay.
Well, I know in IMSA, the GT3s have yellow headlights to differentiate it from the prototypes.
Yes.
And I would assume then, because then in typical GT3 racing, they do typically have white headlights. I just never had thought of it. I'd never really thought about it as to how they get them to switch. So I guess it makes perfect sense, but it's like, oh wait, what?
Yeah, and there's some sort of method in here, but I'm not sure. Maybe I think for a while there was a difference between IMSA spec paint jobs and WEC. It looks like you're going to pit stop now for both these two and by Blue by TC. So all three of our drivers fighting for second are going to come. Oh, but Blue by TC absolutely missed their pit stall by a mile.
Oops. As the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car remains out on the race circuit, there is the race onion now racing by 5.3 seconds. Enormous lead post pit stop with 1 stop left to go. And race control has now declared it a night race. I don't know what that means and what that does to the rules, but it is now a night race.
I believe this means that they must have headlights on. We'll talk about that in a moment. But in the meantime, unlock your racing passion with OBS World. Download our app now and dive into a world of endless opportunities. Whether you're a sim racer aiming to get scouted, a media enthusiast looking to expand your network, or a car enthusiast chasing your dream lifestyle, OBS World is your gateway. Don't just dream it, live it with OBS World. Get the app today. Yes, you can knock the headlights off of these cars. So, and I have seen this before. You talked about racing Le Mans. I've seen teams before that don't have their headlights and are stuck trying to race around somebody else because they can't see otherwise.
Yeah, just to we have had the clarification from Race Control that the main thing is that all cars are required to have their headlights. I have seen people, try and drive around a circuit without headlights on, and it's not good. To be fair, one time I was driving home from my from Silverstone, from some of my work that I was doing up there, and I was coming down the M40, and I was watching someone in a Nissan Qashqai with no headlights on at all, which I will tell you did scare me a little bit. So, if you are on the roads, please, if it is nighttime, please do use your headlights.
Yes.
I was like, oh no. Either way, into the pit lane, the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car from the race lead of the GT3s has come in. And so we'll now be able to really understand what the gap's going to be in that GT3 car. They will need to stop again, by the way. There's no way they can get to the end from this point.
No, it's too long of a race. Usually you see the GT3s go roughly about an hour, and we've got more than that left in this event. Blue by TC came out way behind Over the Limit Racing Red and Blue because of them going beyond. In fact, it was quite a bit longer by about 11 seconds or so than the other two's pit stop.
Fuel.
That might be it. I was trying to figure out if there was a 10-second penalty that they could get. Because I don't think there is if you're taking service. Because usually if you take service, they extend the penalty so that you can't just take a penalty and kind of save time in the pits for that. So that's very strange. As that last one diving in, and I was thinking about this the headlights thing earlier is thank goodness the headlights are still on the damaged front of that 10/10 machine, because you can see otherwise most of the front of the car is gone.
Gone, yeah. No, I think, yeah, the 14, yes, of course it missed the box, then got back into it. It's fine, it would have lost a little bit of time, it would have lost a couple of seconds of doing so. They might have taken a full tank of fuel, whereas the other cars may not have taken a full tank of fuel, because from this point on for a GT3, it's basically a stint and a half left to go, and so you don't really want a full tank now, unless you're going to do the splash later on, do the short stop later on. I would not. I'd rather not do that. I would rather have a slightly lighter car, to be honest now, especially if I'm going onto fresh tyres. I don't know. It's kind of one of those ones. It's hard to tell, and you do what you do.
I guess you kind of got to read the race and your competitors and see what works out well for you. Some of it might also be down to the strategy and where you feel you are in terms of a gap in the traffic. If you feel like the timing is right, that you could get in and get out at the right time, have a good sprint, you're racing somebody, that might determine it as well. This is Alpha Esports Red, who have been racing with Camilo Tahan in the car for most of the time, but now Jack Badger has hopped in the number 37 and is running in that 5th place to take it home.
Yeah, indeed. But I do think we saw Cam Miller join the YouTube chat and said, "Well, the highest and lowest point in my OBS career." Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. But yeah, no, fair enough. I think we all understand that. Either way, back into this race as we see a switch here, riding on board with the OBS by Simsa car and straight through. On the Alpha Esports Red. Obviously, Alpha Esports Red, it is no longer Dahan behind the wheel. It is Jack Badger who takes the wheel of that car and gets passed by Burkhard Mehring, who was doing such a good job in the early stages of the racing. Was it 2nd place, doing a fantastic job in his battle with the Team Fortuna car?
Yeah, I think that is the one that we were talking about a little bit earlier as we come back to Blue by TC. Do they have yet more problems here? Are they being challenged for that spot now?
Is a 227 behind, which is the position. It is the PPF racing car. Although I think they've passed them recently. If I remember, I think they came up behind them because the PPF racing car has a hilarious amount of damage on the rear end of that car. I think the Blue by TC recently passed them, and I also believe that the PPF racing car is yet to come in for its penultimate stop.
I'm double checking, and I'm not seeing an overtake in the last lap or two. So if they did pass them, it may have been a bit ago.
Yeah, maybe not. I just feel like I saw them behind them not that long ago. But
and actually, let me check the lap times here, because I think they might actually be quicker than that 14 car for some reason.
Oh yeah, no, maybe you're right. Yeah, too right. Yeah, no, maybe. Like I mean, they are right there, and the last lap time was a lot faster for the PPS Racing Team car. Maybe I was thinking of another car that was ahead of them, or something, or just because of the damage that Porsche weren't going to close in. But either way, we do have this fight. This is for 4th in category.
Exactly. So this is outside the podium after Blue by TC was in 2nd, and in the midst of that podium for a good chunk of this race, a mistake for some reason in the pit stop, or we think, we know a mistake, but we think maybe also taking some extra fuel as well may have set them a little bit down. Maybe that could be some of the extra fuel. Maybe the PPF team decided to go for the halfway point.
Oh, what's happened with Race Onion? They've been black flagged. I mean, they've received a penalty. They've not been DQ'd. Let's clarify that. In game, they've received a penalty.
I found it. Drive-through penalty for crossing pit entry
line. Oh my God!
Rookie mistake. You cannot do that. They had a little bit of bad luck with the strategy before, but that one is totally on them, if I'm honest.
So they're going to come out behind Ford. Do you know what? They might come out behind Altus Esports. I think they'll still be ahead of Grey Racing Team Blue. And you know, I still think they've got the place to win
it. They might.
I don't know. I mean, they've pulled out a 10-second lead. It was 4 or 5 seconds not long ago over the Team Fordzilla car. They've got the pace. If I were them, I'd stay out on the racetrack for the 3 lap. Oh my goodness! As one of the Yellow Submarine Squad cars goes round at the final corner. as it was trying to get past some of the GT traffic and will now rejoin the race circuit. Yeah, if I'm Peter Schubert, I'm staying out on the race circuit going as fast as I can to try and build the gap as much, so maybe I don't have as much to fight through. But yeah, as with the Blue Bar TC car.
Oof, contact they did not want in that moment. By the way, I went back and looked at that pit entry. It was by tiny little margins, but as I said before, it's black and white, and they crossed the line. It was just that little bit, but they are not allowed to do so. And Race Onion is going to reap the pain from that decision in the heat of the moment to cut it a little bit too tight, trying to work their way in. In the meantime, some of our LMP3s battling through La Source. Tim Tromp ahead of MTS Garage. And that's Thomas Orbonis in Locals Autosport Black, who is a lap down, so he's not a part of that battle positional-wise.
Yeah, you can ask yourself, is it harsh? Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, as we see these working their way past, Esports Red keeping right on the back of OBS World by Simsa. Is it harsh? Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, then you can look at it and be like, okay, if it is harsh, then how much do you have to gain by pushing it to the absolute limit of that line? Whereas if you didn't just push to the limit and maybe cost yourself a couple of tenths of a second, well, it's slightly better than a drive-through, isn't it? So it's harsh, but that blame lies both ways on that one. So either way, it'll be a tough one for Race Onion to swallow, as out wide goes the Alpha Esports Red.
Also, we didn't see it on screen, but Urbanus, just as we cut away, had Balsinius from Slow and Confused nearly shove him off the track through Eau Rouge once again. And as we've seen, when cars make contact in there, it's usually huge accidents, but they got away with it. And thankfully both carry on, but I'm sure that's caused a few people to have their heart in their throat. Meanwhile, we're checking in on Race Onion, who still need to serve their penalty. This time it looks like he was within the boundaries.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is get a penalty while serving a penalty. I've done it. It was in a race at Silverstone. I got a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane whilst making a pit stop, and then whilst coming in to serve that, I got a drive-through penalty. I was fuming. Such a short pit lane around here, though. You can see they've lost out to Team Fordzilla. I was wondering if they were going to lose it to Esports as well. Well, they depart the pit lane now. In fact, they've come out directly behind the Team Fordzilla car.
They had that much of a gap? That is unbelievable. I was with you. I figured they'd fall down to third, maybe fourth or something, but the drive-through penalty only gave them a tiny bit of pain compared to what we anticipated. But now Fordzilla gets a second lease on life to try and fend them off. Do they fight harder this time?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think because of the pit lane speed limit, got to remember it's faster here at Spa than it normally is. I think it's 80k. It's normally like 60, and it's a short pit lane because we don't run the endurance pits. So it's quite a short pit lane, so it's okay. Locals Autosports Black rejoining the racetrack at the final chicane after having a bit of a moment, so a bit of a shame for them. I'm not sure 100% as to why they ended up down the escape road down there. But either way, we've got our battle for the race lead back on, which, I mean, hey, Race Onion won't like that. Team Fordzilla will be feeling the pressure, and we're sat here in the comedy box thinking, fantastic. I'm okay with this.
This is the drama we want to see out there. And there you can see him in the background. Race Onion with Zuba in the car, chasing down Gomez as they watch the last dying lights disappear here around Spa. We have officially entered a night race, but you can see hints of orange up and over the horizon still in the sky. Blasting past now, that'll be SRB Motorsport that our new leader just overtakes the LMP3 cars, trying to give them the space here. 41 laps to go, and it has suddenly been reinvigorated.
Yeah, it's not quite night. I mean, look, I could still play golf in this in this light. It's fine. I have, but no, it's the question is how long can the Team Fordzilla car hang on to the race lead? And to be perfectly honest, based on the pace of what we've seen from Race Onion today, I'm not sure. It's going to be that long. I think they need to get incredibly fortuitous through traffic, because the second Peter Zuber has any advantage, if there is a misstep in traffic from Fordzilla, that Race Onion car will bite. And they have got 40 laps to be patient here. I think they might try on the first attempt here up at Lake Com.
He's got a good run. Is he going to show his nose? He's not yet. He's sticking behind him. Now he pops out to the inside. No defense whatsoever from Fordzilla. They'll let them through.
Interesting. Do you know what that tells me? I think...
Fuel?
No, I think they're playing the championship game. I think they are... Remember, this is a 7-round championship. We are halfway through the season now. Team Fordzilla are second in the standings. Race Onion have scored a podium and then nothing else. Right, so they are quite a way back. Yeah, sure, they'll be getting 25 points. Fair enough. That's all well and good. So drag themselves back into it. But Fordzilla, they're thinking about WSR Esports Buckingham. They're thinking about OBS World by Simsa, who are miles behind them.
And Zuba just had contact and lost the lead. So it's gone right back. This was through Buon. Al-Bash, our leader. This was the GT3 leader and the OBSP leader came together. I hope we can get a replay of this one because now Fordzilla is back in front of them. You said they're going to need a little bit of luck. Somehow the racing gods continue to smile on. Watch this.
So what's going to happen here? So to the outside, trying to go around the outside of Buon on a GT3. Are you mad?
A little bit, apparently.
That's crazy.
They survived to race another day, but they are no longer our leader, and they've got to re-overtake that number 966. But I think I agree with you that this is probably coming down to them just thinking big picture and making sure that they get to the finish. And the gap before the penalty, there you go, 10 seconds. Was cut back to about 2 seconds between them when they emerged from the pit lane. And they had remade that up before now. They've got about another half a second to try and regain again.
I mean, look, I think, as you know, we'll see the replay here and the race down. Back to live, wasn't it? But yeah, there we go. There's the move for the race lead straight. Pretty much the same as what we were seeing before. Peter Zuber straight back down the inside. No worries on the Fordzilla. I think once again, Juan Manuel Gomez is not really fighting it. Again, I think they are literally just playing the game for the championship, and I actually respect that quite a lot. That takes quite a lot to be like, no, do you know what? I would love to win this race, but Race Onion has been so fast. It's so risky for us to battle with you.
And we've seen so many drivers who were fast get taken out because of that. So yeah, just letting them go. And I'm sure Gomez inside the cockpit watching them go back and forth says, I can do this all day. You guys keep making mistakes. I'm just, this is slow and steady wins the race kind of situation. Meanwhile, here's some fun down into Puhan as well between Badger and Maring. Maring also going around the outside, both of them around the outside of El-Bash, who's probably asking the prototypes to stop doing that through Puhan now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's okay to do it in the second part of it, but in that first part, you're asking for a crash. I still don't understand how the Race Onion car. I don't understand why Peter Zuber did that, but also how there wasn't a crash between them. The rest of them all trying to filter their way through, and again, it's all very sketchy indeed. As there is a large gap happened behind. Was there something that happened behind them? I thought there was a car right up with them. Or am I going crazy? I think it must have just been the lap traffic. It's fine.
Yeah, I think so. There is a battle between Slow and Confused and Grow Racing Team, though. So there's definitely more action happening up and down the order here as the 66 is trying to fend off Alpha Esports Red. So we've got a couple of pairs there. You can, I think, see the others in the background also tight together as they fly out of La Source and down towards the flat-out portion here in Eau Rouge, changing directions very quickly. The cars compress in this portion of the track and then get light over the other just as they have to overtake the lapped car, and that slowed up Maring. This is going to be a chance for Badger.
Yeah, but again, this is good for the championship for Fordzilla if Jack Badger can work his way through. Holds him tight before they get into Lacombe. That is a classic open wheel move straight around the outside. Brilliant stuff there for Jack Badger, showing some of the form that he's got in these cars. Will take a defensive line here as they come down the hill, manages to cover off the OBS World by Simpson car. Maring trying to get around the outside. Jack Badger now up in the 4th position. Solid move, like I say, held him tight going into Lacombe and just made sure that there wasn't the opportunity for him to come through.
In fact, I think there may have been a little bit of contact between them on top of things, both on the straight and then into the corner. But it's certainly getting more and more tense out there because we're seeing less room given. We're seeing drivers willing to try and make some of those aggressive moves. Granted, we've seen plenty of aggressive moves earlier in this race, but now it's picking up once again, heading towards the final stint soon.
Yeah, indeed. More insights powered by Grip. A little bit further back from this battle, although not too far back, is the Grow Racing team and the Slow and Confused team. Grow Racing team on some pretty old tyres, 36 laps worth of tyres. They're definitely double stinting, but they'll be preparing for that final stint where they'll want to get off these tyres finally and prepare themselves for that run to the checkered flag, which is not that far away. In about 12-13 laps time, we'll see a lot of these cars come into pit lane for their last stop here at Spa before we go and race our way to that checkered flag, see the end of the race and see who's going to come out on top. Right now it's looking very favourable for the Race Onion team in the OBSP category. As well, to be fair, it is for the Yellow Submarine Squad and Locals Autosport in their respective categories. Our race leaders are definitely taking control in all three of the classes. Very much so. If it wasn't for that penalty, Race Onion would, be somewhere in the range of about 15 seconds ahead now. It's about 10 seconds in LMP3, is 17 over in GT3. This is close for that battle for P4, but Alpha Esports Red is not going to give a chance down to the number 66, so they'll have to stay behind at least for now. They're coming upon Ryan Reed in the Yellow Submarine 534, who is not battling with anybody close to them, so hopefully shouldn't cause an issue. A look to the inside is wide goes the Alpha Esports red car. He'll keep him behind. He's offline, a cut back, and he almost gets boxed in. He covers him off immediately as they go 3 wide down towards Puhan. Side by side into the corner. Jack Badger holds the defensive line into there, wheel to wheel. They'll keep it straight. They'll keep it on the track, and this is going to give the inside to Mering now. Absolutely fantastic there. Mering just getting in the mirrors, getting in the head of the number 37 of Jack Badger, and Bosch manages to pass. Confirmation there in the insights powered by Grid. Of course, Larry the Statsman bringing us the information. These two tyre sets, they've got an extra one left. They've got the same age of tyres. This is as equal as it gets in this fight. They are basically running the exact same stuff in the battle to the end of the race, and they're in the same car as well. You're both in Porsches, so again, fantastic stuff to see this fight. But I don't know, it's crazy stuff. That was a really good move around the outside of Puhan there, side by side in category. I will say when it comes to other battles and things that might be closing up, whilst yes, Race Onion have checked out for the race lead over Fordzilla, Altus Esports are kind of closing in bit by bit. Yuri Lopez is doing just about enough to close down on Juan Manuel Gomez, so there might be a fight in the final stint of the race between those two for the second step on the podium. Yeah, I'm looking at the last couple laps, and they're chipping away at it. That's all you need to do is be consistent throughout the race to try and run them down. As we're checking out some of our cars down in the LMP3s. This is a fight for P2. This is SRB Motorsports with Petkovičius and Junk in the 58s and the 245. Good defense there from the A&R car. He'll pull a few car lengths away. Yeah, exactly. Just nailing the important parts. Like, I mean, this is the whole thing of like when it comes to defending for positions, you have to know which parts of the circuit you have to nail. Because I've always said this before. You don't. If you're defending from someone, you do not have to drive the entire circuit perfectly. You have to know which parts of the circuit you need to drive perfectly. And around here, like Fania and Campers, you've got to nail that because obviously he's got the run down towards bus stop, and you've got to nail La Source. If you don't nail Malmedy that much, it's kind of easy to defend going into Rivage. If you don't nail Rivage, it's kind of easy to defend as No Name. Same as, to be fair, out of No Name down towards Puhan. And from Puhan, like, if you're not nailing those corners, it's fine because you can defend. It's not the end of the world, as long as you don't make a super large mistake. As long as you nail places like La Source and make sure that you build that gap. And as long as you nail that final sector of the infield part, basically the circuit, going up to the back, as long as you're nailing those important bits, you will keep the car behind. And also, do not defend clean air. I absolutely hate seeing it. When there's like 7/10 or 6/10 and then you still defend, you don't need to. All you're doing is you're wasting yourself time. The fastest way around the racetrack is on the racing line. Stick to it. I agree. And
so far has been sticking to it when he needs to and defending when he needs to. The A&R car is holding on to that second place, but it is close, although he is a little bit quick through Vanies as he pulls away from SRB Motorsport down through that little chicane. And that actually puts him at a much better advantage right here. Look at how far he's pulled off of the 245 to where there's no longer a threat.
Exactly. Literally exactly what we're saying. You nail Fania, you nail Campus, you come out through this backstretch, you don't have to worry about anything, you're pinned all the way to the bus stop, and the gap is large. It's definitely coming down now. The slipstream will allow that gap to close down. That's fine. Don't even really need to nail the bus stop chicane. If you're driving it a little bit too deep, it's a bit of a disaster. Make sure you try and nail the exit as we lose a little bit of connection there with them, despite doing so well. Alas, the A&R Autosport car rejoins us a little bit. Nail this corner again, build that gap on the way down the hill, and things are looking good as we head back to Burkhard Mehring, still defending from Jack Badger. The battle for 4th position in the OBSP category.
Badger's going to have to get back on top of things here. Mehring holding that track position in 4th with only 35 laps to go left in this race now. We'll have to ask Lewis in a bit about where we sit in terms of race left, time left, and that was the 1010's car. Vinicius unfortunately can't make the car disappear, and Jack Badger had to get out of it.
We have an hour and a half. Ooh, okay, no, we'll do that in a second. Oh my goodness, that was very scary. Whoa, just getting their way around Manuel Cruz. And yeah, that was very scary. And there might actually be a move here from Jack Badger, who's carrying the speed up towards Blanchemont. We'll see if he does anything into the bus stop, and then I'll go back into the time because he's going to look to the outside here. Mehring not covering off the corner, and that's why Jack Badger sent one down the inside. Nearly contact between the two, but the pair of them are fine as they leave the bus stop. Very quickly then, there is an hour and a half of allotted time left to go in the race, with 34 laps left to go. The amount of time that should take will be around around about an hour and basically an hour and 10 minutes, if that, because they've got a pit stop as well. So slightly under an hour and 10 minutes. So we've got 20 minutes, to play with when if we get a safety car. But realistically, at the moment, we are finishing the race distance. So 34 laps to go. That is legit.
All right, and coming up over the crest once again. This is a pretty good run by Alpha Esports Red. He was aggressive down to the bus stop chicane. Will he do the same here? He's gaining. He's showing himself. He's going to break deep. Can he make it? No, he can't. And he's the one that gets turned around as Mehring is the one able to carry on. And the 37 will also lose a spot to Slow and Confused. I think BC Faults is a little bit too far behind, but eventually Alpha Esports Red finally gets himself turned completely around.
Yeah, again, don't really want to be that guy, but that was always going to happen, and it's the rightful outcome because it's like the problem there was that Jack Badger went for a move that he kind of half committed to. The overlap wasn't enough. That is you barely got alongside the rear wheel of the car. The overlap just wasn't enough. You've sent it in too hard. You've sent it in too deep. If you're going to go for those kind of moves, you need to be fully committed to sending it all the way down the inside. Alas, wasn't. That's where the contact came from. And thankfully, in all that, it didn't send the OBS World by Simpson car round, because that would have been a terrible shape as we look back in the LMP3s in the battle for second.
Coming up into the braking here, side by side, round the outside for the second half. SRB Motorsport moves himself into P2. Junk is going to try and fight back. Brilliant exit out of Malmedy. He gets to the inside, didn't cover it off. Petkavicius leaves the door open. He's going to be out into the marbles. I'll be amazed if he can keep the grip out there. The car starts to fall back, but he's in the inside into Speaker's corner, cuts down to the curb, and he's going to hold the position.
Yeah, well, again, like when you're running that wide, it's so easy to even, to be honest, to drop the car in its entirety just by going onto the marbles, having a little bit of a slip and slide. The marbles have built up quite a lot over the last 2.5 hours since we had this race restarted after the red flag period. Once again, the SRB Motorsport car now into that second position. A&R Endurance Esport right over the rear end, and Junk is going to try and come back through as soon as possible because you don't really want to leave it too late. Although I will say, with the LMP3s, they're not that far away realistically from their from what will be their final pit stop should they want to take it this early. As you can tell there, the tyre rate to the SRB Motorsport car They pitted 11 laps ago to go onto some fresh set of tyres, and I get the feeling that they're not going to be coming into the pit lane for at least 10-15 laps, where they'll take a little bit of fuel and try and run it to the check-in.
As we watch here through the chicane once again, you sticking glued to the back of Petkavicius, that has to get a little bit closer if he wants to make an attack again. Clearly he does, and he's been trying, but can't seem to stay ahead of that 245. This all about 10 seconds behind your leader in the LMP3 class right now. That is still Locals Autosport right now. Vicaris Villius is in that machine. There he is on screen now, just kind of ticking off the laps. I mean, that's all he really has to do at this stage, is just mind your manners out on the circuit, watch out for trouble, and bring it home. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, there's still a long way, realistically, to go to the end of the race. But right now, you're in position. The most important thing is to not make any mistakes, not do anything too silly, navigate traffic with authority, but without risk, which is a hard way of doing it. And I will say, the Race Onion car is in the same kind of boat, although I did just notice they lost an entire second to Fordzilla. And I've just seen there's a spin for the SRB Motorsport car, and a bit of contact as well, for good measure, coming through from the A&R Endurance Esports team. Now drives out into the gravel trap before sticking it in reverse and coming back on the racing onto the racing surface before sending one out. Still got plenty of time back to fourth place, don't worry, but just dropped it by themselves. Yeah, we're going to see it here in the replay. I mean, we were just mentioning how getting out in the marbles gets tough around there. Well, he wasn't even near the marbles. He was still on the racing line, but the rears decided they had no grip left, and around she goes. I think drove it in a little bit too hard. That was the problem. Like once you've driven it in too hard, and then you're trying to put too much lock on, the rear will let go. And to be fair, whilst doing so, may have even been trying to trail brake into the corner, lifted a little bit off the brake, realised you're going too quick, got back on the brake, puts all of the weight back onto the nose of the car, lifts the rear end up and sends it round. If you're going to do that, if you're going to trail brake, you've got to kind of keep a fairly consistent pressure on the brake pedal. So it's been an exciting race, but if you want to know more, unlock your racing passion with OBS World. Download our app now and dive into a world of endless opportunities. Whether you're a sim racer aiming to get scouted, a media enthusiast looking to expand your network, or a car enthusiast chasing your dream lifestyle, OBS World is your gateway. Don't just dream it, live it with OBS World. Get the app today. And back to our racing up at the front there. Race Onion going to go through Eau Rouge once again. Lap 68 of this stint, of this session for the number 15, with just now 31 left to go, getting ever closer to where he could make that final pit stop, and Zuba could be good to go for the finish of this race. Exactly. 20 for these cars, yeah. For the GT3s and the LMP3s, we're looking at round about now. To be honest, a little bit after this would be fine. With like 28, 26 laps to go. For these, it's that 24, 25 laps left to go from what we've seen earlier on in the race. So we're approaching that final stop for this grouping. Do remember they are fairly close to it. They're about 20 laps into their stint, and when they pitted, quite a lot of this category, they came into the pit lane with 50 laps left to go. Should be fine for fuel, but it's maybe a little bit too touch and go, and you've got to make all the right decisions coming through traffic. That may not have been. Could they save fuel from here? Because Slow and Confused just pit, and Grow Racing Team also did as well. Nah, I'm not a fan of that. That's well, unless they were pitting ridiculously earlier on, but then doing an hour in the OBSP, that's very uncommon, especially around here. You can theoretically do enough fuel saving to get you there, but that seems odd. Is how I put it. That's too far. Surely that's way too far. 26 or 27, maybe 30, 31. I don't buy it. Yeah, I'm a bit confused by this one, and you do see the car between them, the 21 Flat Out Racing OBS. That they're 4 laps down, so They are not racing with these two cars. They're separating them. There is the gap between the pair that are now battling for the 7th position. And, excuse me, no, that's Grow Racing Team Blue that is behind them. So that is not the one that we were looking for. Oh, so this is, excuse me, this is the battle between 9th and 10th.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to work that one out myself. Yeah, they're both 4 laps down.
Okay, so now that we've cleared up
it's very confusing. So I was like looking at it being like, yeah, you're right. And I'm looking at the gaps being like, wait, yeah, but that gap is legit between them.
It helps if I read more closely. But Michael Cook is in that car now, having taken over for Cameron Miller. And like we said, this may be for some of the farther down positions, but this is still important to these drivers. And this is still for points, but they're going to make contact with Slow and Confused. Thankfully, they don't spin them around, but things are getting a little bit testy in there.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, the 325 there may not have been going that slow, but they certainly are confused by what just happened. Receiving quite a bump on the rear end. And I will say, if you're not feeling quite the pace of the two behind, I'd almost be like, right, I know you're a few laps down on me, but off you go, get on with it, and stop messing about with my race.
Exactly.
But again, so confused. For me, they're definitely coming back in the pit lane. There's no way they're reaching the checker flag.
So Flat Out Racing is a little bit slow off Eau Rouge. Aruda shows his nose. They're going to go by another of our LMP3s who is way ahead, but thankfully he saw it coming and let the green number 21 through.
Exactly. Yeah, got to hope that lap traffic whilst the race is long. Yeah, we have been going for a fair while now. We started this race basically about 5 hours ago, and we've still got another hour of it left to go. Realistically speaking, for a lot of these teams and stuff, you're just hoping that when you come across the lap traffic, you're hoping they're paying attention. So easy not to. It's so easy to be sat there, in your own little world, kind of doing your own thing, and not pay enough attention and not pay enough mind to these prototypes that are coming through. But the OBSP cars, they're absolutely rapid. If you're not paying attention for a split second, you could be out of the race, and that's either through your mistake or through theirs, and you didn't avoid it.
Yeah, we're talking 18 seconds a lap difference between the fastest and slowest class, so you need to keep your head on a swivel. Meanwhile, Larry the Statman joins us once again. Larry, what's the story?
Yeah, hi. So I just want to bring in a little bit of clarification with what's happening between Flat Out Racing and Grow Racing Team Blue, why they are 4 laps down and running closely together. So recently, the Grow Racing team were entering the pit lane in lap 63 for, well, that should be their casual pit stop. Though only after 14 laps stint, they crashed the car on the entry. So they had to stand still for quite a bit of time, and they met Flat Out Racing on the racetrack because Flat Out Racing had a crash, I believe, on lap 33. So that's why those pit stops are a little bit unusual, and that's why they are 4 laps down but battling for position number 9.
Both splitting on either side of Galkis and the 4SR car as the battle comes down to Lacombe once again. Round the outside for Aruda. Is he going to be able to finish it up? Yep, and just eased out to the side. Cook has to give way. Larry, thanks for clearing that up for us. Obviously,
no problem.
Lewis and I are having a bit of trouble keeping track of everything going on out here with 44 cars that started this race.
We're just having trouble keeping track.
Yeah.
But either way, there's your race leader, the Race Onion car, 3 and a bit seconds clear of Team Fortilla. It's not at the point where the gap's comfortable. They've definitely got the pace, but I say, a couple of missteps in traffic, that gap's nothing. I've already seen it come down by a second and a bit. One time coming through traffic where maybe they were being a little bit cautious. Thank God they got some clean road up ahead. But like I say, one mistake, and you might well be seeing that Fortilla car back in your rearview mirror. And I get the feeling that Gomez, if he does close back up to it, he's not going to sit behind. He's not going to. Whilst yes, they were allowing the Race on your car to pass earlier. If they're able to close back up, it's like, no, this fight's on.
Yeah, and maybe this is a case of the car coming alive now that it's getting to be nighttime. I mean, this kind of goes back to, you got to think big picture here, except in this case, just within the race, not necessarily within the championship. Because if you set your car up, you want to set it up for the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to hope that the car is working well in cooler conditions. It's 23 degrees track temperature out there at the moment and dropping. And like I said, I mean, I could see this getting down to around about 20 or so. I think it probably won't go that much lower than that because obviously you've got cars circulating, which is going to keep the track fairly warm, and we're not going that deep into the night. But it's cooled down enough where it's like the grip difference from the start of the race when we were talking about it was like 38 degrees. That's 15-degree track temperature drop. The car's going to react completely differently now than how it was. If you've got a car set up for these conditions, perfect.
And you're going to be able to battle strongly with whoever you are up against. So that will help out significantly on this one as we follow the 89, who have now managed to overtake Flat Out Racing and are trying to run away, but they got a little lap traffic in front of them. And here goes an opportunity. Do they want to race them hard enough? They go 3 wide. Yes, they do. They come together a little bit. We've seen that before. They're going to manage to carry on around the outside from Michael Cook, and he takes that spot back.
Yep, absolutely. Again, brilliant stuff. Brilliant racing. Yes, they're effectively racing for the wooden spoon, and yes, I know drivers really don't like it when you say that, but at the same time, it's true. And they are down, but they're battling. They're putting on a show. They're dragging our attention back here to 4 laps down, and I am okay with it. Again, brilliant racing between the pair of them. BMW versus Porsche. And like I say, some incredible stuff there from Michael Cook, but I think Aruda might try and send one down the inside, maybe not into the chicane, but maybe down into T1. You see him going up the gears. Did notice that WSR Esports have got past BC Volt by Simsa because BC Volt by Simsa are back in the pit lane as there comes the send.
A big send from a long ways back there, and he manages to stay side by side and outgun him off the corner. Aggressive stuff. I have a feeling, you say they're racing for the wooden spoon. I think they're just having fun.
And that's sometimes what racing's about. Everyone's tells you about how if you're not winning, you're not having fun. That's rubbish. Some of the best battles that I've had, that I've seen, have been in lower down positions. It's fine. And you know what? They're putting on a great show and they're having a good time, which when you've had a disappointing run through the end of this race for the last hour or so, all you want to do when you're like this far down is just like, I just want to have a battle with someone. I don't want something to happen. Well, they're getting that, and they're putting on a show, and they're showing why sometimes never give up and all that kind of stuff, because it's fun.
Exactly. Might as well get your money's worth entering into the series here and competing. Also, we had another taker for their last stop. BC Volt by Simsa has exited out. They are currently sitting in 8th after that pit stop, so they go to the back of the field of those on the lead lap in the OBSP class. And Altus Esports 30 also have taken their stop. Yeah, absolutely. Again, this could be final stop territory. It's a little bit far from the checkered flag, but this is the point where I was saying before. I reckon you can save enough fuel from this point to reach the checkered flag, but we'll have to wait and see, as there is a little bit of a spin from the reverse car. Oh, didn't they do that earlier? The exact same thing. This is highlights from earlier in the race, and Slow and Confused slicing past the LMP3 cars, splitting on either side in the battle for the lead. And then, of course, the 111 finding themselves off at the side of the track, thankfully not hitting the wall. And then an unusual pit lane entry that wound up completely into the Armco, straight into the wall. Spinning around, cars scatter down through Blanchimont as one of our LMP3s unfortunately can't keep the rear gripped up. And we've seen that split on either side of a lap car many times today. Meanwhile, Blue by TC finds themselves tipping around, I think it was one of the Yellow Submarine LMP3s. Altus Esports had to get that position a couple times, both because of a penalty and then eventually because they went a little bit wide down through Puhan trying to lap another car. Good side-by-side action farther down in the field here between a couple of our cars battling in the mid-pack. But that brings us now back to the evening with the lights on the cars, lighting up the road, and Locals Auto Sport leading the way into LMP3.
Yeah, indeed. And race leaders in each of the categories. I say Locals Autosport in LMP3, Yellow Submarine SimLab in GT3, and those two pretty much unfazed by the fighting happening around them. They're just very much in control. I will say, I don't know if there's... Oh, it's because it's coming to the pit lane. No, I was about to be like, oh, it must have been terrible lap traffic for Team Fordzilla. No, it's because they're literally just in the pit lane. Final pit stops for the OBSP category. Race Onion are in control, but Team Fordzilla is staying close enough where they at least have to question what's going on. And we see Fordzilla in the lane there. Wonder what the gap's going to be when they come out of the pit lane and once Race Onion have come in on the end of this lap.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. And Race Onion, obviously, the timing and scoring is telling us 16 laps ago, but that was because they had to serve their penalty. So they're on pretty much the same strategy as Fordzilla, and we should see them in pretty soon here. WSR Esports butt kicker is going to carry on, so they'll go another lap by, and those should be the last of our OBSP cars that need to take a stop. Slow and confused, though, on the unusual strategy having pitted early. They're going to now jump up into 4th place here, but we're pretty certain they should owe us at least one more stop unless they do some massive saving.
Well, I mean, you say at least one more stop. They should owe us one more stop because obviously we're only 25 laps for the end of the race. But yeah, I don't know. They pitted with like 30 to go. I don't know. I just don't see it. I think that's too far. Say if it was 26 or 27 laps, which a few teams are on the 26-27 lap, stint marker. If you're doing that, fair enough. I think you can make it with a little bit of fuel saving. Realistically, though, as you can see in the background there, Race Onion did come into the pit lane. Yeah, 26-27 is fine. 30, nah. That's too far. You're talking about basically adding on an extra 5th to the stint. That's a bit much.
Yeah, that seems way too far. Even if you try and turn the engine down on the car and try to use the hybrid as much as you can. Nemeth is going to swap in for Peter Zuba and try and finish this one off. Now, they should be easily ahead of Team Fordzilla. It wasn't a massive gap, but unless they have a really horrendous pit stop, I think they should be out fine. And I'm looking through the order. Everybody's pretty close, within about a second of one another on the pit stop so far. So we haven't had really any crazy discrepancies. So we ride on board as well with a little bit of a fight here down through what looks like Ravage.
Yeah, the battle for 5th position in the LMP3s, SB Motorsports and the MTS Garage car. We've seen quite a few issues from today. Just not had the ideal race, but still a top 5 week pretty solid, trying to find their way back through. And up inside the top 5 for themselves. Obviously getting a little bit of lap traffic working their way through. That'll be the BC Volt by Simsa. And I will say, coming out of the pit lane will be the Race Onion car, and Fordzilla are going to retake the race lead.
Yeah, there's a 60-second stop. Just as they started emerging, I realized they had been in long for some reason. Well, we've seen this before. They've got the pace, and it's looking at it's evening out to about 2.5 seconds here. So we've seen them do that within far fewer laps. Is this just them playing it ultra safe? That seems a bit silly, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was going to wonder, because I think the last stops from Race Onion and Fordzilla, because the gap grew by about 5 seconds, I wondered if Race Onion had actually taken a shorter stop on the previous stop, and I was wondering if they might have taken a longer one on this one. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe it's because they're taking tyres that extend the stop a little bit, even though they do fuel time at the same time. I simply don't know. I mean, you would also lean towards the driver swap as well, because they do a driver swap, and I know that adds time to the pit lane, but that's only if the pit stop is shorter than the other two given things being tyres and fuel. So I don't know. That's a weird one. But either way, Benson Nemeth is behind the Team Fordzilla car, and will have to work up to the rear end and pass. Maybe that is why the likes of Gomez wasn't fighting that hard earlier on.
Okay, this gets stranger. The plot thickens. We were informed that Race Onion went up on the jacks twice. I double-checked. They did.
What?
So maybe they only put 2 tires on by mistake or something, and then realized late in the pit stop and had to add that into it. I don't know. I've never seen a car take tires twice into the same pit stop.
That's very weird. That is strange. Fair enough. We will. Maybe they just wanted an interesting run to the end of the race. They didn't want the lead. They wanted to go and earn it back. Oh, I don't know. I simply do not know. You could tell, by the way, the obviously Slow and Confused and Esports were in the pit lane more recently. Earlier rather than Race Onion and Fordzilla. But we do have the top 4 separated by 5 and a bit seconds in the OBSP category, even though I do think Slow and Confused and Esports would probably owe us another pit stop.
That's probably the closest it's all been since the last safety car we had. Altus Esports almost got to the inside of Slow and Confused down through La Source, but couldn't quite complete the pass. So the 325 holds on for now. And someone needs to tell the 30 team that they don't really need to fight them, although they also were slightly early on this one, but I think they're in a much better position to get to the end. But again, I feel like Altus does not need to fight this car. They just need to wait for them to have to come in and pit.
I mean, Altus Esports are still leaving it where they'd have basically like a 20, I think it's a 27 lap stint to the end of the race, which again, I think is possible, yes. Unlikely. Although, to be fair, if they want to go and win the championship, they are going to need to go and try and secure this podium by getting that car to the end of the race. I mean, they find themselves 5th in the championship. They're the podium at the previous round. Again, to remind you, the championship standings coming into this, WSR Butt Kicker are our championship leader in the OBSP category. Fordzilla are 2nd. They will take over the race lead, the championship lead. Bearing in mind as well, they've had 2 pole positions this season. 2 podiums. Now, obviously, it'll be a 3rd if they finish here. They've still not taken a race win, though. So that would be a solid one to tick off here.
And Slow and Confused is fighting hard. They dove to the inside of that GT3 car. That was Aruda for Grow Racing Team Blue. Or, excuse me, no, Abin Sunius who got out of the way. And here we go. This is what we were predicting here. Slow and Confused finally brings the car in, and we got a car off, though.
Whoa, don't rejoin like that. Be careful. Obviously, nearly drove into the Turbo Turtles as well on the exit of the corner, but thankfully didn't do so. We'll take a look at a replay as to what happened there, coming down the hill. Driving in a little bit too deep, hits the back just slightly of the 296 that was ahead, and then nearly took out the other one. We've only got 2 in the race, nearly killed both of them in one fell swoop. The Icarus International car was the one he drove into the back of, and now we can see our race leader 1.4 seconds clear of Race Onion. This is where things are getting tense.
I went back and checked how close that was. There was about 6 inches between Martin Kitt and the SRB Motorsport by R&R car. So that was super close between them. But again, they'll survive to race another day. Not without maybe a bit of a talking to after the race, I'm sure. Meanwhile, we hop on board with Race Onion, giving chase, looking up ahead, trying to see if they can catch up to... No, excuse me, we're on board with Fordzilla here, trying to run away, going around the outside of Over the Limit Racing Red.
Yeah, indeed. I will also say, by the way, into the pit lane has come Slow and Confused. So they have darted themselves back down onto pit lane and have emerged from it courtesy of serving their actual real final pit stop with 22 laps left to go. I'm sure which is a little bit of a splash, but still, as we can see, there you go, on board on the right hand side of your screen. That is on board with the Race Onion Acura. You can see that Team Fordzilla car getting closer and closer. Now, the last time we saw these two getting close, Juan Gomez remained on the left-hand side of the road on the race up the hill towards Les Combes. Will he be so kind this time when it comes to 20 laps left to go, 21 laps left to go in this race? I know you've got the championship on the line, but surely you want to put up a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, I got to think that surely they want to try and get the win, at least go defensive. Let's see if they do, because here we go, up and over Radion. It's going to be another good run from Race Onion. Usually when they get that, it's kind of been a slam dunk pass, and there's the defense. Manuel Gomez says this time you're going to have to work for it. They're going to go wheel to wheel into the corner, brakes deep, but not deep enough. And Onion says thank you for, what, the fourth, fifth time that they've made that pass.
Look, it tried at least. Manuel Gomez did at least give that one a good go. Like we said, slightly different now with 21 laps left to go. Time is ticking down. We've got about 40 minutes left to go of this race. And we are rapidly approaching the checkered flag. Race Onion with the control of the race. I suspect Gomez will be able to keep up a little bit, but I do believe that Benson Embassy will, effectively, it's the first time they pass through any bit of traffic, will light the afterburner and try and run away from the Fordzilla car and look secure. What I think we would have to say would be a very well-deserved victory, and I don't think anyone could question whether they're worthy of it. They've literally dominated the day. When it comes to pace and consistency, and they always find themselves back up towards the front. They're very worthy of their position.
And no matter what this race has thrown at them, they've bounced back from it, whether it be from their own doing or not. It's been basically let's climb back up to the top of the mountain one more time. Meanwhile, we're watching those two leaders as this is from on board, looking back from Onion, and Fordzilla follows them in the tire tracks down through the bus stop chicane, but has a bit of a poor exit and drops back a few car lengths.
Yeah, and like I say, I get the feeling the gap will potentially shrink a little bit up towards Lake the lucky thing is they've not got any traffic for a fair while. It's about 11 seconds down the road, which they will catch about halfway through this lap. They've got some GT3s. And that'll be the next bit of traffic. The first one's about 5 seconds down the road, which they'll probably catch on the way down the hill. Did see a switch of position, not 100% sure as to who that was. I think it's 6th and 7th in the LMP3s, which will be MTS Garage and SRB Motorsports by R&R.
And I think, it was Simon Wonder trying to pass on Yellow Submarine Squad. So looks like I think the Yellow Submarine Squad came out ahead on that one. But flashing of the lights between them that I can see, we don't have it on camera as we're watching the overall leaders right now deal with more of the GT3 cars here down at the bottom of the track, or towards the bottom of the track. The 15 just continuing to plug away. The gap now up to 1.6 seconds. It has indeed grown quickly.
Yeah. Which, again, not a shock. I think slightly fresher tyres on the 15 and, the better pace of the day. Benson Embassy also had pole position earlier on. It's been a dominating performance from the Race Onion car. You'll see them get past the Turbo Turtles and then the 10 Tenths car. I think the next group they'll be coming across will be that battle that we were talking about with the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car 531 working its way up now into 6th in class. Finding a little bit of pace late on, although I get the feeling the gap to the car ahead is 10 seconds. To the car ahead of that. I think that's catchable. I'm not sure. Oh, they're going to make contact. Fantastic news. Fantastic. Don't drive into each other again. Why? Oh my God, into Fordzilla as well. Are you joking?
That was, I wouldn't even call it a comedy of errors. That was a tragedy. Just unbelievable. And both of us could see it coming. As soon as you said that, the accident was going to happen. I said, "Yup." And well, then they tried to get going and made it worse, and tried to get going again. And we're not watching that relative box.
Everything about that was a joke. Juan Manuel Gomez, I feel really bad. We're right on board with Gomez here. Just trying to get past some traffic. Sees that car there. To be fair, maybe could have moved over to the right-hand side a little bit more, but the car accelerates a little bit further. Had that car not accelerated, maybe there wouldn't have been contact.
And this brings out the safety car.
I'm not surprised. So we're going to have an interesting end to it. I'm not... See, now we're going to get into the point where I'm not sure if it's going to be timed or not.
Yeah, this is certainly going to make it tight. And this was right after the pit stops. Everybody should be good to the end, and even more so now. Now, which car was stuck on the track?
Oh, there you go. You can see it. Yellow Submarine Squad, end of T1. Oh, goodness me. Don't take out the safety car. Fantastic. Right, so yes, it's the Yellow Submarine Squad car, the 531 Siren Wonder, that's basically stationary at the exit of T1, and the wheels are both basically pointed in opposite directions, so that it can't actually move forward without battering anything. Safety car is deployed. This is why we were saying, don't count your chickens until the final bit of the race. Fordzilla, who have moved from an incredibly strong point of view in this championship, may have a little bit of damage on that car. I don't think it will be that bad, but still, it won't be great. I also wonder if any of those that were caused, if either of those two that had caused that issue, I wonder if any of them have quite a lot of instant points as well by this point, because yeah, they might be looking at a very serious penalty.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at Fordzilla, and the nose is still on there. I think initially we saw it pop off, but sometimes that can be iRacing servers trying to update the information accurately. So surely there's got to be at least a little bit of damage on it, but it looks okay-ish.
Yeah, it does look fine. The 531, by the way, at the moment has 2 penalty points total, so it might well go up to 6, which might be, if they do get a penalty for an unsafe rejoin there, that might be a quali ban for next round. So that could be realistic. We already have one team that has a quali ban for next round, which is the number 12. Who is the number 12? The number 12 is Beaver Grease Racing. They've already got a quali ban for next round. So that's the system working straight away.
Not something we wanted to see, but glad that it's being effective. Few drivers are pitting. OBS World by Simsa is in. I think that's the only of our OBSP teams. No, I take that back. BC Vault and Grow Racing Team also took what looks to be a little bit of a splash and dash, maybe even some damage repair. I mean, based on what we've been seeing out there, I'm sure that might as well try and make it as quick as you can here at the end of the race. And then we saw a bunch of LMP3s who had been hoping for something like this now get to be able to pit in and take advantage of that, unless you're 4SR Racing, who pitted 9 laps ago. And unfortunately, we're not able to cycle up to the front because of it.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, I kind of wondering so if I were one of those ones that was lower down in the category, but still on a lead lap of my given category, well, 100% I'd be in the pit lane. I'd be like, right, cool, let's get, if we have any fresh tyres, you shouldn't have any fresh tyres at this point, but if we have any fresh tyres, get them on. If we've got any damage on the car, get it repaired. I mean, to be fair, I guess if you don't have any fresh tyres, then what's the point? And anyone fairly close on fuel, for example, the number 30 car, which we know they pitted with 27 laps left to go, this will save them enough fuel, because the safety car will generally be out for about 3 or so laps. You will probably use about a quarter to a third of the fuel that you normally would on the safety car, if that, to be perfectly honest. This will 100% be enough for you to save the fuel to reach checker flags. The Altus Esports car is now actually in a primed location to score some decent points here this evening.
And let's not forget, you said this should shorten the race as well. Now it becomes a sprint to the finish with everybody backed up with one another, which is going to be fascinating to witness because it's going to up the intensity. But yeah, like you said, with this making supposedly everybody good on fuel, there's no more worries. It is who's got the pace.
Yeah, I think it depends. It depends how long this safety car's out for. If it's out for 3 laps or 4 laps, you say we might be all right. Effectively, to give you the rundown now, we're under the first lap of the safety car, so crawling around. We're 3 hours and 7 minutes into this portion of the race. We've got 18 laps left to go. Normally, the laps take about 2 minutes. As a general number, is about 2 minutes for our race leaders for our OBSP category, which will then, like you say, it'll then take about 35 odd minutes from where we presently are. Obviously, you can do the math there that we have enough time from now. But each lap under the safety car takes about 5 minutes. So this is where, like we're saying, with the extra safety car, because it adds, this safety car will add on an extra 15 minutes basically onto the race, and I reckon that we had about 20 minutes spare. I still reckon if we get the safety car in after 3 laps, we will have enough time to finish this on the actual laps we have. But it will be getting fairly tight.
And there are the wave arounds, so drivers going to be heading through to take the lap back if they're between the race leader and excuse me, no, that's the GT3s. I think that they're putting back behind now, and so the LMP3 is going to be advanced beyond them. Although they did wave around those who were between their class leader and the overall leader, so that they could get back onto the lead lap. They'll cycle back around to the tail of the train, which, as you imagine, can take a little bit sometimes coming through Spa here. But you can't really get a sense of how dark it is during the caution, unfortunately, because everybody's bunched up and there's headlights everywhere in this group. So this lights up this area of the track significantly. But once they get out of the pit lane area, if you get to a car by itself, you'll see how much pitch black they are stuck amongst.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think people realise how bright headlights are on these cars. It is literally, you imagine. Everyone knows when you're driving around at night time, and then you have some idiot on the other side of the road driving towards you with their full beams on, and you're like, "Oh Christ, that's bright," and you can't see anything for a little bit. You know, yeah, they're like that, but also a little bit brighter. I remember when we were at Spa for the 24 earlier this year. It's so much brighter than you're ready for. The headlights of a car, they are intense. So this right now, I've always said this under safety car in these kind of periods. Like when you're sat there in the car, this must be actually horrible in the car because everything's like lit up in this really awkward and horrible light. You're kind of being blinded by the mirrors a little bit. You're in a loud car that's uncomfortable. You're starting to realise how hot and sweaty you are. This must be honestly horrible in the car, like in real life terms. In sim racing, it's a bit annoying, but in real life, this must be awful.
As someone who lives kind of out in the country here in the States, where pickup trucks are common, I think I understand the pain.
Yeah,
honestly. As they get taller and taller, and most
the great eye line, great, just great to dip down. Yeah, we're getting a lot of SUVs over here, and this is the thing, is that we're at the point now where like. I'm driving around and I'm not sure if they're on full beams or if that's just normal headlights and the lights are high enough that they're just the perfect point to completely blind me.
Yeah. So I've experienced something similar plenty out here, but these guys, thankfully, I mean, actually, I'm trying to think if you could turn your mirror off actually within the sim as you're driving. I'm not sure if you can change those graphical settings while in the car. I'll have to look into that, but. I mean, it's not glaring on you like it would in real life. Yeah, exactly. It's just a bright light on the screen as it is. I will say, though, one thing that I have seen a lot of drivers do over the years is when you get to these nighttime races in the sim, they'll actually turn the lights off. It's not for immersion, although I'm sure some would like to do that just for the immersion factor. But it's so that your eyes do see a little bit better on the screen, because obviously there is a whole bunch of darkness. So if you have the lights on in your room, your eyes are used to everything being brighter, so you can't see those dark areas of the monitor as well. So there's all kinds of tricks. There's things with the gamma that drivers do to try and help them out in the sim that you can't do in the real world. No. But yeah,
I remember on R Factor 2 before they this is years ago. They effectively had it at a point where they had 2 lighting models in the same game, because they had one that was HDR. That was what they wanted R Factor 2 to look like. But then, because they were still catering for people's rubbish PCs, there was one without it. And we all found out that if you were going to do endurance racing, turn it off, run without it. Because the amount you could see, the difference that you could see, it was insane. And I know people that do it's like bumping your gamma up. It is the same. It's basically the same thing. I know people that do endurance racing where they do that, so they can see as much as possible. Fair enough. I'm kind of in the boat where I never did that, but I also race with a light on because I'm scared of monsters or something. No, it's because I always found that if I turn my light off, the glare from the screen, I'd get headaches. So I left the light on in the room and just accepted the pain of not being able to see anything.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just because I'm lazy.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Yeah,
it's hard work getting out of your sim rigging and turning the lights on or off, isn't it? It's really tricky.
Yeah, and let's see, are they lined up? Are we getting safety car in this time? Or?
Safety car's not in this time. No.
Okay.
Safety car will be in potentially next time.
All right, let's hope that we get going racing quickly. We'll have a little less than a half an hour, I think, of racing left, theoretically, once we get on the way and get the pace car back into the pits. But Race Onion, probably one of the few that really didn't want to see this because they had built up a nice, healthy gap, and now suddenly they've got another car behind them. Now, thankfully for them, it's not Team Fordzilla, who has been the main rival they've been fighting against. But Altus Esports, no doubt, is seeing this and licking their chops, thinking now is our best chance. We have to be on the aggressive.
Yeah, Jordi Lopez will definitely give it a go where possible. Also, I mean, you say about like Race Onion. Think of our race leaders in all three of our categories. So Race Onion, who were obviously in comfortable position there. Locals Autosport, who were in very comfortable position in the LMP3 category, and the Yellow Submarine Squad car. Yeah, they were all in dominant positions in their respective categories, thrown out by one safety car. It's the whole thing of this race ain't over until it's over, and when you've got a safety car there, it can really throw this final portion of the race up into the air. We were kind of arguing this last time. I can't remember if it was with you or if it was with Cam. We were arguing this last time. Is that why is it that when a safety car, a manual safety car, is always in iRacing, it's always a Porsche GT3? I don't understand, but every time it's a Porsche of some description, but normally a GT3 Porsche. And secondly, can iRacing, whilst we're making loads of new things drivable and all this kind of stuff, and we're increasing the amount of car limits that we've got, can you please make the safety car drivable? Because I would like to see an actual safety car with actual lights there, please.
Yes, no, I'm with you on that. I'd love to see it, but I have no idea what the coding would be involved.
I don't think it's their priority right now.
No. Well, and then there's the idea of there have been a lot of people asking for the iRacing safety car to be catered more toward the roadside. Because let's be honest, it was developed for oval, and unless you specifically have a live steward to call it out on the roadside, it will not come out under accidents. So it's really not built to deal with road racing, let alone multi-class road racing, which is its own beast as well. So I've seen a lot of calls for, doing a lot of things for that. I have no idea, because I do have friends that work within iRacing, so I, hear some of the inside stuff that I don't say, thankfully, unless given permission. But I have not heard any word or rumblings of them working on that. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing anything in that realm anytime soon. But who knows? They've surprised us before, and we get all kinds of cool little features that we weren't expecting. But right now, I do like what they've done here with the manual safety car, and I do stress that this might be one of the best series I've covered with the manual safety car, with how they've managed it. It is by far the most organized and shortest, which is, I think, the big thing that we all love, safety car periods that we see in this manual safety car method.
Yeah, I do not like commentating on sim racing races where the safety car is half an hour long, because it doesn't need to be half an hour long. Because when it's half an hour long, it's just like, oh my god, that's a lot of safety car. We had so many safety cars. In fact, actually at Zandvoort, we obviously Larry, the stats guy, calculated. I think by the end of the race, we had 2 hours and 40 minutes of safety car out in a 6 hour race. That's almost half the race. Safety car is going to come in this lap. That's almost half the race, right? But that's because the safety car came out 8 times. Every time you've got to reset. You can't just bring the safety car out and then bring it back in again. So they have to do that every single time. That's why it was out for 2 hours and 40 minutes in the entire race. That's ridiculous, and that's why the new rules have come in about the penalties and stuff to try and control things. Either way, 16 laps to go. We will, if we run green, we will see the race distance done. So at least there's that, Joe.
Absolutely, and that was number 4, I believe, of our safety cars. So Yeah, it's been far less than what we experienced before, even though there have been their fair share on this one. Let's cross our fingers we don't get number 5 in 16 laps as Race Onion getting ready, preparing to take off. The pace car, the safety car has already left them behind, and Race Onion is going to try and dash away from Altus Esports, who's no doubt going to try their best to get into it. Team Fordzilla must feel very confident about the state of the car because they did not come in and pit under that safety car to get any damage repaired. But we'll see what happens if they're down on straight line speed. This is not the track we want that to be an issue. And if they are, they're going to be a sitting duck with everybody all stacked up now after the full course caution. Here we go through the bus stop chicane. We expect the 15 to jump off as soon as he exits this one. And there he goes. He's on the loud pedal. Race Onion with Nemeth in the cockpit tries to pull away from the field for what feels like the umpteenth time in this race.
Yep, absolutely. Here we go then, racing hopefully for the final time. And you can see there out wide, Fordzilla's going to go, and the Alpha Esports red car of Jack Badgers going to find their way past side by side into Eau Rouge and Radion. That one's not going to work. Championship leaders now only a couple of positions behind. The next car behind them now, the Grow Racing blue car, that is not for position, so at least they've got that one to deal with. But terrible restart from Fordzilla.
In fact, they almost got passed by the Grow Racing Team Blue as well. An accident that nearly takes them out. It does take out Team Racing Blue. That's OBS World by Simsa involved. Another massive wreck as, oh my goodness, they're going to hit each other multiple times. It looks like Grow Racing Blue and BC Vault by Simsa. We're going to take a look at the replay.
Yeah, the LMP3s are trying to come through on all of that. Just a complete misjudgment. From the OBS World by Simsa car, came straight across the WSR Esports Bucket car, and then all this kicked off. The LMP3s were trying to work their way through. Look, here they come. Oh my goodness, that was very scary. And now the LMP3 leader has lost it at No Name, right in front of the field.
He gets it going, and that means that A&R Endurance is now your leader in that class, but tumbling down the order. The 113 find themselves going from the lead to not even within the top 5 in this race. And I went back and watched, and I already lost track of which car it was, but one of the red and black car did not hold his brakes on that initial accident, and that disappoints me to no end.
I think the Locals Autosport car is done as well. They've just dropped it into the barrier and now reversed onto the racing line right in front of the race leader in the GT3 category. What on earth is going on? This has become an absolute embarrassment.
Well, unfortunately, they lost the green flag and lost their minds on top of
What's
things.
this?
There is into the wall, and there's the back.
Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Like, I get some mistakes and stuff happening, but that is from Albash, who's done such a good job at the front of that GT3 field, to have that race ended basically like that. Obviously that sucks. But for the Locals Autosport car, it's like, why? Why would you slap it in reverse there like that? This is actually starting to really irritate me. I don't know if you can get that.
Locals Autosport Black is also turned at the side of the road. Thankfully, they stay off of it, and that's at the bus stop chicane. This has been turned on its head, and about the only thing that stayed the same is that Onion is leading and pulling away. In the meantime, Alpha Esports Red snatched third place away from Fordzilla, and they're not settling with that. They're now hounding Altus Esports 30.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, the Race Onion car has been absolutely fantastic today. Team Fordzilla will desperately want to close back in on Jack Badger, who's trying to go and grab second position, as you can see directly behind the car we're looking at here, Altus Esports. I kind of wonder that the tyres might be a little bit more done on the Altus Esports car, obviously doing slightly longer stints here, and so that's why they're not able to keep up with Race Onion, who again very worthy to pull away at present. The Alpha Esports red car, Jack Badger, who's put on some incredible racing today, has put on an absolutely fine display. Obviously the car's been driven for the most part by Camilla Dehaan. Jack Badger's only really jumped in for the last sort of like 30 or 40 laps, but we'll take this one out to the checkered flag and putting on a great show. In the LMP3 category, it is the race lead being taken, of course, by Martin Junk, who's now very close with the SRB Motorsports car right on the rear end. There is one ahead of them in the LMP3s, but that is not for position.
Fordzilla nearly got a spot back from Alpha Esports Red just through the bus stop chicane there. In fact, they're still, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, kind of showing their nose down into La Source. So they're trying to get back up on the horse here and see if they can get that podium back and maybe even go after second with Altus Esports up there right now. Well, this certainly brought the excitement in, although not in the way I think we had hoped for. Battle for the lead, and the LMP3s is going to change hands as SRB Motorsports has gotten ahead of A&R. Did they make contact there?
Well, we're actually going to see it because the right screen is on replay. So we're actually going to see this one here as we'll see the look down the inside, exactly what you were talking about. A bit of a send there, and we'll see if there was actually contact between a pair of them. A switch for the race lead. I'm not sure. I think it was okay though. It was okay.
Yeah, I think they got away with it, but SRB Motorsport has taken Pet Kavicius up into the top spot, but now he's going to try and have to shake that number 58 because he's going to be pulling him on quite a bit. In the meantime, is this our battle down into... No, this is another replay. Okay, so that was the pass for the lead right there, I think.
Yeah, and it's also going to happen again because when we come back to live action between these two, it is again extremely close coming up towards Lake Com. We'll see that. There is the move to the inside. SRB Motorsports take it over, and the Yellow Submarine squad settles down for second position. A&R Endurance Esports not that far off the rear end. An excellent fight here in the LMP3 category. I know they've just blinked. Don't worry, Martin Jung is still there.
He comes back, but he loses the lead back to the 245. MTS Garage is nowhere to be seen amongst them. And you mentioned the Yellow Submarine not battling for position, probably does not want to be involved in these two right now. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't just back out of it because they're literally not racing anybody right now. Yeah, what are they doing holding back Jung?
I think it's because they don't want nice things, and they would rather there not be a fight for the race lead here in the LMP3 category. So that's fun. But yes, Claessen's, who's been, again, to be fair, fantastic today, but is now just getting in the way and has completely ruined the fight for the race lead in the LMP3s. So that's, again, ideal. What's the next category where there's things going on? In the GT3s, Over the Limit Racing Blue and Blue by TC are close for the lead. And they are separated by very, very little. This is what we're looking at here. Over the Limit Racing Blue by TC. And to be fair, shout out to the Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech who find themselves in third position, legit, and battling for this. They're a little way off the battle for the race lead, but to be fair, that's a pretty good shout out.
Yeah, and they're far enough away from 10/10ths. They should feel pretty solid about that third place as long as they can avoid the melee that's been happening around them on this racetrack. And this is before we've even gotten into the GTPs having to lap these GT3s as well. When that happens, all hell could break loose.
Oh, don't get me started. I've already been a little bit annoyed.
Are the stewards going to have to get between you and the drivers instead of the drivers and the drivers?
No comment. I would, if I was commentating on GB3 and this happened in GB3, I would honestly be marching straight after the broadcast. I'd be marching my way down the paddock area and be like, what on earth was any of that? What are you doing, lads? It's fine, whatever it happens, but it's like you're starting to be like, oh, we wanted a decent race, and it's all blown up a little bit. Thankfully, we've still got plenty of time left to go, and it is really close in the GT3. So, provided no one reverses straight back out onto the racing line in front of them, we should be all right.
Yeah, nice little battle for the lead here. Blue by TC's trying to keep Over the Limit Racing Blue honest here. This Blue World might be a little bit fun for these two right now, but behind them, SRB Motorsport R&R, who sits in 7th in class, is having to wait patiently for both of them, knowing that surely he does not want to break up this fight.
Yeah, indeed. I will quickly just say drive-through penalty has been dished out for the 66 for causing the incident that we saw going up towards Lake Com on the restart. The 531 was that? Is that recent? The 531 either way has been dished out. The penalty for an unsafe rejoin, is that the one that I'm thinking of? I don't know, because so many things have happened in all of this. Where are they?
And how many penalty points is the 66 team up to? Because they've certainly been in the thick of it as Fordzilla is going to overtake with the elbows out, coming into the Lacombe chicane, I believe that was. Alpha Esports Red has to give it up, and Manuel Gomez is not in any mood to mess around now.
Yeah, I don't actually know how many of the 66 is on right now. I'm trying to go and find out. They were on 2 before this. I'm not sure. I think the drive-through penalty will be an extra 2 based on what we've got in the regs. So they'll be up to 4. So, yeah, fair enough. It is what it is on that one. Alpha Esports Red, like you say, 4th position now, and Team Forza ahead. It's just... Like I say, I think this restart. I don't know why the restart was so poor from the Fordzilla car. Why Gomez didn't quite get going in the same way that the other people around him did, because he dropped back, sure, a position, but was really under pressure. Now into 3rd, a little way up the road towards Esports. That's got to be the priority. Get back to 2nd position.
Surely, as we take a look at the replay here. SimSpot Racing going wheel to wheel, and unfortunately winding up at the side of the road, being tipped around and then not having the best of rejoins.
It really is the dentist class now. It really has come back full circle to its main name. I also completely chopped over the nose of the I think it was the Yellow Submarine Squad car. This is back to the race for the lead in the GT3s. Over the limit racing blue we're looking backwards from, and you can see the blue by TC car trying to get around the outside going into Lacombe. No ability to do that right now. The 14 is waiting for the right opportunity. 10 laps left to go. It'll probably be about 9, maybe 8. Ooh. 9 this group.
That was a late defense, but he covers off as Stasiokis was holding on to the lead here over Ladauskas there and try to prevent him from taking the inside into Ravage. The more they battle like this, the more Vilnius Tech is starting to catch them.
I'm also just in the locals Autosport car is still going around with the outer rear wing, which is, I can only describe to you, it is making me uncomfortable. Just a little bit.
I mean, they want to make it to the finish, but yeah, this is going to be a bit iffy here, especially in the dark, and everybody's got to pay close attention. In fact, that lack of a rear wing might make them slower than the GT3 cars now, as we see some of the preparations for the rain here coming up, hopefully in about a build with the windshield wiper going off for Ladauskas, and he continues to chase Stasiokis coming around Stavilo up towards Blanchimont. He's got a good pull here.
Yep, surely got to be a move down into the bus stop now, right on the rear end of his fellow Porsche, and really closing in. They're about 1.5 seconds clear of the Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech car, and they're plenty clear of the 10/10 car. So basically, it's clear road ahead to go for the move. Darts to the outside to send it in going into the bus stop. Maybe a little bit too deep. We'll hook it up to the apex. There's nearly contact between the pair of them, but the over-the-limit racing blue car will hold on to the race lead in the GT3s.
Surely these two thought earlier on that this was going to be a race for second place with how much pace the leader had, but now suddenly it's been thrown in their laps and it has shaken them up, and they are fighting hard for it. Blue by TC wants to try and get by that over-the-limit blue racing car. They've been trying a few things here and there. We're starting to see them get punchy. Is this where they make the move now, though, as they climb up the Kimmel Straight?
Yeah, I think there might be one. Let's take a look right into the slipstream. Trying to go to the outside once more. Not quite the late dart as what we saw going into the bus stop, and the 14's going to give this one a go. Sends it in deep, sends it in hard, tries to get around there, and just about sends it all the way around the outside. Has to do it, and there's contact between the pair of them, and they're going to go out towards the barrier, and look at that coming straight through the middle. It's the Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech car.
Unbelievable! This is a Cinderella story if there ever was one, but they're not out of the woods. Over the limit racing blue is still behind them, but we might see a penalty out of that one. I'd have to take another look. And unfortunately, I feel like we've seen this too many times today where cars are racing hard side to side and they don't give the necessary space.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, race control, take a look. We'll take a look very quickly on replay. Again, brilliant side by side between them. Like I said, the pair of them kind of come together. You've got to say, the 14 moves a little bit too far over to the right hand side, but then maybe the over the limit racing blue car kind of unloads him a little bit on the rear end. This is the Fordzilla car right on the rear end of Jordi Lopez. I will say stop and go 30 has been dished out to the 89, which fair enough, that was deserved. I guess, for an unsafe rejoin. The 532 has just been given a warning, but also is now under investigation for that penalty that we saw on the first lap when they took out the leader in the GT3. So I'm pretty sure they're about to get a large penalty.
Ooh, defense down into the bus stop there by Altus Esports, trying to cut back, can't quite get the launch. Fordzilla finds themselves still stuck in third, but fighting hard with only 9 laps left to go, deep into the night here at Spa. Gomez has got the bit between his teeth, and he sees an opening because Lopez has now gone wide down through La Source. He'll be able to stay ahead, but the cracks are showing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to say, you know, for Fordzilla, they've looked so good today. They've been so strong, so consistent, and you know they would desperately like to get that second place, especially for the championship. They're battling with one of their championship contenders, and they'll go side by side up the hill into Les Combes to the outside. They're going to go to send it in, and Fordzilla will retake over second place. Great stuff there from Gomez.
Took him a little bit, but he eventually sneaks through. And impressively, he's only 2.5 seconds behind Race Onion. Now, I don't know if Nemeth is managing his pace from here. I don't think he can do that anymore because he's going to have to try and outpace that 966 team. But whatever the case, I thought he would have run away a little farther.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the battling continues here. There's a race leader in that. I've got to say, part of me, it's just like I would really like them to win. It's when everyone else has been tripping over himself and they just go, right, let's give this a go. They've been towards the mid to the back of the grid basically all the way through this race. But that 117 car just played its cards brilliantly, and there is not long left to go in this race. It's 8 laps for Race Onion, so probably about 7 laps for them, but they are going to really start feeling the pressure for the over the limit racing blue car that's right behind them that might well be under investigation for that incident.
And of course they pulled that beautiful Cole Trickle moment of just going through the smoke and somehow finding their way by. They're still looking like they might be passed by Over the Limit Racing Blue, though, because they're starting to catch them. Like you said, there's the potential of a penalty looming over that 747 team. We'll keep you up to speed on that. But in the meantime, right now, they're focused on what is in front of them, and that is the new race leader. They're going to go for a late dive down into the braking of the bus stop. Will they make the corner, though?
Yeah, a little bit too deep. Still gets the up and under, and once again the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech Car will hold on to the race lead again. The pressure brewing. I mean, we say it's like transport engineers. They did win back a couple of rounds ago. Fair enough, but it's the way they piece their way through it. You can't help but support it a little bit. They find themselves third in the championship. The Blue by TC car that finds themselves second are currently second in the championship. They will take over the lead in the title race with the Blue by TC car. I'm getting my blues mixed up. It's Over the Limit Racing Blue, not Blue. But they're fourth in the championship. It's all very confusing. Lots of blue. Either way, battle for the championship as well as for the race win.
And he's got a nice toe, but behind them, that's Simon Wander and the Yellow Submarine squad. He's not going to go for the move. He's going to let them fight it out. He sees what's going on. Stasioka still weaving to try and show his headlights. And this has got to be nerve-wracking for the Vilnius Tech driver because he can only see those headlights pretty much. So he only sees that the car is poking his nose, and it's going to be hard to judge that distance.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, they're doing such a good job at the moment. But again, the pressure's building to prevent the 10/10 car's not that far away. Any mistake here, and that 10/10 car will come through and take over the race lead. They'll allow one of the LMP3s to pass down the inside and to send one straight down onto the apex of Puan. That's risky, shall we say? That was a little bit scary. That was Simon Wander, who is in the LMP3 category, but also actually a lap down. Or laps down on this group as well, courtesy of the damage from earlier on. So that was maybe a little bit naughty to go for that.
And now he's stuck between them. And while Stasiokas probably hates this, the Vilnius Tech driver probably is glad to have that little bit of a buffer. The only thing that makes me a bit sad is I don't think we have names for these drivers because they are racing on a single rig. Yeah. They're at Vilnius Tech, so they've been hopping in and out of the same seat.
Well, we'll just call them all. That's their name now, Vilnius Tech, Mr. Tech. But yes, I mean, to be fair, like I say, it's great. I always quite like the idea of doing like a LAN race where you all jump in and out of the same rig. Although the idea of getting in it and being like, oh god, the seat's a bit warm, isn't it? Yeah. That's less ideal. But either way, it's a tight fight, and the celebrations after that would be very extreme.
Indeed, and as I mentioned, they're racing from a university. Vilnius Tech is the one in the name that they're all together at. Also, hopefully, everybody has some racing gloves, because imagine trying to grip a sweaty wheel. Yeah.
Oh no, I don't want to, like someone else's cheddar cheese on the like. Get your cheesy fingers out of this wheel. Yeah, no, I definitely have gloves for that. I wouldn't go near it, even if they weren't. I'm like, no, I'm not going anywhere near that. Not a chance.
Well, trying to get near to the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech, Over the Limit Racing Blue continues to try and see if he can shake them, but the psychological tricks are not working on the 117, at least for now. And Bumbulis behind them. Oh, that's a 10-10's car. This has become a 3-car fight for the lead. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 10-10. They were lingering in the background. As soon as that LMP3 got through and out of the way, the 10-10's car is right there, knocking at the door. Plenty of a gap back to the Icarus International car. That's actually the one in 4th position now, so no real pressure there. 4 seconds back. The 10-10's car, by the way, has a bit of damage on the rear of it, and yet still it's rapid. So we'll have to wait and see as to whether there is going to be the opportunity for them to make a move. But the time is ticking down for these drivers in this race. There is not long left to go. 5 laps for our race leaders, Race Onion. And to update you as to where they are on the circuit, so you can kind of know, they've just gone over the top at Radion. They will catch this group one more time. So there's effectively like 4 laps left to go for this group. Here's the thing I'm trying to make out. We might have to wait until the pit straight to get a little more light. I thought that the 10-10's car was the one missing the nose too, which makes it even more astonishing if that's true, that they're up and fighting for a podium and potentially the race win. We'll find out soon enough as they're coming towards the what little lighting we do have on this track. Another show with a nose there.
They've got the front end now.
Okay, so they had it replaced.
Yeah, exactly. They've clipped that one back on. It's fine. I was going to say it would have been very impressive for the lights to be floating there, but I do know that actually happens. So
well, I was going to say I looked earlier and the lights were on without the nose.
Exactly. So I do know that happens on the Merc. I think it's only on the Merc that actually happens. The only one that I've seen it on. But either way, they are very much involved in the fight on a car that's mostly prepared. Like I said, a bit of damage on the rear, but nothing major. They descend down the hill once more.
Oh, it's coming down to it now. And these 3 are no doubt hungry, each of them with their own reasoning for the win. Over the Limit Racing Blue wants as many points as they can, thinking about a championship. Vilnius Tech looking at an underdog story. And then the 10-10's car coming back after huge accidents and with damage, trying to see if they can redeem themselves in this race. No change for position down into Lacombe this time between the 3 of them. No doubt somebody is going to try something as the laps tick over.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, 10-10s are the one that they've shown the pace this round. That they've been, the ones that basically are in the pound seat. You can see there in our insights powered by Grip that the transport engineers and the 10-10s car, they're basically on the same level of tyre usage, of tyre age. So they're all pretty equal on that one. Slightly larger gap appearing now between the Over the Limit Racing Blue car and 10-10s. I say Over the Limit Racing Blue and the transport engineers. They are effectively, to be fair, all 3 of these, they're 3rd, 4th and 5th in the championship. They're all basically in the same kind of position. They'd all like to mount a challenge on the title race. Oh, and the 10-10's car's gone for a spin.
Oh, and they're too close to those behind. Icarus International will pick up that 3rd place. They'll be able to safely rejoin. Blue by TC gets by them and gets at least 1 more back.
Yeah, like I say, a bit of a shame there. Just overdriven it maybe a little bit too much. Got to be careful of the tyres being too hot as well for the next couple of corners. So now it's gone from a 3-horse race to a 2-horse race. It is now down between Over the Limit Racing Blue and Transport Engineers. To give you an update, by the way, again, when it comes to the championship, as things stand, the Blue by TC car that's down, now 5th, 6th in class, they will take over the championship lead in this category. But I do believe it will be... not by much. Valkyrie competition, obviously, a terrible day, despite being by far the fastest in the category. These two have the chance to really throw themselves into title contention for the second half of the season, though. That's why this win is so important.
And Over the Limit Blue gets away with a wag of the finger. They get a warning for spinning out the 14. They'll be allowed to carry on and race for this fight. I'm sure the 14 team probably not happy about it. They would have been in the contention for the win if it were not for them getting spun around. But they could still catch them depending on how hard they do fight, because I believe it's about 5 seconds from them down to the 14.
Race Onion's going to get a slowdown here. It's going to cost them the lead. Race Onion went deep at the final chicane, and Race Onion, with a slowdown penalty that they're still serving, Team Fordzilla, with 3 to go, take over the front of the field.
And you know what? It wasn't them going deep. We're going to see on the replay. Thomas Urbonis lost control of the car, and both Racing Team Blue and our leader had to go off course to avoid.
And that is why, how on earth is a car driving around without a rear wing? I still don't get it.
Well, that's how.
Yeah, well, it's more just like, I mean, look, obviously the game's not giving them a black and orange flag, which I am shocked by the way. Like, that's not a hit at race control, because obviously race control, if race control step in and say you have to stop, that sets a precedent that is a bad precedent set, right? The game should automatically, iRacing should automatically give them a penalty, no rear wing, or a black and orange flag, a meatball. No rear wing, you've got to come into the pit lane. And now, Benson Nemeth is being delayed by them again. It's frustrating. I feel really bad for them.
It's not over, though. We got 3 laps to go. And in fact, did they just... Okay, they headed through Puhan, so it's about 2.5 laps left to decide this race. 2 seconds back to Race Onion. Team Fordzilla has been in this position. They have started defending, as opposed to earlier in the race where they just kind of rolled over when the 15 came upon them. But they're going to have to fight like it's for their life here to take the win on this one.
Benson Nemeth is going to dig as deep as possible to the same level as the likes of the Over the Limit Racing Blue car, Sequoias, as well as the Vilnius Tech bunch. See how much they're going to dig deep. The LMP3 category is chill. That one is set as near as makes a difference. SRB Motorsport, they're 10 seconds clear, so we don't need to worry about that. But in our OBSP category, and of course in the GT3s, it's as close as it can be. It is incredibly tight. It's going to be tough. I don't know which way it's going to go.
And traffic was finding itself giving and taking once again, because Gomez got slowed up by it through the bus stop. That's cut it down to now 1.6 seconds. Meanwhile, on screen, Vilnius Tech holds the lead by a thread. Over the Limit Racing Blue is still trying to see if they can get a good enough run. Nothing seems to be working, though. They're so close to the braking into Lacombe each time, but it's never there.
Penultimate lap of the race, and it will be the penultimate lap of the race for these as well. I know it'll say for them that it's 3 laps left to go, but racing the Team Fordzilla, they are going into the likes of exit of Lacombe up towards Malmedy now, so they will almost certainly get lapped on this very lap. So there is 2 laps left to go in things, and I've just watched Benson Nemeth go through traffic, going through Lacombe and Malmedy. He was ruthless. It went from 1.6 seconds to 1.5, and there's been a mistake for Fordzilla.
They've gone off at no name. They brushed the wall. They're still moving, but now they're there. A look to the inside from Race Onion. Can't quite get through. They're going to be able to tuck underneath on the second half. They're going to be able to edge them aside. Race Onion is back to the top spot, and they immediately go defensive.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Like you say, there might be some damage on that Fordzilla car. It just tapped the wall on the exit of No Name off speakers, as you were saying. And like you say, Race Onion back to the front of the field. We go side by side on the screens. Right-hand side is the battle for the GT3 lead. Right battle on the left is that for the race lead. Overall in the OBSP category, Fordzilla's second place. And do you know what? I don't think they have the pace to catch it.
They might. They're still closing up on them. They're going to lap them, I think, this next time through, as there goes our 2 leaders out of the bus stop chicane, and here comes the 2 overall leaders. And Race Onion trying to run away from Fordzilla. We don't know if that car is damaged either from that contact with the wall, but he's slipping back bit by bit from the 15. Who would have thought with 2 laps left we'd see another lead change after it already had changed hands due to traffic?
Yeah, indeed. Final lap of the race. White flag is out. They'll hopefully, for Race Onion's sake, they'll be praying that they clear these two, the race leaders in the GT3s, by the time they get up to the top of the hill at Les Combes. They shouldn't. They should be able to. Who knows? We're about to find out. If not, it's going to be a very aggressive send. It's going to be tight for the GT3s. They make their way through now. Benson Timothy over to the left-hand side of screen, right-hand side of shot. Now clears his way through, which does confirm that it is absolutely the last lap in the GT3 category as well.
And Stasio, well, sure, for now he knows, but before, was he aware that that was his last chance into Les Combes? Now it's going to be difficult, although pushed to the outside. He's given an opportunity by Gomez, who is still trying to chase back down Race Onion. Couldn't sneak through that time. He is all over the gearbox, though, of that 117.
Thankfully, the OBSPs will clear off far enough that we'll see Race Onion cross the line, and then we can immediately go back to this battle going down into the bus stop, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a large send from someone. There we go. Overtake the fifth on the last lap. We had overtake to the lead, basically, with a couple of laps left to go. More insights powered by Grip. Few more corners left, and like I say, Race Onion, they found themselves right back in the position which they deserve, Joe, and I think their heart was racing a couple of laps left.
Yeah, I mean, from the front row to the win does not tell the story for Race Onion at all. It sounds like they just had to pass one car, but it was a lot more than that. In fact, they had to pass one car repeatedly to take this win. Down to the last corner, a bit of lap traffic that won't mean a thing for them. Race Onion finally takes the victory here at Spa.
Absolutely incredible. We'll see the GT3s come down. It's not going to be enough. It is not going to be enough.
Behind him by the smallest of margins, but it is going to be cheers in the camp of transport engineers by Vilnius Tech as they win the GT3 category.
Again, really well done. Defended nicely, picked their pieces through nicely. Gotta say, well deserved. Saw the incident up ahead and flew through it. Also for Race Onion, I mean, they did have the pole in the original portion of the race, so they were always looking like they were going to be the fastest car. So for them to take victory, it is the rightful fitting. The LMP3 category literally was looking one way and then the other, and continued to explode. But alas, across the line, it will be the SRB Motorsport team somehow surviving to win.
It was another one where we saw it swap and then swap and change, and the LMP3's SRB Motorsports emerges from the rubble of the fight that we saw amongst these cars to take the win. Well, I agree with you that at times maybe the racing standards weren't where we wanted, but that was an unbelievable finish to this race.
Such an odd race. Like I say, from standards wise, we've had from what I've seen, we've had some of the lowest driving standards that I've seen in this, but we've also had some of the highest, some of the best racing that we've seen all season. Like, honestly, some of it was so good, like proper edge of your seat. Brilliant racing, and for it to come down to the wire like that, I mean, hey, that safety car coming out pretty late, I'm kind of okay with, because it just spices it up a little bit. So the racing afterwards a little bit there, but again, to have it to come down to the wire like that, to have the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech defend in the way they did, Race Onion fighting their way back through when they lost lead through no real fault of their own. Some of it, honestly, top tier.
So he brings it back around to pit lane for celebrations at the podium here at Spa. Definitely, you heard it from Lewis earlier on, one of the ones that you want to get to win at, one of the places where you want to have victory and be able to spray the champagne. And for Nemeth and his teammate Zuba, they will do that today. Race Onion, your winner. Fordzilla winds up in second. Altus Esports, number 30, still gets a podium over the Alpha Esports Red, who finished fourth today. Then it's OBS World by Simsa. The 66 was up and down the order, and they get a top 5 out of it all. WS Esports butt kicker OBS winds up going from the pole to 6th today. After that, Slow and Confused was 7th, and then Flat Out Racing OBS was 8th. I think BC Vault by Simpson maybe finished the race, but they were in the midst of the LMP3s. What did that class look like here, Lewis?
Yeah, indeed. We'll take a look over on the LMP3 point of view. Like I said, SRB Motorsport came through to take the victory. Petr was the one behind the wheel to cross the line. Justinas Bukas was the other driver behind the wheel of that car. Again, just picked their way through, won by 10 seconds in the end. And I think even they might be questioning how on earth they got there. A&R Endurance Esports 58 and MTS Garage round out the podium there. And like I say, bit of a shock there. MTS Garage having to work up even in the second portion of the race. A&R Endurance 59 will take fourth position with SimSpot Racing. SRB Motorsports R&R with the 4SR Racing team. Locals Autosport, who had the very questionable strategy towards the end of the race to drive around without a rear wing, with 2 to go green inside the top 10, and the Beaver Grease Racing Plus. Beaver Grease Racing were running they're running first and third for quite a bit in the earlier stages of the race, and unfortunately finishing one down in 10th place and the other one down in 11th place, with the Yellow Submarine Squad 5:31 there as well. Disaster for them. They had great pace earlier on and find themselves 12th and 16th, basically both retirements from the race, sort of. SB Motorsports G&E, SB Motorsports Lim Vega, and the Locals Autosport Black rounding out the top 15 with the Yellow Submarine Squad Sim Lab. 16 laps down. Absolute disaster from them, and did cause a couple of problems for some of those coming through as well.
Then getting 2 positions in one corner, going from third to first, Vilnius Tech finds themselves winning the GT3 category. Over the Limit Racing Blue definitely gave them a run for their money, but they wound up second place. Just behind them at the line, Icarus International picks up the third position as Blue by TC finished in fourth. Then it was 10 tenths grabbing the top 5 despite a damaged car, but they had a mistake and threw away a potential podium at the end. PPF Racing Team was 6th. Yellow Submarine Squad was the 7th today. Trispalv Esports in P8. Didn't really get to mention them a lot. Quiet run to a top 10 for them. Over the Limit Red was 9th after they were so much farther up the order for much of the race. Valkyrie Competition as well, starting from the front, winding up 10th. That's going to be disappointing for them. Yellow by TC in 11th. Turbo Turtles, both those teams certainly had lots of problems today in 12th, and it's HundredForce in 13th, SR Technic 14th, and Submarine Squad 15th. With the others, of course, DNFs here today. Looks like we've got our GT3 winners with us, and now we can clear it up. Tell us your names. You're just labeled as Vilnius Tech for the drivers. Who are our winning drivers here in GT3?
Yeah, so we are a team of 3 guys racing second year in our team. So that's me, Kristupas, Ignas, and Dominikas. Dominikas did a great job in the end. It was a surprise for us too.
I can only imagine. Tell us what was happening there, because we mentioned that you guys race from the same rig. When you took the lead, were there shouts, or did you guys manage to stay quiet to let the driver focus? What was happening?
Yeah, we were trying to stay silent, really, and we were watching Over the Limit stream also. So, yeah, it was kind of funny to look to competitors stream.
We had also talked about how you guys have managed wins before, but it still feels like a real underdog story whenever you guys manage to get up to the front. What does it feel like for your group when you manage to take the fight to the top runners?
Actually, it's our first win, the first time we are in the first position. Yeah, so it's a big achievement for us. Finally, after 2 years of this project going. So, yeah.
Well, apologies, I was given the wrong information on that one, but congratulations on the victory. Anybody you guys want to thank before you head out?
Thank you. We want to thank our dean, Oleg Spenkovskis, for believing in this project. That's the most important thing.
All right, so there's your winners. Transport, Vilnius Tech, Engineers by Vilnius Tech, taking almost a surprise victory there down in the GT3 class. And let's see who we're going to be chatting with next here. I'm assuming we're going over to the LMP3s. No, I see Ben Snipathy, our winner down in the OBSP category. So it looks like we're going to be having Bence and Peter Zuba joining us for the win. They're on the fastest one. It came down to the very end of it, 2 laps to go to decide the lead. How hard were you guys? How hard were your hearts beating in your chest?
I was just a bit annoyed. Like with 2 or 3 laps to go, there was that incident where someone was on the racetrack who really shouldn't have been there, like driving around with a rear wing, and then he just spawns in front of us. Then after that I was just with everything, like I was pushing as hard as I could, and thankfully it paid out at the end.
So, you guys obviously had a bit of a long stop on the last pit stop, and we were trying to figure out what caused that. It was 10 seconds longer than your rivals, and you went up on the jacks twice for tires. I mean, clear up the mystery for us, because we're baffled.
It was a bug with iRacing tire change. So for some reason the pit crew hasn't changed my front right tire. And then I noticed it, and I decided to change that as well. Otherwise, the car's balance would have been really bad. But the fueling finished by that point, so that's why the car went up twice on the jacks. So I will be able to have all 4 of the tires.
So that does explain it. Then I wondered if maybe there was only 2 on the first try, because it was just so strange to see it go up on the jacks twice. This was a weird race, I'm sure, for you guys as well down there. I mean, from inside the cockpit, you're leading, you're back down the order, you get up to the front, you lose the lead again. What are your emotions after all that?
Yeah, just we are relieved that we finally clinched the win. I feel like we did really well. We deserved the win. Yeah, relieved mostly.
Well, I can't congratulate you enough. We had mentioned on air, you guys earned that one the hard way. So go celebrate.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
And let's see if we've got our LMP3 drivers. I think Lewis has caught up with our winners from the SRB Motorsport team.
Yeah, indeed. We've got Justinas Bukas here, who was obviously in for the middle stint, at least of the restarted section. Talk to us about your race. You came out as victors. That final restart was crazy. What actually happened from your point of view?
Hello. Yeah, the race was absolutely mental. Whole race was very stressful. We had a lot of incidents. We were never in the lead before the last stint, basically. And we got lucky, I guess, this time with the safety car, and my teammate did amazing job in the last stint.
Now, it's hard juggling a race with all the safety cars and all the strategy that comes with. But red flag is kind of, unheard of. We don't see it that often. What was that like from your point of view, dealing with that kind of section of the race? Was it just kind of stay calm and listen to race control, or were you just kind of doing your own thing and not really getting panicked anyway?
It didn't really do anything to us, because we were at like 7th or 8th, so we were like, that's okay for us. So yeah, we were fine with that.
Obviously, a win here. You're moving into the second half of the season. 3 rounds left to go. What do you think we can get from the last 3 rounds? You think there's more wins up there, or do you think it was kind of just a circumstance of how crazy the race was?
It's very hard to take a win here. Even if you are like the fastest guy, you learn, you still doesn't mean anything. Even here, I almost crashed out in my stint. There was so close to the wall, the race would be over. So.
Well, a big congratulations to you and the squad. Garth, have a great evening after a very well-deserved race victory. Cheers to Justinas.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Joe. It's just very calm. These people are very calm. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, no, I would be through the roof. Maybe that's why we're commentators, because we let our emotions overtake us. But I believe that's going to wrap up our interviews for this afternoon or evening. Actually, no. It looks like Altus in P3, so in the number 30 car, it looks like, are going to have a quick chat with us. So let's talk to Matt Danson and Jordi Lopez, finding themselves on the podium here at the end. And you guys were kind of hovering around that for much of the race, Jordi. I mean, how many times did you see Race Onion and these other cars go fall behind you and then pass you once again?
Mainly if they had a penalty or if they got into a kerfuffle with a lap car. Yeah, like they were just nuts. Like we were just like trying our best to just hold position. The Cadillac was at a huge disadvantage again, so we're just trying to grab as much points as possible.
Well, I'd say you did a pretty good job on that. Other than that, Race Onion seemed to honestly have quite a bit of pace today over the rest of the field, both in qualifying and the race itself. What do you do from here going to the next rounds to try and catch up to them?
All you could do is just try to get dialed in with the car and just try to get the most out of it, because with lap traffic and stuff, anything can happen, as you guys saw today. I'm sure that it's going to happen again. So as long as you're dialed into the car, I'm sure that we can get good points and continue on the streak that we currently have so far.
Well, and Matt, you had to come in from the other session and play the supporting role into this session. What was it like being in the first one? Because it certainly looked a little bit more calm in the first half of the race.
My job in the second session was to stay absolutely away from the car and let Jordi, the person who knows what he's doing, drive. The first one was for me. It's obviously more a role of just making sure we've got a car that can that can fight when Jordi gets in there, and he can sort of run wild. I felt decently, like had an okay pace in the first stint, and double stinted the tires, and then just completely fell off a cliff. I was very unhappy, but it was the right play, and then obviously we had the red flag anyway, but it was the right play, and I think I was just working with Jordi to try and get the right strat, and kudos to him. We were running very close on fuel. We had a sort of a decision halfway through that where we tried to get some track position, and that worked out really well. But then, we were coughing across the finish line at the end. So, massive job from him. And, 2 podiums in a row. We could have had 3 if we had a bit of better luck with the big wreck sort of at the end of Long Beach. But, really proud of what we've done so far.
I think you guys should be proud. And Jordi, I guess, is this a last hurrah before you turn your focus back to eNASCAR, or are you going to have some more fun before the season starts?
I mean, like, I feel like I have enough time to be able to kind of like switch in between cars. I can jump into the A car pretty quickly now and be able to like be fast just because of the experience that I have driving it. So with this, it would just take me like 10 laps to get accustomed, and like I should be good to go.
All right. Well, I'm jealous of that flexibility. Congratulations to both of you for a podium.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Lewis, I mean, are there any final thoughts to give? I feel like we've given a million thoughts today.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was, like I say, very, very impressive, very interesting. And like I say, there was a lot of talk there about the Cadillac struggling. We have seen the Cadillac struggling. Obviously, the WSR Esports Butker car struggled the last couple of rounds, mostly courtesy of the success ballast. Now, because they've been mid. No, that feels really harsh. No, because they've not won the races like what they had done previously. It's actually going to assist them for the next couple of races where they're not going to have quite as heavy a car. So expect those Cadillacs, maybe the WSR, particularly the Autos Esports car, it's on back-to-back podiums. Expect those to move further forward and maybe challenge for race victories down the line.
We'll keep an eye out for that, and you can too when we're back on Saturday, February 3rd at noon GMT for Imola. So another track that is very famous and has seen some very huge moments in motorsports, some good, some not so good, but we'll put on an interesting show with probably a bit more problems for the traffic. In the meantime, a big thank you from everybody here on the team, from Lewis and from myself, Joe Peak. Until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.